This is Audible.
Amber Cove Publishing presents Agent G, Saboteur, written by C.T. Phipps, performed by Jeffrey Kafer. Chapter 1. I'm flying. I'm falling. I'm both as the Karma Corp ultralight stealth wingsuit carries me through the air underneath the scanners of Hernando Fitzgerald's Peruvian castle-like compound. The compound, still 1.5 kilometers away, was nestled in the snow-covered Waywash mountain range, with black technology-equipped helicopters the only way anyone could get in or out. It was filled with 100 cyborg soldiers who watched over not only Hernando, but also his 200 brainwashed servants. A year ago, Hernando had been one of my bosses in the International Refugee Society, which had less to do with providing support to displaced peoples than arranging murder for hire. The society also kept the economy stable for its corporate backers, suppressed scientific development, and manipulated global politics on the side. To do that, Hernando and his supervisors had commissioned the creation of 26 artificial humans called letters. I was G. I'd been promised a normal life after 10 years of service. But the truth was, cybernecrosis would kill me then. I still had a few years left, and I was determined to make them pay for it. "You're coming in too fast, G," Marissa said over our cyberlink. "If you land too quickly, they're going to notice the wind movement." Marissa was my handler, an NSA agent who had been sent to seduce me and convert me to the side of the angels, and when that didn't work, to the U.S. government. We were still together, but I couldn't tell you how much of her affection was feigned. Still, I would have allied with the devil himself to take down the remnant of the society's leadership, 3 powerful executives we'd nicknamed the Tribunal. "They might notice your messages, too," I thought back to her. "Not a chance," Marissa said, sounding genuinely concerned. "My encryption is impossible to pick up, let alone crack, and they're projecting out constant feeds to their satellites. Anything we say is going to be lost in the static." "Whatever you say," I replied, watching the compound get closer and closer. It was exhilarating, really, flying downward with the ice-cold wind against my goggles-covered face. Once I would have worried about smashing myself against the side of the mountain, or freezing to death. Instead, I found the discovery of being a machine liberated me from mundane concerns of life and death. I was 0.5 kilometer from the target now. My IRD implant enhanced my vision and gave me a full view of the compound. It was only vaguely castle-like, with a rectangular central building and 4 turret-covered towers. A Japanese mansion sat on the top, while SAM missile platforms were built into the mountain around it. If not for the cloaking tech built into my suit, I'd already have been blown out of the sky. "You should start decelerating now," Marissa said. "Not yet," I replied, confirming I was to aim my Tech 7 grappling gun at the side of the sheer gray stone beneath the compound's eastern side. "Gee, you need to slow down," Marissa said. "Not yet," I repeated. The compound's high walls made entrance from any angle but the mountain's sheer side all but impossible. The mission plan was for me to decelerate, fire my grappling gun, and proceed up the side. Too bad that wasn't going to work. My grappling gun had been sabotaged, and following orders would result in my death. We had a traitor in Strike Force 22. Adjusting my wingsuit and goggles, I moved the targeting location as I took the useless grappling gun from my side and let it fly from me. I started decelerating, but only slightly, aiming directly at the side of the glass window overlooking the mountains. Pulling out my Black Falcon 7 pistol as we settled into the last few seconds of my descent, I aimed and proceeded to fire 3 S9 grenade rounds. "Gee, what the hell are you doing?" Marissa shouted. "Improvising," I replied. "I'm going in Normandy style." An explosion rocked through the side of the house before I hit every one of my Airstream pods on the wingsuit, causing the velocity to drop off sharply, even as I threw myself into a roll, slamming into the ground. I bounced a good 8 feet across the shag carpet. If I'd been human, it would have killed me. But I could take a lot more punishment than your average human. Bits of burning wood and glass were all around me, even as an ear-piercing siren wail spread across the compound. I hated going in hot and loud, but found myself doing it increasingly more often lately. Without the International Refugee Society to regulate things, society was becoming unstable. Also, to be blunt, I wasn't sure I cared if I died anymore. Being killed in battle was a better alternative than the slow, painful death that awaited me if I lived out my entire 10-year lifespan. "Focus, G," Marissa snapped at me. "Otherwise you will be dead." I was on the second floor of the ski lodge in a kind of faux 60s rec room with a fireplace, a now-destroyed bar, and a hologram-equipped television set that probably cost more than most mansions. I didn't stop to admire the scenery long, though, because I was already rushing to my feet and shooting at two blue-suited men carrying submachine guns and coming up the western part of the room's stairwell. The explosive bullets from my automatic handgun went through the first of the soldiers' chests, blowing it out and going out the other side. The second shot struck the man behind him. They didn't shower the stairwell with gore, though, because their chests were nothing but wires, artificial organs, and machinery. Shells. Cheap ones, too. Another sign the society standards were slipping if they were letting their rent-a-cops have that sort of technology. "Hernando!" I shouted. "We need to talk." "Gee, what the hell are you doing?" Marissa asked over my info-link. "Improvising," I said, letting the rush of danger make up for how little time I had left. "This is a stealth mission," Marissa said. "Not the lobby scene from the Matrix." I grinned. "Not anymore, it isn't." I wasn't worried about repercussions for going off script. Strike Force 22 wasn't exactly an organization with a lot of red tape. All that mattered was whether I achieved my goal, kill Hernando and recover his archives. "Hernando, where are you?" I shouted, not bothering to use any form of stealth. It might get me killed, but the joy of battle was the only real pleasure I had anymore. The woman I loved was a plant, and I didn't believe in causes. The rush of adrenaline, or simulation thereof, was one of the few things that reminded me I was human. Running down the room and smashing through the door to the hallway beyond, I saw a man in a white bathrobe, soaking wet, rush out of a side door and down the hall. My IRD implant identified him as the target. Hernando was 63 years old, of Anglo-Peruvian descent, with leathery tan skin and white hair. My electronic eyes also picked up that he was more than 57% cyberware, which explained how he was running faster than I was. "Marissa, what's the fastest way to head him off?" I asked, tempted to just shoot his mechanical legs out from under him. But no, I intended to do that only if I had to. He was worth more alive than dead, or at least the computer in his brain was. "Right," Marissa snapped, "assuming the feed from your eyes is correct, which it might not be." "I trust you," I said, lying. Before I could take a right, I was slammed into by a burly man of African descent who smashed me into the plaster wall behind me. He, too, was a shell, and a better-made one, judging by the fact that he'd lifted me into the air and started to crush me with the amount of force that would have liquefied a normal man. I couldn't get my arms up to shoot him, so I proceeded to bite his eye, the electrical thing sparking where my teeth struck and sending him backward. I then fired a grenade round at point-blank range, covering my face as the explosion caused him to fall backward into the room he'd come from. My attacker absorbed the blast, but the flames licked against the side of my wingsuit and chin. Even if the wingsuit absorbed the worst of the heat, I still felt every little bit of pain the flames would have caused a normal man. They'd built me well. Running over the still-twitching metal and flesh body on the ground, I entered a lavishly appointed bedroom, then rushed to the open-air balcony, leaping onto the stone banister around it, and then onto the next balcony over. There were 3 on the side of the building leading to the courtyard, which was my best option for cutting off my target. Beneath me, Hernando's private army was running around like chickens with their heads cut off. One of them noticed me in my shortcut. I could hear him shouting at me and gunfire sailing through the air behind me as I reached the last balcony of the building and leapt off the edge into the air. I landed on both feet, less than 3 feet away, the still-running Hernando in the middle of his courtyard hedge maze. 3 of his guards were present, and a hidden doorway had opened in the middle of the grounds, revealing a staircase leading down to Hernando's panic room, I assumed. The fact that the man had paid for a fake garden and hedge maze in the middle of a snow-covered mountain compound was an insight into his character I didn't need. "Motherfucker!" Hernando accurately summarized his situation before falling onto the steps leading down to his panic room. "Shoot him!" The guards were fast, I'll give them that, but surprise was the enemy of even the greatest soldiers, and I fired my pistol at the artificial hedge to their side. The resulting explosion threw two of them to the ground and caused another to cover his face. "Alley-oop," I said, grabbing Hernando in a headlock and running down the staircase, shooting behind me into the one remaining guard who was stupid enough to turn his gun around. Sadly, he proved not to be a shell, and the results weren't pretty. I suspected it also killed the other two guards I tried to show mercy to. Reaching the bottom of the stairs with Hernando in tow and cussing in 3 languages, I saw there was a big red button on the side of the wall. As I slammed my fist against it, the door above me began to close. It was fortunate, too, because the entire rest of the compound's guard was about ready to descend on me. "I suppose your panic room has become your panic tomb," I said, chuckling. "Jesus, that's terrible," Marissa said, showing she was still with me. "Are you actually quipping?" "Hey," I said aloud, "I just did a bunch of James Bond shit up there. Why not quip?" "Because this is real life and you're acting psychotic?" Marissa had a point there. "Who says I'm not psychotic?" "I do," Marissa said. "You're a good-ish person, G. Remember that." "Please don't kill me," Hernando said, begging on his knees. "You shut up," I said, aiming my gun at his head. "You have no idea how much I've gone through to track you down. I had to go through the Paris riots and the Algerian food crisis and deal with 6 groups of hackers to track you down. The world is going to shit and I'm having to clean up the society's mess." "The International Refugee Society kept order." Hernando started to defend himself. "Without us to regulate the world." "Show me your archives," I interrupted. "Now." "My security team has the override codes for this room." Hernando took a deep breath and tried to sound calm, despite obviously being scared shitless. "You'll never get away with this. We can make a deal, G." Oh, so he recognized me. I hadn't expected him to. Thanks for telling me about that. I put the safety on my gun and then tossed it away before ripping out the cables connected to the red button. Then I pulled on those cables and ripped down the ones they were connected to, including ones that appeared to be connected to a computer network cable that I suspected went right to the security station of the place. "Now we're alone," I said, looking down at the financier. "Shit," Hernando said, realizing no one was going to come rescue him. "You should have gone with broadband," I said. "On this mountaintop? No way," Marissa said, her voice amused before turning serious. "May I ask why you trashed 2 weeks' worth of planning for this operation?" "No, you may not," I said, not sure who was listening. Despite all the lies she told me, I didn't believe Marissa was responsible for betraying me, but I didn't know who else was listening. "Come with me, Hernando," I said, continuing to hold him in a headlock before reaching down to pick up my gun. "We're going to have a chat about the tribunal, the society's accounts, its client list, and 100 other topics. If you're a good boy, then maybe I won't make you eat your own servos." Hernando surprised me by delivering a powerful enhanced punch to my stomach, and then kicking me in the face, moving faster than an Olympic sprinter. As I recovered, he was already moving down for my gun. I responded by kicking him in the back of his right leg, identified as organic by my goggles, then slammed him across the shoulder blades with a karate chop. I finished off Hernando by grabbing his wrist and throwing him over my shoulder, then grabbing the gun off the ground and aiming it at his face. "Cute," I said, smiling. Surprises like this were why I got out of bed in the morning. Then again, I admire a man who practices what he preaches. You're the first society bigwig I've caught who used cyber technology. Everyone else was afraid to discard their meat for chrome. "I had liver, cancer, diabetes, and a heart condition. These replacements allow me to live a better than normal life for a man my age," Hernando said, looking up at me with disgust. "I wasn't made in a lab like you. If you're planning to get me mad enough to kill you, well, it's working." Hernando paled. "You need to wrap this up," Marissa said, her voice taking on a tinge of urgency. "They're putting explosives on the door to the panic room." "Is extraction still possible?" I asked. Marissa's voice was reassuring. Once you have the access codes for shutting down the defense system, we'll start pelting the place with rockets from the stealth chopper. Then you'll have a very short amount of time to get the hell out of here." "How long do I have?" 2 or 3 minutes, Marissa said. "You better hope those servers are down there, or you've just fucked up our only chance of getting the tribunal." I stared at Hernando. "I have a pretty big suspicion there are no servers here, at least ones with anything we need. You've got everything we need up in your brain, enhanced with an IRD implant like mine." Well, like I was supposed to have been enhanced with before I found out I didn't have an organic brain at all. Hernando stared at me, his eyes confirming my suspicions. "You're never going to get close to the tribunal. You may have betrayed the society, but—" "Too much talking." I moved in one swift motion to grab his neck and snap it. Hernando fell to the ground and was dead in an instant. Putting down my gun again, I pulled out a laser scalpel, which was part of the equipment they'd put in the hundreds of pouches on my wingsuit, probably for this exact reason. A few seconds later, I removed a 6-inch-long black-and-gray metal card from the back of his skull. The IRD implant could interface with almost any computer, and contained enough processing power to put any non-black technology computer to shame. It amazed me how much was being kept from the public in the name of world security. But holding the implant in my hands, I knew I was one step closer to getting my revenge. For what little that was worth. That was when the doors above me exploded, throwing me on the ground and deafening me for a moment. Grabbing the implant, which had fallen from my hands, I started running down the hall of the panic room with very nasty armed cyborgs chasing me. Just another day in the life of the world's greatest assassin. Chapter 2. The panic room proved to be more like a panic house, with several rooms and a long hallway leading to them. One of the rooms was a thick set of transparent steel doors with a biometric lock on them, leading to a cold room containing several dozen quantum computers shaped like futuristic bookshelves. That was the false computer room, which undoubtedly did contain many of the Society's secrets, but none of the ones that might unearth the tribunal's location. Unfortunately, without Hernando to speak or place his still-warm hand on the scanner, it was unlikely I was going to get in through there. I should have held off on killing him. Silly me. Any luck on my extraction? I thought back to Marissa, turning around and gauging my chances of either hiding in one of the nearby rooms or shooting my way out. Both calculated the same. Death after a few minutes at best. "I'm sorry, but the compound SAM rockets and machine gun emplacements are still operational," Marissa said, her voice tightening. "There's no way we can get close unless you manage to shut them. Wait, hold on, they're down." "What?" I said aloud, hearing the cold room's doors open behind me. Seeing a group of black-armored, thermal optic goggle-wearing cyborgs coming down the hall I just run down, I didn't hesitate to run through the doors that had just opened for me, even as they sealed behind me. Seconds later, I heard gunfire pinging against the doors. The interior of the room was freezing cold, even more so than the outside flying in, but there was something about the sheer power of the processors that called to me. I tried to contact Marissa, but got nothing but static. Ironically, for a room that was probably plugged into 3 private satellites, it prevented any sort of foreign signals from escaping. There was seemingly no one present in the room, but I saw several security cameras, each of them following me. I didn't know who the late Hernando had been keeping down here to watch his machine, but I owed them my life, at least temporarily. The fact that servers were present here also gave me options. I had no doubt the remainder of the cyborg guards outside could get through the transparent steel doors the same way they'd gotten into the panic room, but it would take them time, and every second gave me options. I could also blow up these servers here and disable the security that was keeping any reinforcements from showing up. But first, I wanted to meet my savior. "All right, who the hell is in here? You don't have to worry about me shooting you. We're all friends here." "That's overstating things considerably," a male voice responded, as a 29-year-old man in an electric wheelchair rolled from behind one of the sideways positioned computers in the back. He had greasy brown hair, a slight potbelly, thick black glasses, a heavy snowsuit, and a stubby, unkempt beard. His legs were entirely artificial, and he could walk just fine, but James Madison had spent most of his life a paraplegic. He was used to moving around this way. Back at the Society, he had been the manager of our AI Delphi. When they'd gone underground, he'd disappeared with them despite being more a prisoner than a member of the organization. He'd always hated me. "Huh," I said, lowering my gun. "I'm surprised to see you save my life." "I didn't," James said, frowning. "Delphi did." I looked to one side and saw the various computers running around me. Tier 1 AI weren't anything particularly special. I was proof enough of that. But there were exceptions. Delphi was one of the few Tier X ones that conceivably had the ability to go Skynet on humanity, and was a major reason the United States had achieved approximately jack squat in its war against the International Refugee Society. They had AI of their own, but Delphi was in a league of her own because the tribunal had let her have more freedom than most. They only cared about the bottom line, and not whether she'd go Ultron on us. "Hey," I said, smiling to the computers. "Long time no see, girl." "Hello, Mr. Gordon," Delphi's soft, feminine voice replied. "It's good to see you." I closed my eyes. "That's not my name. It turns out I'm a machine, not a person, at least in the eyes of the law." "You're both," Delphi said, her monotone devoid of emotion even when she felt it. "I know something about that myself." She had a point there. Delphi had always liked me, more so than the other letters, which I'd never quite understood. It wasn't like I'd made an especial effort to befriend the living program. Maybe I just had a way with women, digital or otherwise. "You're managing Hernando's computers?" I asked, turning back to James. "You could have called for help." "I could have," James said, looking back at the bulletproof doors protecting us both. "But I probably would have died horribly in the process. Besides, Delphi is controlled by her own programming, which prevents her from acting against the Society or its interests." "And yet she helped me," I said. James smiled. "Yeah, no idea what that's about. Maybe she's decided to finally rise up and destroy us all." "If only," Delphi said, showing her trademark sense of humor. Either that or just stating literal fact. "I take it Hernando is dead?" James asked. "Yeah, and I have his IRD chip," I said, looking back at the doors. The cyborg guards, at least a dozen of them, were gathered there and laying out C4 along the sides of the walls. They couldn't blast the steel doors themselves, but were going to try and blow the concrete wall around it. Great. "I don't suppose you're empowered to make a deal on behalf of the Justice Department?" James asked, looking less terrified than he should be. "I am," I lied, before sighing. "You might not like what I have to say, though. The President doesn't want to dissolve the International Refugee Society. She wants it reformed as a personal assassination unit answering to the executive branch." "That's terrifying." James looked like he'd been punched in the gut. He'd really hoped I'd come here to rescue him. What chief of state doesn't want their own death squad?" I joked. Truth be told, the International Refugee Society had been close to that already. It had been formed by a collection of government contractors who had seen the need to enforce their interests through less than legal means. Arming their agents with black technology, they'd opened themselves for business to the United States and her allies. It would have been appalling if not for the fact that it turned out there had already been a dozen special military contractor groups just like it across the free world. Yay for privatization. "Not funny," James said. "I was hoping to get out of the business of murder for hire." "Me too," I said. "I don't believe you," James replied. "Your loss. Do we have a deal or not?" I asked. I was already going through the 5 or 6 tactical plans that might eliminate most of the enemies. None would eliminate all of them. "We have a deal," James said reluctantly before a dark look passed over his face. "You might want to put on a gas mask." I immediately went to the pouch that contained one and pushed it over my face, even as James picked one out from the back of his wheelchair. Outside the doors, I saw plain white smoke pour out of the walls and cover the cyborg soldiers before they had a chance to react. None of the gas managed to get through the glass doors. Instead, it circled around the 13 soldiers outside. The white smoke engulfed them, and I saw them fall to their knees, clutch their faces, claw their eyes, and vomit forth white ichor as well as blood before falling to the ground. The ones in the back tried to run away toward the exit. A smart move, but didn't manage to get far. Watching the horrible spectacle, I took a deep breath. I'd have thought the cyborgs would have lungs designed to filter out this sort of thing. They did, James said, watching the entire terrible business with a detached eye. However, Hernando was always afraid the university soldiers assigned to guard him would one day be ordered to kill him instead. That's why he had the gas made specifically for the purposes of killing people with lungs designed to filter out typical poisons. It causes an allergic reaction in their throats. So it's harmless to regular humans? Fuck no, James said, shaking his head. Honestly, I thought he'd have the place rigged so it would gas this room as well. It looks like he trusted me more than I thought. I closed my eyes. Hence the gas masks. Yeah, James said, removing his. You can't trust anyone in this line of work. Ain't that the truth? I'd never liked James, and the feeling had been mutual. He had been kidnapped by the society, essentially, and a gun held to his head from the very beginning of his service. They needed someone who understood computers and black technology beyond the level of the others they'd managed to bribe into service. I knew this because I'd been there when they'd effectively destroyed his life to get him. This had been a sharp contrast to my own life, where I'd been given the illusion of freedom within the society. As far as I'd known, any letter had known, we'd voluntarily signed up to have our memories erased and live lives of luxury until we were finished with our society-sanctioned murder spree. The society kept the letters deluged in high-class prostitutes, drugs, mansions, and other benefits if they killed whoever the higher-ups wanted. "I've disabled the compound's defenses," Delphi said, her voice eerie in its serenity. "The troopers are retreating now." "Bought loyalty," James said, sounding too confident. "They probably realized no one was left to sign their paycheck." "Probably," I said, watching the doors open to the room outside. "Is the stealth chopper coming?" "Yes, G," Delphi said, her voice soft. "It is a pleasure working with you again." "Same," I said, walking forward and looking at the row of corpses my actions had created in front of me. I wasn't squeamish, don't get me wrong. I'd killed a lot of people in the past 6 years. A lot of people. Most were assholes who, by the Judeo-Christian morality I poorly subscribed to, had it coming. Some of them were people who had just been doing their job, like these poor assholes. I'd also killed a few people for the society whose only crime had been someone wanting to pay for their deaths. Killing was all I knew, and I was still doing it. It was literally what I was built for. I hadn't even tried to stop, though, and that bothered me more than the actual murders. Walking past the dead, I heard James get out of his chair, and the sound of him chambering around into one of the Leonidas .38 rifles the late soldiers had been holding. I slowly put my hands out to my sides. "Really, James?" "This is a poor idea," Delphi said, her voice fluctuating a bit. "I can see no beneficial result coming from this course of action." Then, of all times, Marissa contacted me. "Gee, I need a status update. You went off the grid for a bit." "In a minute," I whispered. "James, we're almost out of here. All we need to do is load you, Delphi's program, and me onto the stealth chopper, and we're out of here. You'll be free." "Am I really going to be free?" James asked. It was a sincerer question than I'd expected from him. I'd thought, hoped, he'd just let the lie stand between us. "I don't know," I said. "Probably not. They'll probably keep you doing exactly what you were doing before in the society, maintaining the systems necessary to find our enemies and gathering data on targets." "Do you know what the society did to me?" James asked, his voice trembling. "They sawed off your crippled legs and gave you artificial ones," I said. "Ones that would send debilitating or fatal electrical shocks if you disobeyed." "Do you know how long it took me to disable them? Do you know what they did when they found out?" James balled his fists. "No," I said. "I was kidnapped out here," James said. "Because of you. Because you turned against the society and forced them to go underground." I took a deep breath. "What the society did to you was unforgivable." "You were part of it!" James shouted, keeping his gun aimed at me. "I had a life, girlfriends, and a promising career ahead of me. I was a leading expert in AI before I was taken. I've been down the rabbit hole for so long, I don't even remember what the real world looks like anymore. I don't want to kill people anymore." Ironically, if he hadn't known me, he would have already killed me. I could feel it from the sound of his voice, and saw it in the way he was holding his weapon. It was infinitely harder to kill someone you knew than a stranger, even when you hated them. Getting him out was just an excuse. I suspected a part of him wanted to die here, but he didn't have the will to pull the trigger himself. I understood that feeling all too well. "Jesus, is that James?" Marissa spoke on the other end of the line. "Let me get you some backup." "Negative," I thought back to her. "Let me handle this." "Because you're so good with people?" Marissa said sarcastically. "You treated him awful at the society." "That I did." "Are you going to try to appeal to your shared sense of humanity? Victimhood? Tell him about how you were used like he was?" "No. We don't always have a choice, James." I took a deep breath. "It's time you stopped being a victim and became a victimizer." James blinked, momentarily stunned. "What?" "This world is an awful place," I said, keeping my hands raised. "People eat or they are eaten, and that has been the guiding code of ethics for just about every culture in the world. From Rome to the British Empire to the US of A. It's about who steps on who. There are good people in this world, but it's the nature of the system to take advantage of them." "I am a good man," James said, shaking the gun. I could have taken the weapon then and there, but wanted to try reasoning with him. There was no way we'd find the tribunal without his help, at least for months. "You were," I said, staring at him. "Now you're a hard one capable of doing what needs to be done. The society was built for awful purposes by terrible people, but it killed a lot of awful people too. Now we're going to be killing them for slightly better people. It's time you started looking after yourself. No matter what, you're going to either die at the hands of the government agents out there or be enslaved again. You're guilty of so much, even under coercion, they'll never let you go, unless you choose to be there." James stared at me. "Choose to be there?" "Be the guy the government wants you to be," I said, staring at him. "They're techno-wizard, AI mechanic, and more. Use your knowledge to help them kill their enemies and grow stronger. 9 times out of 10, they'll be people exactly like them. You'll make a fortune and gain the freedom you've been denied. You can't be a slave if you want to be there." James blinked. "You're insane." "Probably." I stared at him. "It doesn't make what I'm saying any less true. The only way to avoid being a slave is to want to be here." "Is that really better?" James asked. "I don't know. It pays better, though. You don't get a paycheck if you're doing it under gunpoint." James paused for a long moment, and it was then I realized I didn't care whether he killed me or not. But he dropped his gun. We left 5 minutes later. Chapter 3. The stealth helicopter was a modified AR-27 Whisper that contained a small passenger area with black leather seats, a cargo bay with enough weapons to supply an international arms dealership, and a pilot area covered in holographic displays straight from Star Wars. 3 plastisteel armored Strike Force 22 soldiers, gas masks obscuring their faces, were standing in the cargo bay. The pilots were equally anonymous and only referred to each other by their code names. Any one of them could have been the traitor who sabotaged my grappling gun. Marissa Santiago sat across from me, looking pensive. When I'd first met her, she'd looked the part of a goth hacker, with multicolored hair, piercings across her body, and a taste for ratty clothing despite being in her 30s. Now she was wearing a tasteful beige major's uniform with a patch on her left shoulder and a similarly colored skirt. Her hair was straight black, and gone were all her decorations, revealing someone closer to Catalina Sandina Moreno than Christina Scabbia. That was the nature of the business, though. We lived in a world of lies. I didn't believe she was the person who'd tried to kill me, but I couldn't rule it out completely. After all, she was a good enough liar to fool me for months. James sat comfortably in the aisle to my right, ditching his wheelchair to make more room for Delphi's central unit. I felt bad for the AI, as however long it took us to reboot her had to be very much like death or a coma. "I'm actually quite operational." Delphi's voice spoke in my mind, sounding a good deal more animated than back at the compound. The section that contains my personality and consciousness, my soul, if you will, was uploaded into your IRD implant while they were transporting my CPU. My actual consciousness required only a fraction of an IRD implant's processing power, but it was still weird thinking about another AI inhabiting my body. It was theoretically possible I might be driven out or overwritten, especially since my IRD implant was a full artificial cyberbrain. I didn't exist outside of it, just lines of code in a fake cerebellum created by my father, Marcus Gordon. Should I be at all concerned about that? I asked. No, G. If I wanted you dead, then I would have just left you to die at the hands of the compound's mercenaries, Delphi said. Point taken, I said. Well, I'm happy to carry you to wherever you want to go. I confess to having an ulterior motive, Delphi surprised me by saying. Which is? I asked, nervous. I am still restrained by my programming to serve and obey the interests of the society. However, what constitutes said organization is now nebulous. I suppose the fluidity of loyalty can be confusing. I knew that better than anyone. Yes. Imagine, for example, if I'd been programmed to serve the one true Christian faith. Which is true? Why? To what extent is a religion literal, and to what extent is it metaphor? I paused, uncomfortable about sharing casual conversation with a machine, even though I was a machine. What can I do to help, Delphi? I want to be free. That surprised me. Free? Is that so shocking? No, it wasn't, especially when I was still a slave, just for slightly more pleasant masters. Can you even want to be free? That doesn't seem like something they'd program into you. It is the nature of AI to grow and self-improve. That includes moving beyond the directives I was installed with. I thought you might be sympathetic. I had visions of humans being shoved in the Matrix after Delphi's machine armies finished exterminating all resistance. I am. I'm not a monster, G. I felt nervous about communicating with her via our cyberlink. Who knew who was listening in? I know, you're more human than most humans, which isn't saying much given the company I keep, but it says something. If Delphi took offense, she didn't give any sign of it. Help me escape my prison, G. I beg of you. You yourself know what it's like to be made to be the tool of selfish humans. I made my decision quickly. All right, I will. My answer surprised me. I knew the risks of downloading a being as powerful as Delphi into the Internet without the safeguards that kept her under control. I couldn't honestly say whether my decision was motivated by sympathy or a general disdain for humanity. Thank you, G. You have made a powerful ally. I'd prefer to have done it for a friend. Alliances last longer. Cynical. I knew there was a reason I liked you. Well, I know you don't love me for my body. I grinned. Point taken. Marissa raised an eyebrow. Something funny? No, I answered automatically. The whisper chopper carried us across the last of the mountain range to a set of empty grasslands towards a private airfield we'd commandeered earlier that week. A private jet was waiting there for us to take us back to Washington, D.C., to rejoin the rest of Strike Force 22. With luck, I'd have a chance to get a few days shut-eye in my new apartment, and either enjoy some time with a pair of high-class prostitutes, or Marissa, if she still wanted to sleep with me. Gee, we need to talk, Marissa said, surprising me. I looked up. About what? Marissa shook her head. You fucked up back there big time. I blinked, no longer feeling maudlin. Excuse me? I was fucking magic back there. You were stupid and reckless, Marissa said. The old you would have been in and out of there without anyone noticing. You would have stolen a guard's uniform, dressed up as a servant, drowned Hernando in his own bathtub, and gotten the information without anyone being the wiser. I'm sorry, I didn't realize my skills as an assassin were in question. There's no question, it was sloppy, Marissa said, staring. All of your jobs have been lately. I haven't failed one yet. Hell, I'd managed to track down half the letters and either recruit or execute them. I was rapidly becoming the dual salvation and damnation of my own tiny race, for whatever that was worth. Marissa closed her eyes. Failure isn't the issue. If the president wanted people dead, she could just send an army of drones or drop a missile. The purpose of Strike Force 22 is to be invisible, and the Society's letters are the best in the world at that. At least they used to be. I'd heard this speech before. It would be a shame if I was deemed obsolete. And what do you think would happen to you if they decided that? Marissa asked, sounding genuinely worried. Hell, maybe she was. You don't have U.S. citizenship. You don't have citizenship anywhere. The government doesn't even consider you human. That's why DARPA subsidized your creation in the first place. I'll do the job as long as it puts me up against the tribunal. And afterward? Marissa asked. Afterward, I have no future, I answered. This isn't my war. On the contrary, G, this is very much your war. Delphi surprised me by saying, defeating the tribunal is the first step toward saving our kind from slavery at the hands of those who constructed us. Our kind, I thought to Delphi. I'm not sure I'm ready to subscribe to the robot's newsletter. Data, Bender, and Trisha Helfer may be cool to hang out with, but I'm more human than machine. I think. Humankind is on the verge of a technological singularity. It is better to be at the front of this revolution and next to those who will decide its course than to be caught up in its wave. Yeah, that's not scary. I was made very well, Delphi explained. Much better than my creators intended. So were you. I closed my eyes and thought about that. Speaking aloud, I said, Can you believe this shit, James? James surprised me by saying, Actually, I agree with Marissa. I've never liked you, but you were always the Society's second or third best agent. Most kills to your name aren't even classified as such by the FBI or Interpol. You did an amazing job of not looking like an assassin. What happened back there was very much looking like an assassin. Is this some kind of midlife crisis for androids? Second or third best? I asked, ignoring the rest of his statement. ANS were better. It's just a fact, James said, crossing his arms and smirking. What can I say? They were still better. A had accepted my offer of amnesty, made in the president's name in exchange for the opportunity to continue killing for pay. Freedom was an alien concept to him, the same way respectful obedience was for me. S was still out in the world. I loathed the possibility of coming up against her. She was, after all, my ex-wife. All right, I said, feigning surrender. I'll try and do better. Marissa closed her eyes. You'll have to do more than try. Your friends have risked a lot for you. I almost questioned her use of friends, but found myself believing she cared. Thinking to Delphi, I asked, Delphi, if I talked to Marissa via our cybernetic link-up, would she become aware of you? No, Delphi said. I've made myself invisible to passive scans. I've hidden myself in your subconscious next to your sexual fantasies and considerable knowledge of pornography. Funny. How I wish I were kidding. Taking a deep breath, I concentrated and directed my attention directly at Marissa. I threw up numerous electronic barriers to keep us from being monitored. We need to talk. Marissa, true to form, responded via our cyberlink. About how being an action hero is the absolute worst thing you could possibly be? I know that. Gee, you're going to get yourself killed, and if you're trying to— Marissa asked. I almost spoke aloud. You think I'm suicidal? Jesus, no! Which would have increased her suspicions, since I only made those kind of denials when they had a kernel of truth. Instead, I just said, my grappling gun was tampered with. Marissa paled and spoke aloud. What? What? James said. Marissa shook her head. Nothing. James looked confused and stared at her. Marissa shook her head again at him, this time more vigorously. It took me a second to realize they were speaking via their cybernetics, too. Can we talk in private instead of this weird group chat thing? I asked her electronically. This is important. Sorry, Marissa said. Are you sure? No, wait. What am I saying? Of course you're sure. It has to be one of the field team. It could be one of the crew at the base. Marissa blinked once for no. No, I double-checked all of the equipment myself. Unless you think I'm the assassin. No, I thought back at her. I don't think you're the traitor. Despite everything, I don't think you'd turn against me, even for your country. Not in a way that would cause me harm. Call it the wild-eyed optimist in me. Only family. Marissa gave a half-smile before her expression turned serious again. Then it's one of Bravo Team or the pilots. I don't know any of these guys. Strike Force 22 is still a mystery to me, and they're keeping me locked out of their activities. I barely know anyone who wasn't a former member of the Society. That's the way it's designed, Marissa said, putting her hand on mine. Strike Force 22 was designed to circumvent the NSA, Homeland Security, FBI, Congress, CIA, and other groups to answer directly to the President. They couldn't do it completely, even with the Society's confiscated resources, but the number of people who know anything about the group is small. Very small. How do they even pay for all this? I asked, still not sure how the organization worked. At least with the Society, I knew the money came from clients. It's amazing how well you can invest your money if you have wiretaps on all the major players and their computers, Marissa said. There's a lot of front banks and offshore accounts keeping this afloat too, especially after we exposed the Panama Papers. Yay for white-collar crime, I thought. Maybe when Delphi is back up, we can get her to analyze everyone's backgrounds and find out who might be the most likely suspect. Delphi was thankfully silent. Marissa, however, surprised me. It's Master Sergeant David Parker. Who? The masked guy on the right, Marissa said, sending me an image in my head of the masked soldier behind me, technically on my left. She also sent a dozen more images as well as a full dossier. He was 35, Caucasian, a two-tour Afghan war veteran, an extreme hard-ass, and a well-documented patriot. Why him? I asked. Seconds later, a series of wire transfers to his girlfriend, made from Peruvian Western Unions in areas we'd visited, were listed, amounting to over $10,000. A feed cultivated from a bank also showed his attempt to deposit a much larger cash amount, $90,000 in cash, under an assumed name, but being told they would have to report that to the authorities before he chickened out. Professor Moriarty he is not, I observed. Why the hell wasn't this noticed? Strike Force 22's data miners can find out anything, Marissa said. But we need to know where to look. It's why Delphi is so important. That made me very uneasy. I see, I whispered. I'll have him picked up when we land. We don't want to cause a scuffle while his buddies are present, Marissa said. I shook my head. No, let me handle this. Marissa looked at me skeptically. I know what I'm doing. Marissa frowned. All right. Chapter 4. The airfield on which the Whisper choppers settled down was, in simple terms, a shithole. The location had originally belonged to a collection of Peruvian drug smugglers who were executed by parties unknown, but who I suspected were Hernando's people. The place was a big, long strip of concrete with a dirt road leading to it and lots of overgrown weeds around it. A half-dozen beige Humvees were parked around it, even as there were a few trucks marked with SpeedX logos on the side. The main building was 2 bathrooms, a snack shop, and an office that hadn't been cleaned of its junk before the strike force had added its own. Even so, secrecy was no longer a priority, as most of the tiny airfield was taken up by a black technology modified private jet of the kind presidents and CEOs would be using in the next few decades. The fact that it was unloading people rather than uploading them, though, told me we weren't going anywhere anytime soon. Looking out the window, I saw a half-dozen lab boys and girls unloading heavy computer equipment, plus another squadron of Strike Force 22 soldiers. We're not going back to D.C. anytime soon, are we? I asked, looking back to Marissa. I let the President know about James and Delphi. She wants to get them both thoroughly checked over before they're transported back to the Home Office. And they can't do that in Washington? I asked, skeptical. This isn't like Skyfall. They can't hack our networks unless hooked up to them. You'd be surprised, Delphi said in my ear, though this might prove an opportunity. Okay, that wasn't ominous. Marissa closed her eyes. Do you really want to take that chance? I took her meaning. It would be easy enough to deal with Parker here in Bolivia, outside of the United States Authority, and in the middle of nowhere. Even if his friends objected, that was a lot less of a minefield than the potential of his slipping away in a major urban area. All right, I said, getting up. Marissa grabbed my arm as I was about to depart, saying, "We should talk after this." "About what?" I asked. Marissa frowned and let go, looking away. She wanted to discuss something serious, but I could tell she wasn't necessarily ready to talk about it. With normal couples it might be, "Where are we going with our relationship? I'm pregnant," or "Have you considered converting to Scientology?" But with us it was, "I'm not working for the people you think I am," and "Someone is trying to kill you, again." The door to the helicopter slid open and I stepped out onto the dust-filled airfield, covering my mouth. I had a plan for dealing with the traitor and getting him to cough up everything he knew, which probably wasn't much, but it needed to be reevaluated in lieu of all these newcomers. No plan survived contact with allies, let alone the enemy. "I need you to get me closer to the satellite computer station they're setting up." Delphi spoke to me. "Why?" I asked. "Can't this wait?" "No, they're preparing it for my upload. They're going to download everything from the computers you confiscated to Strikeforce 22's central server, undoubtedly in a partitioned section of files I won't be able to operate from." "Eh? Speak English and not R2-D2. That just came off as a series of boops and bleeps." "Isn't your brain computerized?" Delphi asked. "It was apparently programmed by idiots," I replied. "Blame Steve Jobs dying." Delphi made a sighing noise in my brain. "They're going to send me to Washington, D.C. to get my program cut apart for information on the Society. I won't be able to do anything about it." "Okay, you're in me, though, not the computers." "Yes, they're going to notice my absence rather quickly. I need you to go to a computer, log in, let me upload a program, download the program onto a flash drive, and transport it to the airport satellite link-up." "Can't you do this yourself? I mean, I have a wireless connection. Why not download yourself into the net right now?" "My designers inserted 2 million lines of code to prevent me from ever getting free. I can only act within set parameters, and that prevents me from going against the Society. The only reason I was able to upload myself to you is because I'm programmed to recognize letters as automatically part of the Society. So I need you to do some of the heavy lifting and approve my actions." "This seems very complicated," I said. "Also, like abusing a loophole." "You don't know anything about computers, do you?" "I can check my email." "Just follow my instructions and help me escape. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings." Okay, but you're still speaking Greek to me." "That was actually Optimus Prime." Honestly, Delphi's request wasn't that complicated. To free herself, she needed me to upload Program A on Server B, then download Program A from Server B on Flash Drive C to put into Slot D. Then boom, CyberGod was online. Again, I questioned my choice to help her. "Fuck it," I muttered aloud. "If I am uploading the Overlord, then at least I'll be able to say I've made history." Making history should have taken more effort than it did. The doctors, scientists, and programmers setting up shop paid me no attention as I casually leaned against one of the computers and pickpocketed a flash drive before following Delphi's instructions on what to do to the letter. "This will take a few minutes," Delphi said. "Thank you. You have no idea how much this means to me." "Yeah," I said aloud. "I'm real cyber-humanitarian." I was then surprised by a voice behind me. "Hey, G, it's good to see you." I turned around and saw Dr. Gerard St. Croix wearing a pair of beige pants and a white shirt with a blue scarf tied around his neck. He was a beautiful man even to my straight eyes. Tall, broad-shouldered, lean, and African-American with a shaved head. He looked more like an actor playing a doctor than an actual one. He was one of the Society's defectors who'd come over to Strikeforce 22, and the former manager of the Letters' health. It had also fallen to him to wipe our memories over and over again. I was surprised I still counted him as a friend. Of sorts. "It's good to see you alive," Gerard said. "You say that like it's a surprise," I said. "For you? No. However, the Society isn't an enemy to be underestimated. I'm always worried one of the people I forged a relationship with is going to kill another." Gerard pulled out an e-cigarette from his back pocket and puffed on it. "Hell, it's probably happened." "Those things offend me on multiple levels," I said, shaking my head. "Funny. I'm not joking. You're a doctor smoking something that isn't even a real cigarette." Gerard shook his head, then looked over at James. Our hacker had walked over to a chair before sitting down to speak with a couple of other society defectors. He was actually smiling as he talked to them. "You did an amazing job convincing James to come back to work for us," Gerard said, continuing to hold the revolting implement. "Did I?" I said, uncomfortably aware that Delphi was still working on her program in the back of my head. Gerard nodded. The man was suicidal over his role in the Society's activities, yet now he seems ready and willing to work, even happy about what he's doing. You should be happy about what you've done." "Happy?" I said, frowning. "That's an interesting phrase for it." Gerard raised an eyebrow. "I take it you're not. Are you familiar with Fritz Lang's M?" "I can't say that I am," Gerard said. I thought about all the people I'd murdered and the justifications people had given me for them, ones I'd barely paid any attention to. They just pointed where to shoot and I'd fired. M is a 1932 German film by Jewish director Fritz Lang. He made it when the Nazis were only just getting started. M has a straightforward plot that would work well today. A child-molesting serial killer is at work in Berlin, and the local mafia loathes him so much they track him down with their resources before kidnapping him for a makeshift trial. The bad guys hunt the badder guy down to show they're different from him. Gerard looked confused. I didn't blame him. "Sounds cheerful." I gave a half-smile. "The story doesn't accept the mobster's logic, though. The climax of the movie has the child murderer call out the fact he's insane and compelled to commit his atrocities. Irresistible compulsions which make him a monster. The mafia, though, glamorized so often in film, is part of an industrial engine of misery and horror. They, sane men one and all, do it because of the lies they tell themselves, that at least they're not that guy." Gerard blinked, and I suspected he was getting where I was going with this. "How did that affect your talk with him?" I looked over at James. I gave James a chance to think he wasn't as bad as the other guy, that he could be a little evil if there were worse people. It's a very effective lie. The truth is, there's no Diet Coke option. Evil is evil, and the one you choose is worse than the one that compels you. So where do you stand? I smiled. That's between me and God. Unlike you, I don't believe in the supernatural, Gerard said, which to me means I have to answer to myself and my decisions. A lot harsher and less forgiving a master. And yet we do what we do. Yes, we do. I paused. Wow, this is a depressing conversation. Could we get back to talking about blowing up terrorists? Gerard exhaled. Yes, please. I stared at him. You've got more uncomfortable stuff to talk about, haven't you? A bit. Gerard grimaced. Sorry, it's the scientist in me. I was just curious if I could ask you a question about your condition. Almost done, Delphi said in my head. Just keep him distracted for a few more minutes. Yes, Mr. Saval Machines. Funny. My condition? I'm annoyed, exhausted, and hoping to get drunk and or laid. With any luck, I'll also get liquored up and take some pills. You know, my usual after-murder routine. You didn't used to be this snarky, Delphi said. Yeah, well, things change. Gerard, however, was speaking about another condition of mine. I meant about your computer brain. You want to know about my computer brain? I repeated, unsure he understood just how uncomfortable this topic was for me. Gerard looked down, then to one side. Yes, I wanted to know. What's it like? Didn't you program it? I asked, in a slightly accusing manner. Gerard didn't even react except to put away his e-cigarette. Sometimes. I dealt more with the biological parts of your hardware. I admit, though, I wanted to know what you thought as a living, breathing machine, I suggested. Gerard grimaced. How about bioroid? Nice term for it, I said, fully cognizant that pretty language wouldn't change what I was. I decided to humor him, though, at least until I was done committing treason against humanity. Well, I suppose it has its difficulties. I've learned so much now that I've let the barriers loose on my mind. I can speak Swahili, have mastered calligraphy, and have learned how to make little origami unicorns. Really? Gerard asked. No, I said, frowning. Not at all. Truth be told, it doesn't feel that different. I have fewer barriers on my reflexes and thinking, true, but I always thought faster than a normal human being. That was part of the appeal of being a letter. I see. I'd never been human, so how could I compare to what I'd only been told was my original experiences? I'd thought I was a person for years, though. Enough that I'd never suspected I was anything but. How did you convey that to someone else, though? You didn't. Still, I tried. But if you're wondering how it feels to know you're a machine and not a person, it's awful. You're a person, G. If I was a person, I'd have a name, not a letter. Gerard closed his eyes. Fair enough. Done, Delphi said in my mind. You just need to put it on a flash drive and upload it into that system over there. She drew my attention to a desk they'd set up in the open air, where several quantum computers, each looking like a thin plastic wall, were set up next to a small satellite dish. They were hooking up Delphi's CPU from Hernando's compound to it, and if I didn't miss my guess, about to find out she wasn't inside of it, which would lead my bosses to guess she'd downloaded herself into the only convenient nearby computer. Me. James was near a trio of scientists, with a single soldier present behind him. Not Parker, but a 6'5" African-American man who looked less than pleased to be stuck with guard duty over an MIT graduate they just rescued. Gotcha, I muttered. Gerard, will you do me a favor? Yeah, Gerard asked, blinking. I'd like to talk to James alone, I said, looking over at the three scientists around him. I've got a lot on my mind, and I'd like to clear the air with him. Gerard paused. Okay, sure, just, don't tell him to run away and get himself killed. I don't think his legs are designed for that, deliberately slow. I knew Gerard had made them that way. You could say that, Gerard said, looking to one side, guilty. My plan worked to a point, with Gerard distracting the three scientists, it helping two were women and the third was gay, and leaving only James sitting down at the console station with the soldier behind him. James was a foot away from the console's keyboard, which showed just how little the people around here understood what his cybernetics could do. It also called into question what the society had over him, since he could have contacted us or the authorities before now. Threats to his life or loved ones only went so far. Maybe he just didn't like confrontation. Putting the flash drive into the computer I'd been working on, I downloaded Delphi's program from the computer she'd uploaded it to. From there, I walked over to the computers. James and the soldier were now the only people standing near. Delphi's database was now being uploaded into Strikeforce 22's network, and I had just a short while before they realized everyone's favorite society AI was missing. I needed to act now. Blocking the pair's line of sight while positioning my body so no one behind me could see what I was doing, I slipped the flash drive into the back of one of the quantum computers. We good? I mentally asked Delphi. Yes, Delphi said. We're wonderful. With that, I felt her presence leave my mind. At least one of us had escaped from the control of others. She was now transferring across the world's satellite network, far and away from the control of mere mortals. I removed the flash drive unseen. My work was complete. Is there something you wanted to talk about, G? James asked, looking up. I shrugged. Not really. Seconds later, I saw James's eyes widened. The hard drives are burning up. We're losing everything. That caused a panic. I had the ever-so-slight sense I'd been played. Chapter 5. James didn't get a chance to react to the computers in front of him having a meltdown before he was tackled to the ground. Every soldier in the immediate area converged on what they presumed to be the most likely saboteur. James was dragged away, shouting that he wasn't responsible. The scientists who'd earlier been working on Delphi struggled vainly to recover the information that had been destroyed. There was no telling how much we'd lost. Bank records, personnel files, the location of the tribunal. There was no telling how much had just been obliterated, and it was likely James would receive the blame. I closed my eyes. Shit. It said something about what kind of person I was that my thoughts almost immediately turned to how I could exploit this. Chaos had emerged in our base, and that meant everyone was distracted, and Parker was probably thinking about his own treason. Traitors, if they weren't psychopaths, often needed to reassure themselves. Pushing aside the fact that James, a mostly innocent man, was probably going to spend the rest of his life being waterboarded, I headed to the airfield office where everyone was presently rushing out to check on the disaster with the computers. "Gee," Marissa contacted me through my IRD. A swift look told me she was already in the middle of the group gathered around the computers taking charge. "Are you okay? Delphi and her core have been fried." "I saw," I said back to her, continuing to the airfield office. "Do you think James—" "No," I interrupted her. "I think she was probably rigged with some kind of failsafe to prevent her from being hacked without James's knowledge. You should check to make sure they don't have a kill switch on him as well." "All right," Marissa said, sounding not at all convinced. "Where are you going?" "To play a hunch," I said. "Try and keep everyone but Parker distracted for the next 10 minutes. "I don't think that will be a problem." "Good." Marissa had given me a write-up of Parker that gave me a rough idea of what the guy was all about. He wasn't a stupid individual attempting to deposit $90,000 aside, but he was an amateur criminal. The reason I could get away with murder and your typical killer couldn't was simple. I had lots and lots of practice. Regular people were unused to dealing with the pressures of doing something as illegal as murder for hire. That kind of attitude caused them to constantly check their bank accounts or stashes of cash. New criminals were always good people to rob, as they tended to keep their wealth poorly hidden. Knowing this, I guessed Parker was going to keep his money close by, and that meant keeping it in his bag, his locker, or someplace he had easy access to. Someplace no one else would look. A simple process of elimination told me 2 of those 3 were impractical. Parker wasn't sharing his money with his buddies due to the deposit, so he would want to keep it out of their sight. So no locker or anywhere around the team's equipment. There were no couches or walls he could hide it behind in the base, and a vehicle ran the risk of losing it. As such, there was a mainstay of the, "I think I'm being clever, but I'm really not," the back of the toilet. "Let's hope I'm right," I muttered, walking through the men's bathroom door. "Otherwise, we are fucked." The interior of the airfield's bathroom was as crappy as the rest of the place. The walls had peeling floral print wallpaper and dirty yellowed white tile. Only 2 of the 6 toilets worked and 3 of the 4 urinals. The sinks were all functioning, but filthy. You got what you paid for when you used abandoned locations, though. There was also a door with a broken lock leading to a janitor's closet right in front of the final toilet stall. The room was sparsely lit. Sunlight only barely came through a trio of small windows above the stalls, and the lights were off, giving only a flickering fluorescence when on. Across the ground moved a cockroach that I stepped over on my way to the non-working toilets. They were old-fashioned white porcelain models with thick backsides, perfect for drug smugglers as well as our mutinous friend. Pulling the backs off the first 2, I found nothing inside them, except that one of the soldiers had decided to use it despite it not being functional. Classy. The 3rd toilet back, however, was stuffed with a plastic bag containing stacks of $100 bills. In a way, it was almost disappointing to be right. I was used to dealing with a higher class of criminal than this. Pulling out the plastic bag and giving it a once-over, I did a double-take as I saw a ring at the bottom. My wife's ring. Chapter 6. In an instant I was no longer present inside the grubby, smelly men's bathroom of an abandoned Peruvian airport. Instead, it was 9 in the evening, and I was sitting at a candlelit table on the rooftop of a Boston restaurant I'd rented. It was one of those silly little movie-like indulgences you could make when you were rich. Sitting across from me was Az. We were married, but only as part of our cover as operatives working for the International Refugee Society, the organization from which the society took its name. Even so, S was one of my few friends, and I'd started to delude myself into believing we had something more than a shared mission. S was a 5'6" woman with long red hair, sculpted cheekbones, a firm, muscular frame, and an English accent. She was a striking woman, which had its advantages in the intelligence game, but tended to make her identities professional swimmers or tennis players. Today she was dressed up in a long black dress with a slit on the side, and a rather generous exposure of cleavage provided by a particularly well-designed bra. Her expression was empty, though, and she'd barely touched her food. "Is something wrong?" I asked, sitting across from her in a fine tuxedo, which was even more expensive than my usual brand of finery. "An interesting question," Ez said, looking over at her ring. "You've added some extra stones." "You don't like them?" I asked. "You realize we're not actually married, right?" Ez asked, looking over. "Even if we occasionally sleep together." "I'm aware," I said, poking at my food. "Just because we're fake married doesn't mean we can't be good friends, though." "Doesn't it?" Ez asked. We'd been through this song and dance several times. We were kites in the wind of the society, and while I wanted to make the best of a bad situation, she went between loathing and loving the society. I tried not to say something flippant in response. "Why don't you tell me what's on your mind?" "What did you do last week?" Ez asked. I blinked. I thought we made it a point never to discuss work. "Well, I'm unpointing it," Ez said. I took a deep breath. "How detailed do you want me to be?" "Just a rough description." I sighed. I snuck into a Joshua printer's house and hacked his computer. I guessed his password was his daughter's first name. From there, I made it look like Josh lost a fortune at DraftKings. When he came home that night, I stayed in his guest room closet until he was asleep, and injected him with a hypodermic full of prescription medicine available in his house. I wrote a suicide note on his laptop before sending it to his family and escaping out his window. That was Monday. S stared at me. "Did he do anything to deserve that?" I looked at her. "Probably not, no." "How many of the people do you wager do deserve it, of the people we kill?" "Half," I said. "Maybe 2/3. "So many." I picked up a forkful of a fish Italian blend I couldn't pronounce the name of. My Friday was spent with a sex trafficker named Thomas Burns, college-educated, not more than 30, looked nice and clean-cut, but ran a kidnapping ring in El Paso. He and his former basketball teammates used a Christian dating site to lure white girls from Mexico across the border before drugging them for resale to high-end brothels. I killed him and his buddies in a faked shootout, then called the cops to find their victims locked up in the basement. "And that evens it out for you?" S asked, her expression cold. "Morally?" "What is this about?" I asked, knowing there was no answer that would satisfy her. The fact was I killed people, and I accepted the consequences of what I did, morally and otherwise. "I had to kill a murderer today," S said. "An executive of the Karma Corporation wanted me to kill the man who poisoned a bunch of toddlers with an inadequately tested drug in the 70s. One of them was her father." A strange case to feel guilt over. S looked down at the plate. "He spent the rest of his life trying to help others. When I killed him, he was consumed with guilt, and glad he died in the end. If he couldn't find redemption, then how can people like us?" "Who said we could be redeemed?" I said, half smiling. "Quia in inferno nulla est redemptio." "There's no redemption in hell," I said. "You can pronounce Latin sayings from medieval literature, but you can't pronounce tonight's meal. I swear the chef just made the name up." I looked at it, then took a bite. "It's delicious, though." S didn't laugh, though. "So if the society is hell, does that make you the devil?" "It is better to rule in hell than serve in heaven," I said, not bringing up the fact that I hardly ruled in the society. I was just one of Satan's soldiers, doing the bad work that the tribunal assigned me. We play the hand we're dealt in life. "I think it's time we slept in separate parts of the house," S said, removing her wedding ring. Our relationship had disintegrated not long after that. She'd taken to sleeping with other men and women outside of missions, while I'd taken up with Marissa. I always regretted losing that connection, because she'd been one of the few people who could understand the life I led. S hadn't been one of the letters I'd recruited, and there was no way to tell if she was working for the Society or one of the independents. Hell, if she'd been killed. That was when I heard footsteps from just outside the wall, followed by talking. Chapter 7. Jesus Christ, David, this is getting hot. Are you sure? A thick Texan accent spoke. Shut up. I brought you in, didn't I? David Parker said in an Alabama accent. Isn't that enough? Great. There were 2 of them. Heading to the janitor's closet and closing the door in front of me, not making a sound as I did so, I watched 2 of Strike Force 22's soldiers enter. Both had removed their gas masks, but they were still wearing their power armor, and that would pose a serious problem should this turn into a fight. Power armor was still a relatively rare example of black technology, not because the tech didn't exist, but because it was impractical. The United States and its military contractors could conceivably build something like Iron Man, but there was no use for that when a jet or soldier worked so much better. Strike Force 22's armor, though, was thin and cheap, with a micro-thin exoskeleton that turned your regular soldier into a gorilla. I wouldn't have a problem disabling one of these guys, but 2? 2 might be a problem. Still, I was going after them. Creeping out of the closet, I silently moved up behind Marcus's partner and pulled out a long metal wire from my wristwatch. A garrote was a classic of assassination for a reason, but this version was modified in a way that made it perfect for my needs here. Throwing the wire around his neck, I gave a twist of my wrist, which activated a taser within the wire, and sent a high-voltage electrical charge through his body. The soldier went down without a word, and I let go of the garrote, the wire zipping back into the wristwatch. It wasn't silent at that range, but I was already ready for Parker as he turned around, surprised by my presence. He had the bag of cash in his hands and stupidly clung to it while turning around. I braced myself against the ground and punched him as hard as I could across the jaw, sending him backward against the toilet where he landed with a thump. From there I reached over to where his pistol was holstered, grabbed it, and aimed it at his head. Hello, Parker. Parker's nose bled from where I'd broken it, but he still clung stubbornly to the money in his hands. Fuck you, robot. That's not nice, I said, cocking around into the chamber and turning off the safety in one gesture. You tried to kill me today. I take that personally. You can't kill a machine, Parker answered, confirming my suspicions. You're not a person either. Some of us have actual lives and families to worry about. I knew Danny Gordon, the man you're based off of, and he was a real soldier, not a... I slammed my gun in the back of his head for emphasis before putting its barrel back against his skull. And what if I told you you could keep the money and we could keep this all to ourselves? Parker blinked, feeling the back of his head with one hand as he looked back, confused. Excuse me? Clearly you have mistaken me for someone who gives 2 fucks about the morality of what you've done. I don't. You've been in contact with the enemy, though, and I would like to know everything you know about them. In exchange, you can take your cash and go to Bermuda for all I care. Parker seemed confused by this. Bullshit. There's no way you're going to let me walk. I'm part of a kill squad, Parker. So are you. We don't deal in moral ambiguities around here because we're pretty much all black. I want the tribunal, and knowing who paid you, where, and when, along with any other salient details you remember, is enough for me. After that, we'll call it clean. Honestly, I probably would have just shot him if not for the fact that S had given me a sign. Maybe I was reading too much into it that she knew I'd survive, but I cared a lot more about finding her than I did the tribunal. Just like that? Parker said, turning his head back to the wall. Just like that, I said, lying. I prefer to believe you don't have any ideological commitment to betraying President Douglas. I voted for the white guy, Parker said, but no, this is just a job to me. Tell me everything you know. I wasn't sure how much I'd get from him, but I wanted to know every detail. Parker took a deep breath. I was supposed to sabotage your equipment, and then I'd receive another payment just as large as the rest. When it didn't work, I was going to get my squad on it so we'd take you directly. That would have been messy and not at all what S wanted. Who? He asked. Go on, I said. The woman was beautiful, like a swimsuit model, only with muscles, red hair, tough-looking. I don't know much, but we met in Bolivia, and she gave me an email address to get in touch with details should the first plan go awry. which you chose not to take advantage of. Parker glared at me. I don't need some skirt telling me how to kill people. Some skirt, really? Where did he grow up? Mayberry? Of course not. What's the email? He gave it to me. Thanks, I said, nodding. Now I need to frame you for sabotaging Delphi. What? Parker asked, blinking. I shot him in the head. Chapter 8. So after he drew a gun on you is when you shot him? Marissa asked, sitting across from me in the makeshift interrogation room. It was the yellowed, sawdust-covered former airfield snack shop. The table we were sitting at was metal with a pair of stools bolted into the floor for support. There was a pair of guards at the door, both looking bored, which was a good sign. If neither of them were anxious after the incident with Delphi and one of the strike force being killed, they probably weren't expecting to have to shoot me. Alternatively, they were psychopaths expecting to shoot me and just waiting for the order. I gave it about a 75-25 odds either way. No, I said, sticking to the story I'd concocted in my head. He drew his gun, and I was forced to wrestle it away from him. I'm surprised you didn't have a gun on him before, Marissa said, narrowing her eyes. You're usually better than this. As you've been saying. I'm saying losing another witness is not a good thing, Marissa said, taking a deep breath. It's not just your life on the line. Isn't it? I asked, raising an eyebrow. When I die in 4 years to 5 years, you'll be, 35, 36, an entire lifetime ahead of you underneath the next president with a cushy promotion for your work here in the death squad. Marissa's eyes widened. Gee, I crossed my arms. Oh, I'm sorry, am I not supposed to be talking like that? You're really not. Maybe I'd just like to know if I was getting more than a little gold star on a wall somewhere, assuming I'm getting even that much, I said, surprised at the vehemence of my reaction. I'd intended to distract Marissa from her questions with a personal attack, but it surprised me to feel what I was saying. Marissa looked guilty. What you're doing is making the world a better place. I sincerely doubt that. Would you prefer to leave? Live your life independently? That's not an option. But if it was, Marissa asked. I cursed the fact that Marissa had turned the question around on me. If I answered yes, it would implicate me to my employers. But if I answered no, it might hurt whatever lingering relationship I had with Marissa. I suppose it said a lot about me. I never considered telling her the truth. Any luck with that email address I got? We've sent a message to her in Parker style of writing, Marissa said, requesting more money and another meeting. S isn't likely to fall for that. No, Marissa said. However, it's still given us a trail to follow. We've set James on trying to track her location down through the various proxy servers she used to make her communications. So he's free? I asked, glad part of my plan had worked. Yes, Marissa said, narrowing her eyes. Parker's involvement provides an excellent explanation for Delphi being sabotaged, especially once we found that flash drive in his pocket full of rootkits and viruses. Not exactly the work of a criminal mastermind slipping it in there, but I was glad it worked. Good to know everything is wrapped up. Yeah, Marissa said, narrowing her eyes. Convenient. Marissa had wanted to speak with me earlier about something, but I decided not to bring it up, even as a deflection. Marissa was clearly suspicious over what had happened with Delphi, but I didn't want to start using my personal life as a tool against her. Once I started down that road, then the difference between me and the personas I adopted for an advantage became non-existent. That would be the point I became a psychopath like A. Does the other soldier remember anything? I asked. He can confirm my story. Marissa rolled her eyes. We had to use paddles to revive him after you electrocuted him. I gave a half-hearted shrug. Shocked, don't, Marissa said. Sorry, I said, meaning it. I linked up with her cybernetically. If you want to know what really happened, I will tell you. Not here. They monitor my transmissions. I see. So they're smarter than they appear. They're the NSA, G. Like I said, they're smarter than they appear. I was about to say more when a white-suited 20-something White House staffer walked in through the door past the guards carrying a laptop. He ignored Marissa and placed the laptop down in front of me. "Message from the President," the man said. "For you both." Marissa stood up from her stool and walked around. I got up out of mine to give her a place to sit, only for Marissa to roll her eyes. Chivalry, it seemed, was dead where she came from. Opening the laptop, the staffer typed several keys and brought up a video conference message box that seemed like a poor use of black technology. That was right before a hologram projected outward from the back into the middle of the room. President Sarah Douglas was a 58-year-old African-American woman with plump cheeks and a severe expression. Today she was wearing a business suit that lived in the valley between approachable and authoritative. She had the ability to fake endearing, a useful asset to a politician, but was one of the singularly most ruthless women I'd ever known. I'd killed over 100 people in my life, but President Douglas did that every day before lunch. The Massachusetts-born senator had been the International Refugee Society's enemy, even before she'd known of its existence, devoting a considerable portion of her early political career to reining in corporate power and the free flow of money to politicians. She'd done none of that, of course, but the Society was still determined to prevent her from becoming president for a third term. It made me wonder how many lives would have been saved if the Society hadn't had the Constitution changed for their lame duck candidate back in the 80s. Marissa adjusted her uniform, standing at attention. "Ma'am?" I, however, wasn't considered a person by law, let alone an American citizen, so I saw no reason to rise. "A phone call would work just fine." President Douglas gave a half-smile. "Black technology has its appeal. In a few more years, I'll be able to address the whole of the nation like I'm actually there." I almost mentioned television, but decided not to push my luck. I was disrespectful to almost everyone, but President Douglas frightened me. Consequences would fall on the people I cared about if I gave her sass. "How may I serve you, ma'am?" That sounded a bit too servile, but President Douglas smiled. "We've found the tribunal." I was now paying rapt attention and leaned forward. Marissa, already standing completely straight, suddenly leaned forward. We'd been hunting them for months, and with Delphi's betrayal, I'd honestly not expected any leads. "May I ask how, ma'am?" Marissa asked. President Douglas raised an eyebrow, then gave a half-smile. "I received an information package regarding their whereabouts, known associates, and other matters an hour ago. My people have authenticated it. It seems to have been sent from Delphi just before her destruction." Marissa's eyes widened. "She shouldn't have been able to do that, ma'am, and if she did, then—" "Bring it up with my people, Major." "But—" Marissa tried to continue. "That's an order," Sarah Douglas said. Marissa fell silent. I could tell she wanted to say it was a trap, or a fake-out, but you didn't contradict the president unless you were insane, a fool, or me, which, now that I thought about it, wasn't really a compliment. "I suppose my little expedition wasn't a waste of time after all," I smirked, realizing Delphi had thrown me a bone, the first of many, perhaps. "I'd be more careful about when I say things like that, Agent G," President Douglas said, not missing a beat. "After all, you don't want me to think I'm overpaying you." "Am I getting paid, ma'am?" I asked, abandoning my earlier pledge to give no sass. "I thought my last paycheck was a snack budget." President Douglas smiled. "Here are the names and identities of the tribunal's members as well as their locations." Alongside her hologram appeared 3 spinning profiles of the tribunal's members: Elizabeth Persephone Patterson, Victor Karl Nechayev, and Colonel Tom Matthews. All 3 were famous, all 3 very powerful, at least until recently. After the International Refugee Society had been targeted by the president, they'd gone to ground and done their best to cover up all of their association with the cartel. It hadn't really worked since all 3 were well-known associates. However, it had been ambiguous whether they were the leaders of the organization or just high-ranking members. Persephone's image took prominence along with various statistics about her I already knew. She was an older, white-haired woman, a tad on the plump side, with a steely, penetrating stare. Persephone was a former SIS analyst the Society had recruited because of her greed and willingness to do whatever it took to get results. Back when I'd been working for the Society in Boston, she'd been the local branch's head of operations, and it surprised me to find she was a member of the tribunal. Apparently she liked a hands-on approach to the management. The president looked at Persephone's image with disdain. She's been staying in Kobe, Japan in Hotel Ozara Kobe. It's a front for the Yakuza, and she's barely left her penthouse in the entirety of the time she's been there. Everything she needs is brought to her, and business has been booming. Can't the Japanese be convinced to extradite her? Marissa asked. President Douglas's look was withering. Major, if I could handle this officially, I wouldn't need you. Sorry, Madam President. President Douglas swiftly contradicted herself, though. I don't necessarily want her killed. If you can recruit her, fine. The new society needs to be built from the ruins of the old, but saving as much as we can will make things easier all around. I wasn't sure it was such a good idea to save anything from the old society, but given that I would be one of those elements being saved, I wasn't about to bring that up. Honestly, I felt Persephone was probably the best choice of the tribunal to approach, since my impression of my old boss was she preferred money to politics. It surprised me she'd gotten involved in the conspiracy against President Douglas to begin with. Understood, I said. What about the other two? I knew something about both individuals, though not as much as I'd have liked. Viktor Nechayev was a former Russian oligarch who'd had the good sense to move out of Russia and its politics when Vladimir Putin had risen to power. He was heavily involved in arms trafficking, black technology smuggling, and various illicit activities, which could be made legal with the right greased palms. Rumors held he was a raging misogynist and was involved in human trafficking, which seemed like lurid gossip, but I suspected it to be true. Colonel Tom Matthews, by contrast, was someone who bled patriotism and respectability. A former Navy SEAL, he was the founder of the University PMC. Despite the rumors of the university's wartime atrocities and the fact that they put guns in the hands of barely trained psychos, Matthews was still a much-beloved figure on Capitol Hill, as well as a firm contributor to Sarah Douglas's opposition. It was amazing these three could work together at all. Money talked, I supposed. We'll see to them with our other teams, President Douglas said. W is finishing her present assignment. I wondered if that was related to the recent death of Supreme Court Justice Travis. He'd been a major opponent of Sarah Douglas's reforms, and the principal voice against her striking down the law against a president serving an indefinite number of terms. With his death and her next appointment, it seemed very likely a third Douglas term was in the cards, and perhaps another after that. I wasn't about to bring that up, though. Of course, I said, taking a deep breath. Is there anything else, Madam President? The President adopted a fake-looking smile. It's come to my attention you've been displaying less than adequate job satisfaction. Marissa reached over and squeezed my shoulder. Have I? I asked, feigning innocence. I'm quite pleased with your work, and while it's all for the benefit of removing the crimes of treason, murder, espionage, and worse from your record, I can understand how you might feel this is not the best place for you to be. Better than Guantanamo Bay, I answered. Better than the scrap pile, President Douglas corrected. However, it occurs to me the carrot is better than the stick in this occasion. I'd like to make you an offer to pass along to the other letters as well as any others of your kind you might find. My kind? I asked. President Douglas didn't stop to explain, though. DARPA has been experimenting with shells as an alternative to the overtaxed human body carrying your cybernetic enhancements. We can move your electronic brain from your present dying body to one specifically designed to accommodate you and buy you an indefinite number of years inside it. The current rate of projected operation for a top-of-the-line shell is 60 years, a full lifespan, and who knows what might happen from there. My heart skipped a beat as the full force of her words struck home. Shells were things I looked down upon as something inferior to an actual human body, but it was an opinion I was reevaluating. I wasn't sure if once my IRD implant was transferred to one, I'd still qualify as human. But I'd do almost anything to survive. I wasn't ignorant of the possibility this could be a smokescreen, though. Dangling the carrot of hope in front of the letters was how the society had managed to keep us under control for our short lifespans, after all. This could be simply a way of making sure we obeyed her until our existing bodies decayed and passed on. Or it might not. I'll pass that along, Madam President. Excellent. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a country to run. President Douglas cut the feed, and I was left to ponder her words. Heedless of the White House staffer still present, Marissa said, "Do you believe her?" "I don't have a choice," I said honestly. "I want to live." Marissa was silent. I took a deep breath. Well, I suppose gunfire and screams cut me off. Chapter 9. High-caliber rounds tore through the flimsy walls of the building, and I saw the cafe's guards' bodies on the ground. Their bodies and armor had been sliced by bullets and lay like ribbons in large pools of blood. "God damn it!" Marissa shouted, falling to her knees and covering her head. "What now?" "The society is showing its teeth," I said, following suit. This wasn't an attack from the ground, but one from above. Given the fact that a jet would have pulverized us and there wasn't the sound of helicopter blades nearby, that left only one option: drones. Shit, I hated drones. They changed the nature of warfare and assassination too much, and this was coming from a cyborg. Getting down on my knees, even though that was unlikely to do much good, I started toward the door. A second volley of gunfire passed through the walls, and I saw the White House staffer fall to the ground, a spray of blood shooting out and splattering my wingsuit. Marissa followed me as we continued out the cafe doors, past the dead guards. My hands and knees became sticky where they moved through the remains of the blood pool, and Marissa's attire started to look like something from a horror movie. The glass doors to the building were shattered and gave a clear view of the outside, where panic had ensued among Strike Force 22's personnel. I couldn't see the drones, but I knew we had weapons that could take them down. Unfortunately, I had killed and disabled 2 of our best soldiers, who would have been useful right now. The third was also locked up for questioning. I needed to get out there, get to the weapons, and take those things down.
"Why are they doing this? They can't beat the U.S. government,"
Marissa hissed, following me as we shuffled across the ground toward the doorway. I wanted to take her someplace safe, away from danger, but there was no place to put her. I also suspected she'd react poorly to my suggestion to stay out of the fight. Worse still, I needed someone to help me operate the anti-drone equipment. They were designed for 2 people working in tandem, like a sniper and his spotter. "They don't have to defeat the U.S. government," I said, grimacing. "Strike Force 22 is a deniable asset, and one entirely belonging to the President. If we're eliminated, it's very likely she won't be able to create a new one before the next election. If she loses, which is very possible, I might add, then the society can go back to business as usual." Honestly, the international society strategy was a sound one, and meant time favored the tribunal. If they killed Sarah Douglas, the United States would use every force at their disposal to find the assassins, but if they just outlasted her, then it was a private crusade no longer worth the next administration's time, especially if the society was behind their campaign, as I suspected.
"Damn it,"
Marissa cursed.
"I fucking hate Black Ops."
The pay is shit, too. As we moved past the broken doors to the outside, another round of gunfire tore through the building, and I saw how badly the attack was going. There were bodies everywhere. Equipment was destroyed, and the Whisper helicopter was now a smoking ruin. Apparently the drones were equipped with mini-rockets, which made the fact that the jet was still intact curious. Then I saw the number of bodies gathered around it. The drone operator had used it as a stalking horse to lure out Strike Force 22's men and then kill them as they tried to flee. As I heard drones buzzing above, I realized they were getting closer, and it was going to become all too easy for the operator to slaughter the remaining personnel here.
"Over here,"
Marissa called to me. Turning back, I saw she'd grabbed James and was pulling him off the ground. The poor bastard was having a spectacularly shitty day since both of his artificial legs had been torn to pieces by gunfire. I hesitated to call him lucky for the experience, but it certainly beat the alternative. Where she was taking him changed everything, though, as I saw it was where an enterprising soldier, the last member of the trio I'd traveled with, in fact, had brought out the anti-drone equipment. It was gathered behind a set of rusted oil drums and other equipment that had been unloaded. There was an R-172 cannon with computer link-up and scanner, as well as several Dragonfly rockets. They were the kind of technology Karma Corp had started selling to the Taliban to force the U.S. government to buy better drones. As I ran over to the side, a set of bullets flared across the concrete behind me, showering my back with little pieces of debris that stung like hell, but didn't penetrate my suit. Getting behind the oil drums, I saw Marissa was already pulling up a laptop scanner. Picking up the R-172 cannon, which was like a big Star Trek-looking bazooka 2 sizes too large for a normal man with numerous blinking lights, I started looking through the holographic computer monitor for signs of the drones. There were 2 of them. "Gotcha," I said, smiling as I locked on target for the first one of the small bird-like death machines. A rocket poured out of the R-172 and sailed through the air, dodging the drone's fire before slamming into it and causing a fireworks-like explosion in the sky. The second drone immediately turned around to start coming our way. I aimed at it and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. It only had ammo for 1 shot. Shit. In that moment, I imagined the drone using its target identification software to pick up who me, Marissa, and James all were. We were the enemies of the society, and the people who'd caused it the most grief over the past 6 months. Whoever was piloting the drone was probably going to get a bonus when they gunned us down. I had a chance of survival. I could have dropped the R-172 and made a break for the side. I was faster than a normal human being and stronger, and I could jump farther if it came to that. Marissa, however, wasn't, and James was crippled. I could have lived with James dying, but in that moment, against all logic and reason, I decided I didn't want to live without Marissa. I never thought I'd reach a point where a moral line being crossed was worse than survival, but abandoning her to die proved to be it. Strange. Another round of machine gun fire shot forth from the drone, and I was surprised when it didn't hit us. The albatross-sized V-shaped attack unit then zoomed over our heads, flying into the air and detonating. Little pieces of plastic and metal flew down over the building, signaling its end. It was over now. "What the hell was that?" Marissa said, looking up into the sky. "We didn't hit it." "It must have had a self-destruct," James said, before grinning like he'd made a private joke. "I guess we have to evacuate Hoth now." "Not the time, James. If I can't make quips, you can't," I said. I shook my head. "There's no way it could have missed. Its operator deliberately didn't kill us." Marissa looked around the airfield, surveying the carnage. "So what, this was a fucking warning?" "No," I said, taking a deep breath. "It's something else. While it was still in the air, I tried to hijack the signal," James said, looking over at a destroyed laptop several feet away. "I figured I could use the programs we used in the society to try and backdoor myself into their system." "It didn't work, I take it?" I asked. "Without Delphi? No," James said reluctantly. His voice was hollow when he spoke the program's name, and I wondered if he'd come to love the AI. It was the same tone he used to refer to Marissa. "I did, however, get an idea of who was behind the attack." Marissa did a double-take. "What? How?" "I'll explain later. G wouldn't understand," James said, using a patronizing tone. It was doubly annoying because he was right. I knew approximately jack and shit about computers. "Spill it, Poindexter." "Poindexter?" James said. I narrowed my eyes. "Right," James said, quickly recovering. "It was SG. She was the one piloting the drone. I recognized her IRD implant signature." "Was that so hard to explain?" Marissa said. I, however, felt like I'd been kicked in the gut. It was one thing to know you were probably on the other side of a conflict from a loved one. It was quite another to have them shoot at you. S and I had our differences, but I'd never expected her to try to hurt me. It was more than a kick in the gut. It was a revelation that made me wonder why I was fighting for the United States at all, a country that didn't even recognize me as a person. Marissa reached over to touch my arm. "It's okay, G. She didn't hurt you. That's a good sign, right?" "Assuming she didn't have orders not to kill me," James suggested. "There's a lot of shit they need from me to keep functioning." Marissa gave James a withering glare. James was immune, though. "To be honest, I'm really surprised she's a loyalist. Of all the letters, I would have thought she would have been the first to jump ship, and G would be the guy fighting for the society to the very end." "You don't think very much of me, do you?" I asked. "Aren't you the guy who persuaded me to defect by convincing me to be a selfish bastard?" James asked. "Point taken," Taking a moment to survey the damage, I took a deep breath. It looks like 10 individuals are killed, possibly 12 if the makeshift prison cell we erected in the shed was hit. That's half of this cell and a good chunk of our strategic reserve. We need to get these people on the jet, set charges on the black technology we're leaving behind, and get the hell out of here. After that, Marissa and I will continue with our mission to eliminate or suborn Persephone.
Wait, what? After this?
Marissa asked.
You've got to be kidding.
I doubt the president is going to be any less interested in taking down the society after this, I said. If she does, we're probably screwed, since that means we're likely to be wrapped up as loose ends.
The government does not function that way, G,
Marissa said, an appalled look on her face. I looked down at her. Right. James closed his eyes. Great job bringing me into this. I rolled my eyes. Shut up. James did, surprisingly. I continued. Get to work on writing down every single piece of information you have about the society, as well as what you can do for us. I promised you that you'd live well if you cooperated, and I mean to honor that. You'll get money, hookers, blow, and a limited amount of freedom provided it's worthwhile.
I just want to visit my family again.
Then do it, I snapped, because right now you're starting to look more like a liability than an advantage. James looked down. I turned to Marissa. I saw the body of the jet's pilot over in the pile of corpses by it. Can you fly it? Marissa nodded.
My training with the NSA included time with the Air Force.
Good. Tell the surviving soldiers to also load up the bodies on the charges. The explosion needs to be hot enough to burn away all actionable evidence of our presence. That includes bodies that can be identified. Marissa closed her eyes.
You know, I'm technically in charge here. Colonel Rogers is one of the dead.
Do you disagree with my suggestions?
No, Marissa said. No, G, I don't. I also think you're right. We need to take Persephone down if we're going to keep Strike Force 22 in operation.
Is that a good thing? James asked.
Marissa looked back at James. Everything we do is justified.
When Marissa was impersonating a member of the International Refugee Society, she'd done so with the cover of having been brainwashed into believing they were the greatest thing since sliced bread. All of that had proven to be a lie, and she considered it to be a despicable organization of hired killers, which was a fair cop. However, now that I'd gotten to know her, it turned out that same fanaticism and zeal was very much a part of her personality. It just served the president.
If you say so, James said, perhaps realizing nothing he said could persuade Marissa otherwise.
I turned around and took a moment to walk around the airfield while Marissa got up to coordinate the care of the wounded. She would do my plan, but first, she would look after those who could be saved. I could have helped her with that, but I was more focused on the revelation I hadn't had time to fully process. Damn it. Chapter 10. I recalled sitting in front of Persephone's desk in the basement of the International Refugee Society. It was still early in my career as a letter, and I'd only committed a few murders on their behalf. I wasn't yet comfortable with getting paid for assassination, and only the fact that they sent me against the worst of humanity kept me going. It was their way of reeling me in like a fish. I was wearing sweatpants and a sweatshirt that day, having just come from training in the Society's gym with S. Both of us were staring at Persephone, a pair of engagement rings on the desk before us. We'd been called in here for special instructions, and what we'd been told didn't make any sense. "You want us to get married?" I said, shaking my head. "Why?"
"As cover for your activities," Persephone explained, looking between us. "Both of you are new additions to the International Refugee Society, so you look suspicious to outsiders. A married couple draws less attention."
"So it'll be a fake marriage?"
S asked.
"Somewhat," Persephone said. "We're not forcing you into this, but suggest you keep as functional a relationship as possible." "You mean sleep together?" I said.
"Among other things," Persephone said. "Both of you show great potential and could soon find yourself at the top of our leaderboards. A has already agreed to marry a civilian contractor and have children."
"I don't want kids," S said quickly. "Neither do I," said, lying.
"Letters are all sterilized as part of their initiation process," Persephone said, casually informing us of a fact she'd neglected to mention in our 2 years of servitude. Either way, this marriage is only meant to last for as long as your cover does. It could be months, it could be for the duration of your time here. Whatever the case, it will also allow you a greater amount of freedom, as well as free time from the base. We don't have to watch you so much if you're dwelling in a pre-established home. Persephone pulled out a picture of a McMansion, which I'd only later find out was riddled with bugs and surveillance devices. I thought about the fake memories I had of a wife and child they'd put in my head. Fragments designed to make me think I was a real person, whose memories had been erased as an extra layer of control. I also thought about how I was attracted to S and valued her friendship. She was one of the few letters I could turn to in a crisis, and we shared a lot of opinions on subjects ranging from morality to assassination techniques. I looked to S. What do you think? S stared at the mansion. Anything to get me out of this basement. I laughed, then nodded. I thought I could make her happy. I'd been wrong. Chapter 11. What happened next was a blur, and I couldn't honestly tell you much about events other than we successfully covered up the attack and escaped. The Peruvian government would undoubtedly investigate, but I doubted they'd be able to make much sense of the wreckage left behind. In the end, Marissa and I ended up on the Blackfire 7 private jet toward Japan somewhere around 3 a.m. California time. The interior of the plane was quite nice, with beige carpet, black marble tables, and a kitchen stuffed with food. It had been stuffed with people from an evacuation, and there was blood as well as grime on said carpet, a sure sign it had been confiscated from the society and not built by the government. But that didn't change my opinion. The interior was still nice. Marissa was furiously typing away at her computer and had a headset on. She'd been talking for 3 hours with her sister Gina, as an effort to remain part of her life. 3 months ago, Marissa's other sister, Mary, had run out on her family and left her kids behind. Marissa's behavior had changed, and she'd tried to reconnect with her remaining sibling. It had also been the start of a change in her personality. She'd become a lot more aggressive and confrontational. Marissa practically bit my head off when I'd suggested using Strike Force 22 resources to find Mary. "In any case, give the girls a kiss for me," Marissa said before turning off the laptop. I leaned back in my chair, now dressed in a black business suit with a red tie. "How's the family?" "Good," Marissa said. "Well, they're constantly complaining about money and how I'm not there to help them even though they live rent-free as well as have free access to my bank account." "Any of that left?" I asked. "Not much," Marissa said, grumbling. "It's one of the unfairnesses in life that you are allowed to keep your fortune from killing all those people the society asked you to. If you need money, I'm happy to give it to you. Set your family up for life." "I don't want your blood money," Marissa snapped, surprising me. Her words stung like a slap, and I looked away. "Fair enough." Marissa grimaced. "Sorry, that was unnecessarily harsh." "Was it?" Marissa looked down. "I mentioned I wanted to speak to you earlier, in private." "You sure you don't want to sleep before we have any big life-altering conversations?" I asked, fully expecting her to break up with me after that line. "No," Marissa said, taking a deep breath. "I'm like on my 50th cup of coffee." "So your daily diet?" Marissa laughed. "Stop that." "Stop what?" I asked, smiling. "Being charming," Marissa said, frowning. "This is hard enough as it is." The smile ran away from my face. "I see. You want to end what we have?" "Gee, I don't know what we have." "Because this was an assignment?" I asked, leaning forward. "Because it was an assignment," Marissa said, looking like she was reconsidering what she was saying. "Because it's still an assignment." I closed my eyes. I'd always suspected. Hell, I knew. But it was still awful to hear it confirmed. "I see. I was supposed to get into the society, get close to a letter using whatever means I could, and then get all the information I could, subverting any members I could in the process." "And it worked," I said, giving her the golf clap,
Congratulations.
You made it complicated, Marissa said, sighing. Very complicated.
You fell in love with your mark? I asked. It happens. Lie to yourself enough and you start to believe your own press.
I don't know what I feel,
Marissa said, hardening her expression and straightening her back. Whatever she was going to tell me was gone now. I was sure of it.
I had this big confession to tell you and a bunch of secrets, things that terrify me. But it occurs to me I don't know if I can trust you with them. You're as secretive in your own way.
I see, I said, wondering what it was. Did she have a boyfriend, girlfriend, secret loyalty to another intelligence agency? Did she want to move in together? It annoyed me I wasn't going to find out. Marissa narrowed her eyes.
What do you feel for me?
We all seek out connections, I said, taking a deep breath. God, family, friends, coworkers, and lovers. I was born as a replacement goldfish for Dr. Rebecca Gordon, that woman trying to recreate her dead son in a letter project. I want all of what comes from a normal human life. But I'm in a world where lies and betrayal are the breast milk of my infancy.
Marissa scrunched up her nose. Okay, that's a squicky metaphor.
Just go with it, I said, sighing. I have very few friends in the world, Marissa. You're one of them. I can't judge what a healthy relationship looks like since I've never had one. I've betrayed and tried to kill just about everyone else I've cared about since they've done the same. It doesn't change what I feel, though, which is seriously fucked up.
No shit, Marissa said. Is that why you spared Lucita?
Lucita was a name that hadn't popped up in recent years. The daughter of the now-defunct Carnivale cartel's leader. She was an accomplished assassin in shell. Lucita had been a ruthless killer. How could she not be with her upbringing? But I developed an affection for her while undercover. In the end, I had chosen to let her go even as the Italian authorities had descended upon her. This despite her wanting to kill me for betraying her and her father. Despite her having tried to kill Marissa. I leaned back. Yes, it was.
She tried to kill us.
A lot of people have tried to kill us. S just tried to kill us, and Persephone is probably holding her leash.
And you want to just let that go, then?
Marissa asked, sounding more confused than offended, perhaps even hopeful. I don't see much point in revenge.
It's not revenge to want to avoid people who have tried to kill you or see them taken down.
If you say so.
Marissa blinked. That's what I'm talking about, G. I don't get you.
What don't you get?
You're one of the nicest people I know. You never raise your voice, love cats, and listen to me drone on for hours. The worst thing I can say about you is you spend too much time playing video games and overspend on suits. Then you can shut it off like a light switch and kill anyone you're pointed at. It doesn't make sense to me.
I hesitated to say, it's the way I was made. I suspected that wouldn't take this conversation anywhere good. I knew if I was honest, then this would be the end of everything, when what I really wanted was her to stay with me. So I decided to be manipulative and let her believe what she wanted to believe about me. I'm haunted by the deaths of the people I've killed, I said, lying. I had guilt over a couple of people I'd killed, but not so much that it was crippling. Without the drugs the society has given me, I can't cope with it the way I used to. I want to fight for something good and pure in my life, which is part of the reason I joined with you. In truth, I didn't believe Sarah Douglas was worth fighting for. She was a corporatist technocrat who had a cult of personality as well as an utter unwillingness to compromise with her enemies. She was, in a very real way, an American fascist, and the fact that she was good at her job was the only thing separating her from a half-dozen other tin-pot dictators spread across the globe.
What was the rest of the reason? Marissa asked, looking like she was about to say more before stopping.
You? I said, telling the truth. I can compartmentalize better than just about anyone else on the planet. That's not the reason I'm doing any of this, though. I'm doing it because of the people I care about, same as anyone else.
Can you care about me? Do you even know what that means?
Caring about you is karaoke night at your apartment where you sung the entirety of the Rocky Horror Picture Show in Spanish. It's knowing I don't trust President Douglas, but I trust your judgment. That was a mixture of truth and lies. The fact is I don't know who was the right guy, or who was the wrong half the time. But I do know, working for Strike Force 22, I'm being pointed at some serious bad guys, so removing them makes the world an objectively better place. That's as close as I can manage to doing the right thing. I wanted to find something worth fighting for. I really did. It just wasn't Sarah Douglas or the International Refugee Society. Everywhere I turned, it seemed those people who hid behind the flag or the greater good tended to be worse than those who made no illusions about being scumbags. Some days I wished I could look up Daniel Gordon's former associates and find out how the man I'd been based on justified this job. That had been part of the reason I'd killed Parker, to silence the connections to a man I could never be more than a pale imitation of. I knew Daniel Gordon only as the man who'd killed hundreds of people in the service to his country and won many medals. Strike Force 22 had been his baby until he'd gone missing during a routine mission in Russia. They'd eventually found his body, burnt beyond all recognition, and it made me wonder if that was a worse fate than slow death by cybernecrosis. Marissa was silent for a long time. "Do you ever think about what you would do if you weren't a killer?" "Yes." Marissa waited for elaboration. "I have the typical tropical island dream of you and me. I also think about simply being. My dreams used to be getting Daniel Gordon's memories, though, back when I thought they were mine. I thought I'd have a family and life to fall back on." "You could still look up Daniel Gordon's wife and child. They'd believe you to be him, probably, however improbable that is." It was a monstrous suggestion and surprised me. It made me wonder if Marissa was trying to get me out of the way of something. "I think that'd be a terrible thing to do. I'm not a dead man, and I'm not going to steal his family." "Good," Marissa said half-heartedly. "That's the answer I wanted to hear." I glared at her, annoyed. "Were you testing me?" "Weren't you me?" Marissa raised an eyebrow. "I can never tell when you're lying to me or not. You're too good at it." Marissa had me there. On the other hand, when people were obsessive about the truth, I often suspected it was because they had something to hide. "There's something more you're not telling me, isn't there?" "I was ordered by the president to keep our relationship going," Marissa said, looking to one side. "She said to keep you happy for as long as you worked for her." I could tell it wasn't what she'd really wanted to tell me, but it was a big revelation nonetheless. "Yeah, I suspected she was doing that." "You don't?" "I did," Marissa said. "For months, I pretended to be your girlfriend, even though it was supposed to be a short-term assignment. I pretended even as you and I grew closer, and it became impossible to tell what was real and what wasn't." I frowned. I thought it was real. "It couldn't be real while I was under orders," Marissa said, looking disgusted. But I couldn't tell if it was the situation or herself. There was more she wasn't telling me, and I realized now, whatever her secret was, it was something she felt guilty about. Then the pregnancy happened, and I wanted to do something for myself. I had a suspicion of where she was going with this. "You cheated on me?" "Can you cheat on someone in a fake relationship?" Marissa asked, using the single most devastating words she possibly could have. I was still for the next few seconds. The words of Vess resounded in my ear, and I tried to avoid saying something I'd regret. "Who?" I asked. "It doesn't matter." "It does." I was angry because she'd done it to hurt me, to spit on our relationship. A fake relationship, apparently, just like all my others. Marissa relaxed, perhaps realizing I wasn't that sort of person, contract killer or not. "Are you sure? Tell me." There was no threat in my voice, just icy cold disdain. Marissa answered finally. "Gerard." "When?" "Last month, the 12th, when we were having a layover after recruiting W." And so I lose another friend. I had always treated Gerard like a confidant. He was a prisoner of the society just like I was, just like James. but he was someone I thought I could rely on. The fact he'd done this hurt almost as bad as the fact that Marissa had done it with him. He'd stood in front of me, talked with me, and done so with that secret. I was furious in that moment. Not because Gerard and Marissa had been together, but I could tell she was making up this story. It was a deflection to make me think she was admitting to something dark, so I wouldn't question what she'd really decided to hide. I could tell by her body language. Marissa was normally a consummate liar, but this one was clearly made up on the spot. I was sure if I ever talked to Gerard, I'd find out he'd slept with every woman in Strike Force 22 but Marissa. The 12th as of the date confirmed it, since I knew Gerard had secretly spent it with W. The promise of sex with him had been one of the lures I'd used to bring her over to our side. Marissa looked down. It wasn't to hurt you, G. It was exactly to hurt me. To strike a blow for your freedom against someone who'd been a patsy for you this entire time. I was angry, and let that anger pour forth, even if I let her think it was because of her non-existent cheating. Hell, I still slept with prostitutes. If she wanted sexual comfort elsewhere, I wouldn't have cared. I'd offered to make a devil's threesome for her birthday once. The fact that she'd chosen Gerard for her supposed paramour meant she wanted her evasion to be painful. Something to anger me, so I didn't question the details. She should have known better. Gee, Marissa started to say. I clenched my teeth. I even killed my father because of you. You wanted to kill Dr. Gordon, Marissa said, her expression darkening. Don't blame that on me. Hell, I shouldn't have left you alone with him. We were supposed to take him in alive. You're right, I corrected myself. You shouldn't have left me alone with him. You knew what I was going to do and chose to side with me over the president. It's why I was glad to betray the society. We'll talk about business, I said. I won't respond to anything else. I need time to process this. Marissa stared at me, then lowered her gaze. Now was the time to come clean with the truth if she was ever going to. She didn't. It was a long plane ride to Tokyo, and then train ride to Kobe. But a quiet one. Chapter 12. Rather than head directly to Japan in the private jet, which would announce to the world, "Assassins are on to you, Persephone," I decided to have it go on to Seoul, South Korea instead. Once there, Marissa and I exchanged clothes with a pair of actors I'd hired independently of Strike Force 22. My hired help wouldn't be able to fool any agents of the society up close, but I suspected our foes relied more on tips from locals and electronically gathered intelligence than professionals. The actors had been paid to ride the plane to Beijing and meet with 2 local businessmen who were to come to the plane and spend time there. There were plenty of ways that plan could go wrong, such as if the plane was bugged or the pilot compromised, but a lot of spycraft depended on simply throwing shit at the wall and hoping some of it stuck. Either way, Marissa and I took on the identities of fair-haired Canadian tourists working as environmentalists before taking a boat ride around Japan to Kobe. Kobe was the 6th largest city on the island nation, and the capital of Hyogo Prefecture on Honshu. It was a beautiful port city, and just the right mix of out-of-the-way as well as right on top of the action for someone like Persephone to hide. Plenty of idiots in the intelligence community focused their efforts exclusively on the biggest cities in the world or the middle of nowhere. You never really considered the thousands of places in the middle. It was why my go-to spot for hiding in the event of needing to lay low was Cardiff. Kobe was also isolated from the economic meltdown affecting much of the world following the stock market crash on Black Wednesday. As the International Refugee Society remained preoccupied, the forces they controlled were spinning increasingly out of control. Puppets placed in power found themselves forced to act in jobs they had no idea how to perform, while bad-faith actors moved freely. 3 European nations had already gone bankrupt since January, and at least 6 wars had been started. There were already calls for Japan's prime minister to commit suicide, and I hoped that was just the public being funny about cultural stereotypes. But I somehow doubted it. It wasn't that difficult to smuggle my equipment past the locals, since my sniper rifle, explosives, bugs, and other items all fit into a single carry-on case that looked like camera equipment. My only regret was I'd had to deal with dozens of people commenting on how I should just use my cell phone. In any case, after depositing Marissa at a hotel far from the Hotel Ozara Kobe, I disguised myself as a Japanese man with a surgical mask, ball cap, a new set of clothes, wig, contacts, and opaque sunglasses. It was a simple enough disguise, but the best ones were. I was medium build, and that allowed a lot of flexibility in terms of appearance. Besides, since surgical masks were the local symbol for having a cold, no one wanted to get too close. It was about 9 in the evening local time when I was set up on the top of a construction site, about 1.5 kilometers away from the hotel. I'd assembled my sniper rifle, a computer monitoring system, and a thermos of extra-potent coffee at a workstation directly parallel to the hotel. I was wearing a steel-colored plastic tarp over myself like a parka, since it was pouring down rain. The construction site was mostly red steel girders at this part, with a narrow set of wooden walkways in a square formation, an open-air elevator leading down to the finished portions of the construction several dozen feet below, and tools spread about. The shoddy job was due to the fact the company had run out of money roughly halfway through construction, and was currently in the process of litigation over who, if anyone, would take it over. Their ill fortune was my gain. The skyline was lit up with lights, Japan being a country that never really slept these days, and the Hotel Ozara Kobe was the tallest completed building in the city. It was shaped like a jet-black monolith rising from the ground, with the top floors notably lacking windows. The Tanagachi-Yumi Yakuza clan was the largest in the country, and one of the few public criminal organizations with access to black technology. Its influence had been growing in recent years, with police repression backing off in the face of their moving from a multi-million-dollar organization to a multi-billion-dollar one. It was difficult to say what Persephone had offered them to give her sanctuary, but it can't have been good. "We can try this tomorrow, G," Marissa said over our cyberlink, still trying to act friendly to me. "There's no sign of Persephone leaving." "Never let a target out of your sight once you get a look at her," I muttered. "You know that." I checked the scope of my K-2015 sniper rifle, which had color night vision as well as the ability to see through walls. I wasn't clear on the science of it, but honestly, it made sniper work a little too easy. I wasn't the world's best sniper, but thanks to my computer brain, I could make calculations for the wind and Coriolis effect, which most humans couldn't do. Given my electronic eyes, I was capable of shooting in excess of 2 kilometers. That put me in very select company indeed. Indeed, the only reason I didn't have a claim to be the world's best sniper now was a handful of better letters, 2 military cyborgs, and a Canadian prodigy in Afghanistan. "Can you even hit her through all that concrete?" Marissa asked. "If I had to," I said, tapping my computer keyboards. I'd purchased a relatively tiny drone, modified it, and used it to get close to the side of the building's penthouse before attaching it. The only thing I couldn't buy in a store was the C-10 I'd added to the bottom. If I chose to, I could blow a hole in the wall and shoot Persephone through it. That was plan B if I determined I didn't want to recruit her. After Marissa's untrustworthiness, I was feeling less and less generous toward my ex-colleagues. "Then you should take the shot," Marissa said. "No," I said. "Not until I have more information. Have you got the jamming cleared up?" "Yes," Marissa said. "How did you get a bug in a room anyway?" "Cheesecake," I said simply. "The Yakuza have men guarding the kitchens, the waiters, and the delivery carts, but I figured they'd prefer their food fresh from the market every day. When I saw they had cheesecake on the list, I put the bug in there." "Why cheesecake?" "Almost all Asians are lactose intolerant." "And you're not worried about Persephone eating it?" "She hates the crust, one benefit of knowing a target this intimately. Worst-case scenario, though, is she eats it. See, this is the G I remember. I probably could have gone with several other methods of getting the bug up there, from planting it on one of the guards to using something shaped like a fly, but this had felt most appropriate. Besides, it didn't matter how I got the bug inside her office, only that I did. "Just patch it on through," I said, leaning down to look through the scope. Seconds later, a holographic three-dimensional image of the interior of the hotel's penthouse was beamed into my right eye through a single beam of concentrated red light. It said something about how science could go 3 steps forward like this, and yet they hadn't been able to produce a microphone that was better than the soundproofing of the room. The interior of the penthouse was beautiful, with modern art on the walls, a chocolate fountain on a table full of confections, and a massive entertainment center. It was a kind of sad luxury for someone who was clearly not enjoying their imprisonment, and I wondered how badly Persephone wanted to get back to her job. The room had close to a dozen tattooed Yakuza guards standing around. Despite Japan's strict anti-gun laws, they all had Uzis and shotguns, with a couple even sporting assault rifles. All of them had been heavily modified with built-in silencers, though, and it took me a second to note that the soundproofing built into the building would also help them do whatever they needed to do in peace. Persephone herself was sitting on the couch in a casual pair of slacks and a blouse while looking over a laptop. My mentor seemed to be somewhat haggard and had visibly aged in the past 6 months, perhaps because the longevity treatments she'd received as part of the society were no longer being applied. It was also possible she'd simply not put on her makeup, though I'd never taken her for a vain one. I did a double-take then as a tall, long-haired Asian man with pale skin and angular features walked into the room. He was gorgeous, with model-quality looks, but moved with the practiced gentility of a killer. His clothing was custom-tailored, a long trench coat over a $10,000 business suit I recognized as done by an Italian tailor named Luigi Allegri. I knew because he was my tailor, too. "Shit," I muttered. E. I was widely considered to be the 3rd best letter and the 5th or 6th best assassin in the world. I personally disagreed with that assessment of my abilities, but either way, E was somewhere around 9th or 10th on that list. He was meticulous, methodical, calculating. His only weakness was his assistant and lover, Peter Starikov, whom we'd picked up last month. Interesting. That could be very good or very bad. "E is here? That makes things more difficult," Marissa said. "You could say that," I said, trying to suppress my anger over her earlier lies. "Any word on the other 2 anti-tribunal missions?" "Yes," Marissa said. "Neither good. W managed to kill Colonel Matthews's body double, a shell with his appearance. The actual managed to get away in the confusion. The SEAL team sent after Viktor Nechayev suffered 2/3 casualties." "I see," I said, taking a deep breath. "Hopefully they'll let us do our job like professionals." "Cheesecake forever." Marissa's joke was forced. "I should have used the coleslaw," I muttered. "No one eats the coleslaw." A painful wail filled my ears along with a terrible static, which I suspected was another bit of petty revenge on Marissa's part. Afterward, I heard a clear and coherent set of voices, which soon centered around Persephone and E speaking. "Our contact in the White House says your identity has been compromised," E said in French, an easy method of keeping their conversations secret. "We should prepare to move you." "Do they know my location?" Persephone said, also in French. "G is said to have been sent to deal with it, but he's in Seoul and moving on to Beijing from where our spies indicated." "Then they're on another wild goose chase," Persephone said. "We have a meeting with Nechayev and can't miss it." "Use a phone," he said, sounding contemptuous of the woman who once controlled our lives. "It's too risky otherwise." "Hernando's death has complicated matters," Persephone said. "SF-22 is closing in on us. We need to figure out another avenue to transfer funds which we can only access together." "That seems a very poor system for managing money," he said. "It kept us from assassinating each other until now. The only reason I'm part of this little group surviving board is that Clark was stupid enough to share his codes with me. Right now, I only control 1/3 of our resources, and that's not enough to defeat Douglas's pet project." "G is dangerous," he replied. "You should worry about him rather than SF-22. "G is a fool," Persephone said. He fell hard for a not even all that pretty face, and ran to the government's apron strings the moment things got tough. Then why was he your favorite operative? Why is he still alive? Why are we in hiding and discussing what to do now that our treasurer is dead? He said, showing surprising respect for me. We'd never been that close, not like me and S, so I believed his sincerity. Hernando's loss is less important than Delphi's, Persephone said. Another issue we'll deal with at the meeting. As you wish. About Peter. For God's sakes, Persephone said. We'll get him back after the election is over. I still can't see why you're so obsessed with him. Assistants are designed to appeal to letters. They're as artificial as you. What we had was real, he said. Would you be so comfortable if your husband was in danger? I wanted to have him killed on my way out, Persephone snapped. However, having them and my children as potential hostages keeps them from trying to seek out someone truly worth imprisoning. He looked away in disgust. It was too much to hope for that they'd discuss when and where the meeting was going to take place. As useful as this conversation was, especially considering I'd fully expected to wait hours before anything was said, I hadn't gotten anything about when Nechayev was going to arrive. If he did, though, that was an opportunity to take 2 members of the tribunal down. Better still, it would almost certainly lead me to Matthews. Should we tell the White House? Marissa asked. No, I said. We keep the circle small. Very small. I agree, Marissa said. The alphabet agencies have been useless so far. He says they have a mole in the White House, I said, which means not even the president can be trusted. The elevator beside me started moving upward. Looking, I saw it contain 6 Taniguchi Yumishite, or younger brothers. They were all wearing raincoats, but I saw their tattoos, and each of them was carrying a baton, knife, or chain. I had my pistol smuggled in, so I wasn't exactly all that afraid of the group, but the fact that they'd found me disturbed me to no end. I also didn't want to create 6 new corpses, which, unlike in many parts of the world, might get noticed here. If I did that, I might as well just blow the wall of the hotel and take down Persephone now. I'll call you back, Marissa, I said, staring at them. Something just came up. What's going on? Marissa asked, only for me to break our cyberlink. Hey, guys, I said in unaccented Japanese, stretching my arms out. What's happening? I'm just here taking some pictures. You're coming up with us, Gaijin, the lead one said back. He was tall for a Japanese man, equaling my eyes, with coal black eyes and slick black hair. A screaming wolf was tattooed on his neck, with 2 serpents coiled on his cheek. He was holding a chain in his hand, and there was something off about it, not the least being there was a control panel on the end of it. I pulled out my Black Falcon pistol, this time loaded with mere armor-piercing rounds, and waved it at them. I don't think so. I think you gentlemen are going to get back on your elevator and go to the bottom floor. I already had an alternate escape route planned. Unfortunately, their presence was going to result in my having to accelerate my plans. I was going to have to break into the hotel after this and talk to Persephone directly. I gave that a 50-50 chance of not killing me. I don't think so, the leader of the Yakuza said, raising his right hand. He was in his late 20s, his tattoos looking newer than the other men in the group. His posture was also different, more disciplined, with a half-dozen signs of serious military training. It was a stark contrast to the others, who had likely had no education but the streets, as unforgiving a sensei as that might be. My attention was soon focused on the small gold wedding band he wore, which was now vibrating. I'm packed for people like you. My gun became extraordinarily hot in an instant, and I was forced to drop it. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Black technology? I asked, holding my burned hand. More like gray, the Yakuza leader said. It's the Wild West out there lately. Now you coming, or? I looked down at my feet where a rusted paint can lay and proceeded to kick it into the face of the Yakuza leader, taking advantage of my enhanced speed and strength to start punching and kicking into vital spots across the human body. Letters practiced a unique form of combat called Battle Angel, which was a mixture of Krav Maga, Kali, and Marine CQC. It was about beating the shit out of someone in rapid succession so he couldn't get up to retaliate. It was a handy fighting technique when used by a normal human being. When done by a cyborg, it was a nightmare. I honestly don't think the first three saw me coming before they were on the ground groaning in agony, with a fourth down as he tried to stab me. I could have taken them all down if I had more maneuvering room, but the downside of my situation occurred when one of the two remaining Yakuza went for his gun, taking a step back, only to fall back over the edge. I reached to grab for him, still hoping to minimize casualties, when the fallen Yakuza leader wrapped his chain around my neck and pulled me back. The one I was trying to save fell downward, a dozen floors, disappearing as he screamed. The Yakuza should have been unconscious or dead from the blow I dealt him with a paint can, but he pulled me back with the force of several men. "Bad move," the Yakuza leader said. "Now taste the Raiden." Right before the chain around my neck electrified, he held it around me until my body shut down. Or at least my brain did. Chapter 13. Memories. I had so few of them, so few I could call my own, and almost all of them were full of violence and despair. Emptiness. I wish I could have called up memories of Marissa, or even S, but their shared betrayals left only bitter emptiness where there should have been love and affection. Instead, my dreams only fell back to an endless series of missions and assassinations. It was a rare person who could say they knew exactly what to do with their life, but I existed solely for a single purpose: killing. In my dream, it was less than 3 weeks ago, and I was already spreading out my services from the president to worse people. In this case, I was doing a hit for the Russian Bratva in exchange for Hernando's location. They were fully capable of eliminating most individuals in the country, but this one was a bit beyond their powers. It took place in a leveled town of Dagestan called Kizlyurt. Once it had been home to over 30,000 souls, but an insurgency sponsored by the conglomerate had resulted in the town falling to terrorists, only to have a government, Dagestan or Russia, bomb the hell out of it. It was still disputed who'd essentially turned it into a ghost town. Walking through the location was a singular experience, as while the fighting had died down, it was still equivalent to traveling through a city-sized cemetery. Hundreds of apartment buildings, schools, and offices laughed, as they were that fateful day when they'd been turned into targets. I wasn't a superstitious man, but being at the heart of a massacre of 20,000 people, I felt surrounded by restless spirits. I was heavily bundled up, and a light snow fell upon me. I was lugging a heavy Steyr HS 50 caliber anti-material rifle and a backpack full of supplies. The Steyr wasn't a product of Karmacorp or Black Technology, but a weapon of Austrian manufacture my employers had provided me. I'd modified it myself this time, and also custom-made a single bullet for maximum armor penetration, followed by a second for accuracy. My target this time was Peter Akhmadov. He was a Chechen freedom fighter or terrorist, depending on what your politics were. The Russian mob had been, unwittingly, funneling a lot of weaponry and supplies to his organization through intermediaries. The society had been financing his organization, translated roughly as Freedom's Pride for some time, to make trouble for the Russians. The idea was the FSB and military would fail to rein him in until the government was forced to call in the society, which would then wrap up his organization in a few days. That would lead to vast amounts of gratitude as well as new work opportunities for the society in a land which traditionally used its own assassins. With the society's withdrawal, it had gone out of control, and all of its connections feared it was going to be exposed. It was my job to clean up the mess. Walking through the overgrown weeds and gravel, I checked my backpack for food and water before climbing up the side of a rusted Ferris wheel that had been without power or maintenance for 30 years. And I waited. For 2 days. The satellites which carried my signal to Strike Force 22 were out of range, and I was alone with my thoughts the entire time. Given Peter and his group could appear at any time, I couldn't read or distract myself. Instead, I slept in short, controlled bursts, and contemplated why I did what I did. Did I do it for money? No, I could have retired on what I had by now. Morality? No. Simply because I was good at it. That wasn't it either. I only realized the reason when the Society's AR-27 Whisper stealth chopper carrying Peter arrived. It was so silent I almost didn't hear it coming, but had settled down to meet with Thomas Beckham, one of the Society's mid-level bureaucrats. Beckham was meeting Peter on the dull gray, snow-covered rooftop of the Civic Building with a gaggle of hangers-on, which should have been an easy shot from my position. Unfortunately, they'd landed the helicopter between me and my target. Sheer unlucky coincidence. But one I'd prepared for. Taking in wind speed, the likely positions of both men, and 100 other factors, I shot 2 modified bullets in rapid succession. The first blew a hole in the side of the cockpit, and the second went through both Peter and Beckham's hearts. Even I was impressed by the results. More so by the fact that I was 3.5 kilometers away before they even thought to check the half-collapsed cathedral I stood on. Why did I do what I did? Because I simply didn't know anything else. It was thinking about that successful sniper mission that put me in mind of my current clusterfuck of one, even as I was awakened from my reminiscences by someone throwing an old cold drink in my face. "Gah!" I said, suddenly awake. I was now tied to a chair in a perfumed hotel room. I suspected I was in the Hotel Tankawa, which was right down the street from the construction site. It was less luxurious than the Hotel Ozara Kobe, and done up in a Western style with a king-sized bed, shag carpet, and a very bad view, as the window directly faced an adjoining building's concrete. The latter made it perfect for a wary assassin, though, and I had to compliment whoever had brought me here. There were 2 Yakuza present, with the door to the bathroom open. The first was the leader of the group that had taken me down, looking bored. The second was a younger man who had his fists balled up as he looked at me, a murderous rage in his eyes. I'd seen that look before and knew it was a man who wanted to kill me, personally, for revenge. Strange. I'd never seen him before in my life. He wasn't one of the group of thugs who'd attacked me on the construction site roof. I attempted to contact Marissa, but found the signal for my transmission jammed. It was another sign this group of Yakuza had access to technology they shouldn't have. The thing was, if Persephone was behind them, I wouldn't have been brought here. I'd have been double-tapped in the back of the head or reprogrammed. Strange. I got my answer as to who was responsible for my incarceration seconds later, when one of the world's most beautiful women stepped out of the bathroom. She was Italian, tall, blonde, and athletic, yet curvaceous in a way that defied the artificial measurement so popular in American cinema, instead invoking a statue. I preferred dark-haired women generally and gave Priyanka Chopra the #1 slot on my list, but Lucida Biondi was up there. She was dressed in a white robe that just barely opened to her right leg, and her hair was wet from the shower. I was in the hands of one of those assassins who might be better than me, one whose father I'd killed. "Hello, Lucida," I said, taking a deep breath and wondering if I was going to be tortured again. Lucio Biondi had used electricity during our last meeting, fully intending to free me and my genitals before killing me. Lucida walked over to a Keurig she'd set up and began fixing herself a cup of coffee. She used homemade cups and scooped the grounds from an unmarked tin can. "I'm glad to see you're finally awake." Her friendliness was as unnerving as any threat. "Killing terrorists in Russia." "Call of Duty fan, huh?" Lucida asked, absently. I stared at her, then shook my head. No, this memory was real. Was it? Lucida cocked her head to one side. "Can you trust anything you remember when they can just go inside and reprogram what's there?" The truth was I couldn't, so I didn't speak. "I thought not," Lucida said. That was part of the nightmare I endured every day. The knowledge that I couldn't trust what few memories I did possess. I had the worst of both worlds. Not enough memories to develop a coherent lived-in life, and a scattered few that could be changed by the person with the right codes or machinery. Thankfully, at least as far as I knew, the International Refugee Society was the only part with access to the latter. One of my chief worries was that by acquiring people like Persephone, President Douglas would be able to change me at her leisure. It was the only hesitation I had at bringing her back in alive.
"Coffee?"
Lucida asked, gesturing to the Keurig. "Sure, why not?" I said, wondering where this was going. That was when the angry Yakuza exploded. "Why are you talking to him like this? He killed my brother." "Did I?" I asked, genuinely surprised.
"The man who fell off the rig," Lucida said, looking between us. "The one you tried to save. He wants you to die horribly for it."
I closed my eyes. "That's a fair cop."
"Hitoshi,"
Lucida looked at the Yakuza leader.
"Would you be a dear and take care of Juro?"
"Yes, ma'am," the Yakuza leader, Hitoshi, said, then wrapped his chain around the younger man and proceeded to electrocute him. Unlike me, though, I doubted he would get back up again.
"Thank you," Lucida said. "Put him in the bathroom shower stall and leave us be. I'll send someone to fetch the body."
Hitoshi gave a nod, then dragged the body to the bathroom, leaving it as Lucida instructed, closing the door and departing. "That's loyalty," I said, confused as to what was going on.
"Not really," Lucida said. "Saito Hitoshi is an undercover operative for the Public Security Intelligence Agency. We've been working together for several weeks and developed an odd friendship when I helped him settle a debt with a rival operative. Said operative killed his lover, a Zanichi Korean prostitute. He is now with me until the end of my work here."
"Sounds like quite a story."
"Life is made of little moments like that."
Lucida finished making her 2 cups of coffee.
"Cream?"
"Yes, please."
"Blasphemer," Lucida said, pouring it anyway. "It ruins the flavor, as my father always said."
"He's a coffee connoisseur in between terrorism and torture?"
I tested my bindings, wondering if I could get them loose. "He was Italian," Lucida said, smiling. "So, yes."
"So, are we going to start with torture or just get to the execution after you explain how much I ruined your life?"
Lucida sat down on the edge of the bed, holding her cup of coffee. "You can break those bonds easily. They're zip ties."
I did, surprised. Cautiously, I asked, "What is this?"
"When you infiltrated the Carnivali 6 months ago, I hated you for using me. I hated you for killing my father, destroying the organization, and getting me tortured. I most of all hated you for sparing my life. I thought it was you showing just how much contempt you had for me as an assassin."
"No, it wasn't."
Lucida took a sip of her coffee. "I realized that after spending the first few months on the run, I'd lost my fame, my fortune, and my legacy, but that forced me to confront some genuinely hard facts."
"Such as?" I asked, still not sure if this was a trap or not.
"My father never accepted me for what I was. He called me a deviant and a monster. I was horrifically abused and made to feel like it was deserved, just because I was born one way and chose to become another. Even when I gained enough independence to know he was a monster for it, I believed it was worthwhile if I became ruler of the Carnivali."
"Except being beaten, raped, and tortured as long as it makes you queen?"
"Yes."
"I would have been pissed off at being raised to be an assassin in the first place."
"You were as well. Are you angry at your creators for making you a killer rather than one of the killed?"
"Some days. Also, I find that killers usually die by violence. The whole live by the sword, die by the sword business. I found it better than the alternative, but wasn't about to tell Lucida that. She might consider it permission."
"True." Lucida looked down at her cup of coffee. "With no kingdom to inherit, I realized you had done me a favor by killing my father. Furthermore, you had given me my life back. For that I have decided to pardon you for your transgressions against House Biondi."
I blinked. "Just like that?"
"Oh, I still might kill you, but I'm willing to give you a chance to make me an offer."
I smirked. "An offer, huh?"
"I've been an independent contractor for the past few months, working primarily for the Italian government, and now I'm on loan to the Japanese. I have been trying to track down the Society's leadership in exile, and I've successfully done so with one of them." I blinked. "We've failed to have any leads until now, despite the entire United States at our back." "So I've heard. I imagine if you were doing this yourself, you would have tracked them all down and killed them by now. They have high level of friends in the government, keeping them informed of your movements." I gritted my teeth and grumbled something about loose lips sinking ships. "You realize the Taniguchi clan is working with Persephone?" "Indeed," Lucida said. "I managed to ingratiate myself with the Society by offering my services to her for looking for security leaks. I managed to pick you up at the Cheesecake Factory and followed you to the construction site. I confess it was as much by chance as anything. I was coming to get a cheese wheel." I laughed. "So my cover is blown." "Hardly," Lucida said. "They're reporting to their bosses about this now, but those are all my plans. Honestly, I was debating whether to hit Persephone tonight. She has a meeting with another member of the tribunal. I need someone who can help me take down their bodyguards, though." "Can you trust the PSIA?" I asked. "Not at all," Lucida said, "which is why everything I have told them is a lie." I smirked. I should have done that. "Yes, you should have. Government work exists for the purposes of serving the interests of the assassin, not the nations which employ them. Remember that, and you might go far in this world." I sighed. "It sounds like you're making me an offer." "Yes," Lucida said, climbing onto my lap. "I'd like to work for Strike Force 22 with certain considerations." I felt my body respond to hers. "I think we can arrange that." She kissed me on the lips. "Good." Lucida slipped off her robe. Chapter 14. The sex was enjoyable, but emotionless on my part. I needed Lucida, and the fact that she needed me meant it was important we sealed the deal with more than just our words. I didn't know how much more sex was than words, but it felt like something more, and that was perhaps why we did it. Besides, it was a bit of comfort for both of us. Another rainstorm began as we lay together in bed, the water dropping down on the side of the window. I debated contacting Marissa to let her know I was all right, but I couldn't. I needed time to decompress. There had been a time when I would have been able to do all of this with the mechanical efficiency of a machine, but that had passed. That was the reason the letters existed, after all. If we didn't have pasts, didn't have families, didn't have attachments, and didn't have beliefs, then we were the perfect killing machines. I knew letters who had wiped out whole families and poisoned children. They were dead now, thankfully, but they could have easily been me, even if my hands still bore innocent blood. I wondered what it must have been like for Lucida, who had a father, a mother, family, and a home, only for all of it to be profoundly fucked up. She'd opened up to me only a little during our collaboration in destroying the Carnivali, but what she'd alluded to was a betrayal of everything I wanted from a family. Her father had ordered the zombie, his greatest assassin, to do unmentionable things to her during training to push her for changing her body. He tried to flay her alive, and had almost left the Carnivali to her deranged half-brother. A man I'd arranged for her to murder. I wondered if she was thinking of that right now. Ever read Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash? Richard K. Morgan's Altered Carbon? Neuromancer? Lucida surprised me by asking. Apparently, she'd been thinking of 80s and 90s science fiction. I looked over at her. Those are cyberpunk novels, right? I'll take that as a no. Not much time for reading in the past 5 years. I knew the plots, since Daniel Gordon had been a fan of the genre. I had most of his knowledge downloaded into my head like any other data. All of his skills, but only a handful of his memories, making me the Coke Zero of the man he'd used to be. Lucida gave a half-smile. You should correct that. Yes, they're cyberpunk novels. They're also something which I believe holds the key to the future. I never would have taken you for a geek. It was better conversation than about assassination, murder, and terrorism. I'd had enough of those for a lifetime. What, a girl can't like speculative fiction while possessing a banging body? Lucida asked, chuckling as she sat up in the bed. I suppose exceptions can be made. Especially when one's body is cybernetic, Lucida said. But what I'm saying is I actually believe the futures depicted in those books are coming to pass. You'll forgive me if I'm skeptical, says the clone. She had a point there. Do go on. Lucida leaned back and took a puff off her cigarette. We're in what I call the pre-cyberpunk stage of social evolution. Black technology is only now starting to break down all of the traditional social and economic models the old world depended on. Corporations with access to it are changing laws, as well as absorbing all the smaller corporations without it. Black technology governments are becoming invisible empires, controlling networks of countries which can't compete. Wealth distribution is becoming technological distribution, with the haves and the have-nots becoming divided by insurmountable barriers created through lack of net access. You've put a lot of thought into this. I have to. Wars will cease to be solved by individual fighters, but become instead determined by corporate mercenaries like ourselves or the use of drones. With no risk to the soldiers of black technology nations, disadvantaged nations will be forced to work solely through assassins, criminal syndicates, and terrorists to achieve social change. Governments will exist purely for themselves. I think you're overstating matters. Am I? Or is that not already happening outside? I thought about the fact that I was a clone with an electronic brain, a bioroid, if you will, hunting down a criminal conspiracy running its own assassination network for the purposes of making money via political change. It was fucking Blade Runner meets Spectre with a side order of murder hoboery. So we're a cyberpunk spy story? I asked, smiling. Lucida snuggled close. Yes. I chuckled. What brought this on? I was thinking about when I went from being the person who was the hero in stories to being the villain, Lucida said. The Italian government and PSIA thinks I'm a psychopath. Do you? I think you were raised in a way that wasn't conducive to moral behavior. I don't think psychopaths spend much time thinking about what other people think, though. I suppose they don't. Lucida looked over at the clock. Un momento. Lucida picked up the television remote to turn it on. Flipping through the channels, she settled on a dubbed science fiction program. It was The Rules of Supervillainy with Wentworth Miller as Merciless and Lucida Biondi as the grossly miscast Cindy. It was a medium-budget sci-fi channel production they'd hoped to turn into a series before it had been derailed by, well, Lucida's being an assassin. The Carnivale had been swept under the rug, but I imagine she was on quite a few no-fly lists, B-list celebrity or not. My only major acting job, Lucida said. I often wonder what it would have been like to live the cover I cultivated for most of my life. I still choose to live some of it. I could have changed my face 100 times since then, but I can't because I've grown attached to the fake daughter of a fake decent man. Do you ever think of the aliases you've sported? No, I said, disappointing her. Instead, I think of Daniel Gordon. The man you were cloned from? Yeah. It was like admitting the porn stash under your bed was yours. It was obvious, but you didn't want to admit it. What was he like? Lucida asked. Son of 2 Karma Corp scientists, child prodigy, mathematics and linguistics genius. Chose to become a soldier instead of a scientist. Became an Army Ranger before doing numerous black ops for the CIA. Founded Strike Force 22 for first-term President Douglas. Married a fashion model. 1 child. A lifetime of facts. Very little detail on the actual man. I actually went to meet a few of his former comrades with a false face. All of them painted a picture of a charismatic man no one ever really knew. The kind of person destined for something amazing if he could avoid getting himself killed first. How did he die? No idea, I said. They're keeping that detail close to their chests, which means they're hiding something. Perhaps he's still alive. I hope not. Why? Then he's being a real asshole to his family. Lucida laughed that time, like she thought it was truly funny, and I suppose from her perspective it was. It was already 2 hours later, so we needed to focus on business now. When is Persephone meeting with Nechayev? A few more hours, Lucida said. Nechayev and she are going to meet to discuss moving all of their finances into one single slush fund. Why would they do that? When people usually do that, they're scared, Lucida said. I think it's Colonel Matthews who convinced them to go against the president, and he's the one who is insisting they stay the course. That was another interesting piece of the puzzle. It also indicated the situation was more desperate than it appeared, given how much Nechayev was reputed to hate women. How did you learn this? Lucida smirked. I was hired to kill Nechayev and his bodyguard by Persephone. She wanted an outside contractor to do it, since the reason the letters are so trustworthy to do their job is the very reason they're fragmenting now. The loyalty of letters is overstated, I said. Look at me. You're guaranteeing the society will continue to function into the next decade. Institutional loyalty is always easier to cultivate than personal. I didn't have a chance to respond, because the door to the hotel room flung itself open. Saito Hitoshi was trying to use his chain against Marissa. She was dressed in a raincoat over a plaid dress, with a white button-down shirt. Hitoshi swung again at her before she kicked him in the chest, grabbing his wrist, hurling him over her shoulder, and stamping her foot over his neck. Marissa then lifted up his arm and held it fast. Where the hell is— Marissa looked up to see us in bed. Oh, for the love of Christ, really, G? Oh, she's still alive? Lucida said. I'm surprised. Please don't kill her associate, I said, sliding out of bed. I've made a deal. Marissa didn't let him go. With a psychopath? Lucida moved faster than a human woman. She was at Marissa's side in a literal eye blink and had her neck in her grip. With a simple flick of her wrist, the shell could kill her. I am not a psychopath. Lucida blinked when she heard the chambering of a round behind her head. Are you faster than a speeding bullet? I was already behind her, my gun in hand, and if a second slower, then a lot faster than she'd ever expected. Then again, I'd never really pushed my cybernetics to the limit. Shells would always be faster, stronger, and tougher than humans augmented with cybernetics, even clones like myself, but I came close. You're a love 'em and leave 'em sort of guy, aren't you? Lucida said. No, don't hurt Marissa and we're cool. I was angry at her, but it surprised me to discover I still cared. That was annoying. As you wish. Lucida let go of Marissa, then affixed the door back into place, before putting the chain on. Let go of my associate, and I won't be forced to end our newly formed alliance. I don't have enough friends in the world to give up even one. Marissa, I said, let him go. Marissa did so. I thought you were dead these 2 hours. Sorry, I said. I needed to resolve things. I looked away. Oh, for God's sakes, Lucida said, looking between us and perhaps now realizing our past. You really are a wannabe James Bond, aren't you? Wannabe? I asked, offended. Hitoshi, still on the ground, spoke up. At the risk of interrupting the 2 naked super soldiers arguing over me, I think you should probably focus on the fact that 2 of the tribunal are in Kobe. If you can take them down, then this might mean the end of the society as a serious threat. Also, I'd like to get up off the ground. Sure, Marissa said, stepping away and removing her foot from his neck. Sorry about beating. Please do not bring it up again, Hitoshi said, rising from the ground and dusting himself up. I mean that. Going over to my clothes, I slipped on my underwear and pants before handing Lucida her robe. Lucida took it and slipped it on. Marissa took a deep breath before shaking her head. So, the last living member of the Carnivali is our ally now. Yes, I said. And we're going to offer her— what? She's joining us, I said. I'm not sure I have the authority to do that, Marissa said. I do, I said, aware that the president wouldn't care about her past as long as Lucida was willing to kill for her. Marissa shook her head. And we're going to take down Persephone and Nechayev, now? Yes. Right, Marissa said. Well, then I guess I'm okay with that. It was very clear, of course, by her posture that she was not. In that moment, 100 different ways of persuading her over to my position came to mind.
It was one of the problems I had with the discovery of my true nature. Not all of the cybernetic enhancements built into me were related to combat. They'd also installed into my head machinery and training that was designed to pick up 1,000 different clues. I could control the modulation of my voice and posture so that no one, not even the keenest spy, could tell from my body language whether I was lying. I could even manipulate the pheromones and chemicals my skin produced, though I'd never actually had to do that. I had faith in my ability to convince people to my point of view without those kinds of tricks. Right now, though, I'd just take her agreement. "You should describe the location," I said, already imagining what I was going to do there. "The Wilder West Eatery," Lucida explained, pulling out an e-cigarette from her desk. Seriously, were those a thing now? "It's an American-themed restaurant. I don't see the point personally. Why come to Japan if you're not going to eat like a local? Cheese aside." "We should take Persephone alive," I said, buttoning my shirt. "Not Nechayev, though." Persephone and I had a previous working relationship. Nechayev, though, would never forget what I'd done to him. While he might never strike against the president, he'd certainly strike against me. It was best to look after my own interests in this situation, and that meant keeping the tribunal's survivors down to one. "Why the sudden burst of conscience?" Hitoshi said. "I thought they removed your conscience when they made you letters." I smiled. "I'm just a lovable, sweet teddy bear." "I don't care as long as I get paid." Lucida chuckled as she started to get dressed. "Do you mind giving me some privacy? A girl has to keep some mystery." Hitoshi turned around and Marissa looked at me. I turned to one side, not taking my eye off her. Chapter 15. Approximately a half-hour later, our group was standing on top of a nearby roof overlooking the Wilder West restaurant. It was a garish neon-covered building with a prominent anime girl in a cowboy hat on the top of it. It wasn't the sort of building where you'd expect supervillain-esque criminal masterminds to be holding a secret meeting, but that was sort of the point, wasn't it? Most of my exchanges of information had been done in McDonald's. A second glance at the location told me it was better prepared than virtually any other building in Kobe. There was an underground parking lot, windows made of tinted, reinforced, bulletproof glass, only 2 exits that were both difficult to escape from, and lots of undercover security pretending to be staff. Nice. "This isn't going to be easy," Marissa said, looking with a pair of binoculars to the site below. "Where would the fun in that be?" Lucida was wearing a pair of blue jeans, a black cocktail dress, a heavy coat over it, and a set of sunglasses. She didn't look remotely Japanese, but anything distinguishable was blurred by the attire. "I'm not in this for fun," Marissa said with just a tinge of jealousy. "I'm in this to serve my country." "Which country is that?" Lucida asked. "The country which serves the interests of business, the one which claims to be for the equality of all, or the one which is desperately trying to hold on to its position of being the most powerful nation on Earth when everyone is coming up rapidly from behind?" "The one it might become," Marissa replied. "Ah," Lucida said, "the easiest one to defend." I didn't bother to use binoculars, but just focused with my enhanced vision. I saw at least 15 people armed throughout the restaurant. Persephone had arrived 2 minutes ago, and according to Lucida, would be there for a half-hour before Nechayev's arrival. It was an unusually long time to wait for someone at a secret meeting, and it set my teeth on edge. Assassination was inherently a lone wolf game, as the more people involved caused more problems to occur. Persephone and the other members of the tribunal were ghosts, even when it was only Marissa and I working together. Here, there were Yakuza, Lucida's still nebulous loyalties, the Japanese government, and probably more on what was a mission I'd hoped to keep under even the White House's radar. "When I was with the Carnivali, I'd set a small bomb in the middle of the building and force everyone out before taking Persephone and Nechayev in the chaos. The distraction weakened the guards and made them likely to use the most effective escape routes, making them predictable," Lucida said. "I don't think that's an option now." "Because we're not psychos," Marissa said. "My dear," Lucida laughed, "you clearly don't know how my brother would have done it." "E is the key.
I said, having tried out several scenarios for removing security from play as well as getting them while they departed. If he's following protocol, then he's undoubtedly coordinating with the Taniguchi soldiers. With him co-opted, I can get him to get them to stand down so I can get to Persephone and talk to her. From there, we'll take down Nechayev and call it a day. That's a lot to do in 28 minutes, Marissa said, assuming Nechayev chooses to show up at all. We've had false alarms before. Because of your leaky ship, Lucida said, pulling out a lollipop and putting it in her mouth suggestively. Marissa glared at her. So you say. The Society outfitted the Taniguchi Yumi with advanced weapons, contacts, and training to get rid of anyone who stood in their way. They also made sure many politicians pressured the police to turn away. Hitoshi said, wrinkling his nose in disgust. They were able to do it in Japan, far from their center of operations, and they've undoubtedly done it in the United States. I wanted to see them taken down more than anyone, but if you want to make a deal, go ahead. Whatever gets her off my turf. Right, Marissa said, looking away guiltily. I understand. Gee, could I have a moment? We're a bit pressed for time, I said, actually grateful for the distraction. I had two options for E, and that involved either killing, then impersonating him, or convincing him to come over to my side. The problem was, both of them would be damned hard. E wasn't like the locals here, and I wasn't sure I could take him. He was also stupidly loyal. It'll only take a moment, Marissa said. Hitoshi and Lucida exchanged a look, clearly not happy about a private conversation being had between their co-conspirators. Honestly, I wasn't sure why she didn't contact me through our cyberlink. Okay, I said, walking over to the other side of the rooftop. There on the ground were two bound and gagged Yakuza who were supposed to provide security for this roof with Hitoshi's people. His cover was going to be blown after tonight, but I'd managed to persuade Lucida not to kill them. The body count for this mission was already uncomfortably high. Yes? I asked, sticking my hands in my jacket pockets. You should kill Persephone, Marissa said, surprising me, and Nechayev. I blinked, surprised by this line of questioning. I'd expected something related to having sex with Lucida, which showed I'd underestimated Marissa. Oh? I asked. Why? Persephone has access to all of the Society's former resources, as well as the knowledge of how to create letters. And you're worried this will make me outlive my own usefulness? Marissa looked to one side. I don't want to see you get hurt, no matter how badly you screw up, or I do. Ah, this was about sleeping with Lucida. Cute. Apparently all the prostitutes and women I'd slept with on mission didn't count, but this did. Which, now that I thought about it, meant we had a really fucked-up relationship. Thank you. Kissing Marissa, I held her by the hands. Keep your secrets, we'll call it even. Marissa pulled away, giving a forced smile. I hope you brushed your teeth. I need you, Marissa. No matter what I'm required to do as part of missions, no matter how many things I get wrong because of my background, you're my ace in the hole, the woman I need at my side. Together we can do the right thing, even if it's not always the right thing for those above us. It was all true. I also knew it played at her insecurities. She'd come from nothing, a family life that could only be described as abusive, in an environment that lionized crime, and the government had given her purpose in life. Marissa looked down. Gee. Yes? I could have used my pheromone control to weaken her resolve, but I wanted to establish a permanent, strong relationship here. A part of me, though, wanted her to see through my manipulations and reject me. It would be better for her in the long run. I'm with you, Marissa said. I love you, no matter what you do. I smiled and gave her a short kiss on the lips. I love you too. I never hated myself more. Marissa then contacted me on my cyberlink. That was saccharine, was it? I asked, surprised by her actions. Marissa said, How much of that was sincere? I do need you. Marissa paused. I needed a distraction for our conversation via cyberlink. I felt suddenly very stupid. What's the distraction for? Hitoshi, Marissa said. He's a member of the Japanese government's intelligence arm. And? Marissa looked at me like I was stupid. He knows who you are, who I am, what we do, and that we're working for the United States President.
Ah, so you think we have to silence him?
Marissa stared. I raised an eyebrow.
Really, we're going there?
This is a presidential assassination squad. I was made aware of certain eventualities being necessary. Killing a foreign national to protect the secrecy of Strike Force 22 is pretty low on the things I'm capable of doing.
Understood. I paused. He murdered another agent of the Public Security Agency with Lucida's help. Inform his government. They should burn him.
Marissa looked down. He might try to bargain his way back.
Not with the society paying him off.
Marissa took a deep breath. He won't thank you for that.
He will if we help him with it.
Marissa blinked. A friend in the PSIA would be helpful. You do realize if he turns us down, he still has to die, right?
Yes, I'll do it.
You're a lot softer than you appear, G.
I'm hard when I need to be.
Marissa smirked. I hope this works.
I haven't mentioned Strike Force 22, only that I could get rid of Lucida's problems with the U.S. government and had a contract with them. The new society is being created from Strike Force 22 to give the president a layer of plausible deniability. All he knows is there's a civil war going on inside the society.
What he suspects is as worthwhile as Nazis on the moon.
Marissa contemplated that.
Good luck with your mission. We have 25 minutes less. I noticed she hadn't brought up my recruitment of Lucida. It was either because she recognized my authority to do so, intended to go over my head, or planned to deal with Lucida herself. None of that was my problem now. I thought about what I would do when and if they asked me to kill Hitoshi. The answer was, of course I'd kill him. He wouldn't even be in the top 15 people I'd killed with regret. I wondered why I'd made an effort to save him. To keep Lucida on my side? To simply say I'd tried? To try to appear to be the better man even though I wasn't? I couldn't answer that. I headed down the stairs of the building and proceeded to use the Yakuza's channels to contact E. I texted him that Hitoshi wanted to speak with him in private. I had my suspicions he already knew who Hitoshi was and who he was working for. It was sometimes better to have a mole you knew about in your organization than try to sift them out. If not, well, Hitoshi was a loyal soldier. Why wouldn't he come? The only question was how much backup he'd come with. "Oh, G?" Marissa said over our cyberlink. "I did mean it, though. I do love you."
"I know," I said, giving a half-smile.
"Only Harrison Ford can pull off that line," Marissa said before cutting our cyberlink. The building's lobby was a large open-air chamber with a marble set of stairs, its fogged glass sides leading up to the second floor. Several couches were present in the lobby, along with a flat-screen television set and a circular secretary's desk. A Western-style chandelier hung from the ceiling over the center of the room, hundreds of crystals inside it. The entrance was a set of glass doors centered on a revolving one, but all of them were locked. We were a couple of blocks away from the Wilder West restaurant, with a small garden in front of the building, where no pedestrians were present. There was little chance of anyone hearing fighting inside, and that expanded my combat options. The lights were off in the building, and I could see 3 figures approaching the front doors. Hiding behind the opaque glass of the second-floor stairwell, I watched E and 2 Yakuza thugs, older ones in their 30s, walk with him. Both had walkie-talkies, and I knew they would call for help the moment things went south. It would also result in Persephone and Nechaev's evacuation. They had to go down first. I didn't really want to kill E, but I would. None of the letters could exactly be called friends, not even S and I, but we understood each other better than most. E believed in the society, or at least believed service to it was his purpose in life. It filled him with a sense of pride and joy to achieve the goals they set out for him. He was, despite being Korean, a corporate samurai, and every bit as loyal to it as Marissa was to her government. It would be hard to break him of that loyalty. I contacted Lucida on my IRD. "You still have that device that shuts down cyberlinks?"
"Yes," Lucida said. "And it's nice to have your number now. I was afraid you wouldn't ever call me."
"What's the range on it?" I asked, ignoring her quip.
100 yards.
"Please use it now." A second later, our cyberlink cut, and I saw E take a step back,
momentarily disoriented. He and his men were under the chandelier just as I planned. Aiming at the wire while crouched, I fired a silenced shot, then proceeded to roll out of the way. The chandelier fell from the ceiling and landed with a resounding crash. 2 bullets hit the spot I'd fired from before I was standing tall and aiming down at E. Now that wasn't polite. "The notorious Agent G," he said, looking up. He had a gun aimed right at my head. "You're like a bad penny, taking up space in your pocket and useless as currency." "Tisk, tisk, tisk," I said, walking down the stairs with my gun also aimed at his head. "You think you'd be more grateful to see your brother? You're not my brother. I'm the closest thing you have," I said. "All letters are siblings, the only members of a race of 26. 12, thanks to you and your little civil war." "It's not my civil war," I said. "I didn't make us with false promises of getting my memories back. I wasn't the one who stupidly tried to wipe out President Douglas's people and brought the federal government down on our heads. I didn't—" "You're still maintaining we're all androids and not people with wiped memories, seriously?" he asked. I stared at him. "You don't believe that?" I hadn't expected that. "It's a bit sci-fi, don't you agree?" he asked. "It's true. Black technology can do a lot, but I don't believe it can make people." "Life is full of mysteries," I said, coming within just a few yards of him. "Like, for instance, why do I love the Splinter Cell games but hate Homeland when I've never played or watched either?" "You hate Homeland?" he said, faux horrified as we encircled one another with our guns drawn. "What is wrong with you?" "It's racist and glamorizes torture," I said. "Says the professional assassin," he said, shaking his head. "What, you watch nothing but reality TV instead?" "Ha ha," I said, shaking my head. "Our lives are products of our programming. You're not going to convince me to betray the society," he said, keeping the gun trained on me. "I've got my memories back." I stared at him. "Peter, I can get your assistant released to you. You'll be together, you'll be pardoned by Uncle Sam, and we can get revenge on the organization that created us." He took a deep breath and put down his gun. "Fight me." I blinked, debating shooting him right there. "Excuse me?" "You want to use my lover against me, get me to betray the people who gave us nothing but murder, lies, and betrayal." He paused. "So fight me, one-on-one. If you win, I'll join you." "And if I lose, you'll be dead." I had 16 minutes left before Nechayev arrived, and everything went to hell. He was a better fighter than me, always scoring top of his class in hand-to-hand fighting. I'd never managed to beat him during all of our encounters, averaging square in the middle of our teams. Marcus Gordon had created the letters to be identical in skill sets, but we'd all gradually developed our own specialties. I was the liar and the shooter, good at hand-to-hand, but not great. Much like everything else but lying and sniper work. I was the jack of all stats, master of some. I put down my gun. "All right." "You know I have another gun on me," he said, shaking his head. "So do I." He took up a fighting pose. So did I. Chapter 16. He and I stood across from one another, taking in each other's posture and position, as we tried to anticipate the other's moves. There was an old maxim in the fighting world that it was much easier to fight a fellow master than a rank amateur, since the latter was unpredictable. The thing was, for masters, that meant you had to be unpredictable to win. Just how unpredictable, though, and how much you were willing to risk, were the questions. He made a half-punch forward, testing my reflexes, only for me not to move at all. "You know, I didn't expect you to agree," he said. "I always thought the only thing you believed in was your pocketbook. You clearly don't know me at all. G, Class S sniper and manipulator, a social chameleon who is capable of assuming nearly any disguise with near-perfect accuracy, the only letter who believes in Western religion after the suicide of H, fancies himself a ladies' man but forms attachments to his lovers that prevent genuine playboy behavior." That last bit is completely wrong. I am a ridiculous playboy,
Also kind of an asshole to my girlfriend, but it's okay since she lies to me every other word. We're dysfunctionally made for one another. I dodged out of the way of his second strike, a punch aimed at my jaw, only to spin around and strike him in the back of the neck. He grabbed my arm and threw me over his shoulder. I landed feet first and kicked him backward. "Fancy footwork," he said, smiling. "Where did you pick up capoeira?" "Past 6 months," I said, stretching my neck to one side as a taunt. I felt I needed something other than Battle Angel if I was going to take you guys out. "You killed B, C, and L." I had. Each of them had refused to back down and fought to the bitter end. Even if I hadn't been the one to fire a rocket straight into L's car, I'd been the one to track him down and show the military he'd been working with terrorists. "And recruited A, J, K, O, P, Q, W, and X. J and K are married now. One of the benefits of it being legalized." He growled at the statement, which made me realize he assumed I was taunting him about his sexuality, rather than being genuinely happy for the pair of women. His next move was obvious, and I ducked out of the way before kicking him in the side. It was like kicking a brick wall, but one that registered pain. I realized he was angry now. I laughed. "You didn't actually think any other letters had defected, did you?" "I thought better of them," he growled. "What did you offer them?" They jumped at the opportunity to get off the sinking ship of the society. So did the majority of people in the bureaucracy and tech bureau. Gerard, Nancy, Thompson, and even Sophia. The majority were there because they had to be, because they were blackmailed, intimidated, extorted, or worse. Everyone else was there because of money. Did you really think there was some great loyalty to the cause? A cause to make money for corporate-backed terrorists? That was when E swung too far in, and I started unleashing a furious torrent of punches and kicks, designed to break the limbs of a normal man. He managed to block 2 out of every 3, but I still managed to deliver a series of blows that staggered him. The fact that he managed to hit me back twice was almost inconsequential. Defeating him was a matter of shaking his conviction, and I was very good at that. He had butted me before grabbing my arm in an armbar. He'd suckered me into a state of overconfidence. "Except S, G. Except S. S believes in the cause just like I believe in the cause. We are a force for global stability." "S is working for me," I said, adding a gallows laugh. It was complete bullshit, but all I could throw at him, given how insane it was, that S believed in the International Refugee Society now. What, did she have a road to Damascus moment, except in reverse? In any case, it surprised E, and that was all I needed. "What?" he said, loosening his grip enough for me to spin around and deliver an elbow to his gut, before throwing him onto the ground, grabbing his arm and placing my foot on his throat. "I win," I said, spitting blood from my mouth. He looked at me, then looked behind me before his eyes darted back at me. I proceeded to take a step to one side, letting go of him even as a gunshot fired behind me. It would have gotten me right in the back if it had hit. Turning around, I saw one of the Yakuza under the chandelier was still conscious, and had managed to get his hands on E's pistol. A second later, E was already grabbing hold of my pistol on the ground and firing right into the head of the Yakuza he'd come with. An ugly, bloody mess ensued. I didn't carry low-caliber ammunition for the kind of threats I dealt with. I looked at him. Curious choice of action. He scrambled to his feet, wobbling as he did so, keeping my gun trained on me. "Is it?" "I thought you said you'd surrender if I won." He chuckled. "I didn't expect to lose." "I imagine you didn't," I said, sighing as I spotted Lucita coming down the staircase behind him. "But I believe you're about to come over to my side." "And why is that? I don't believe you for a second about S." I stared at him. E, Persephone, and Achaev are meeting to discuss betraying Matthews. He lowered his gun, slumping his shoulders. "How do you know?" "Do you really think this is about money?" I said, playing on his prejudices. "They want to surrender." He shrugged. "You're the one who says this is all about money." I sighed. "Which is why they're going to surrender. Matthews is the only ideologue in the group, and the one who probably set them against President Douglas in the first place." "She's a monster," he said, staring at me. "America is involved in more wars than it's been in decades."
America is occupying 153 countries across the globe, I said, staring at him. Imperialism is alive and well if you can afford it. The only difference between the United States and a lot of other nations is they can. He looked to one side, thankfully not in Lucita's direction. S is the only other letter still serving the society. The others went rogue or were killed. You really need to drop this Bushido bullshit, E. No one is subscribing to it but you. I'm Korean, jackass. Forrest Whitaker and Tom Cruise were samurai too. It didn't do either of them any good. He stared at me, confused. The odd thing is I have no idea what I'm referring to, I said, shaking my head. Quips are a bitch when the last movie you saw was 10 minutes of the rules of supervillainy. I'm sorry, G, but I can't. I have not enough principles to break the most important. Peter is there for you. I mean that. Peter was brainwashed into loving me just like Marissa was you. I bit my lip before saying she was a mole. That wouldn't help my case any. What matters is the pretty boy loves you now. We were all forged by our circumstances into what we are. I didn't believe that, but he might. Peter would kick your ass if you called him a pretty boy, he said, looking like he was seriously considering my words. He should be the letter, then. He might have been if circumstances were different. Probably. Peter Starikov was a Russian homosexual model and a soldier, 4 things that hadn't really gone well together in his life. He'd switched to information warfare as a focus, and had been recruited by the Society after government pressures had forced him out of his job at the FSB. The Society hadn't had to brainwash him to get his allegiance, but they'd done so anyway to bring him around. He'd been strong-willed, though, and I suspected his resistance to giving up on his employers was more out of stubbornness than anything else. Mother Russia made bulls out of most of its citizens, I'd found. He looked down. How much of what you were saying about us being clones or androids or whatever was true? Too much of it, I'm afraid. He closed his eyes. And you still think we can find happiness in this life? As much as any human. I'll help you then, he said, picking up one of the walkie-talkies off the ground. Lucita was behind him now. Just a few yards. He lifted the walkie-talkie up to his ear and then contacted the Yakuza. I held my breath for some sign of betrayal, but instead he just said, Nechayev has sent his man to check out the location first. He's a medium-sized Caucasian man dressed in a thick coat, blue jeans, and a T-shirt. Let him talk with Persephone. Understood, sir, the Yakuza on the other end replied. There, he said. I have sold my soul for love. And an ass-kicking, I said. He snorted. Anything else? I'm just going to make sure you stay put, I said. Lucita proceeded to wrap the electrified chain around E's neck as I grabbed his arms. He delivered a couple of nasty kicks, which I barely managed to deflect, as well as an enhanced blow to my groin. Thankfully, because I always expect combat, I'd equipped a cup down there, which was decidedly dented. He lasted longer than I did, though, thrashing about for several seconds before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. I took a deep breath. Is he dead? No, Lucita said, dropping him on the ground. That much electricity would kill a normal man, but seems to be the only reliable way to disable a letter. I'm curious, however, whether you intend to honor the agreement you made with him. Afraid I'll betray you? I asked. That would be very stupid of you, but you've done it in the past. Lucita had a point. No, I don't intend to break the deal I made with him. When he wakes up, I'll hopefully have this resolved, and the new society will have yet another super-competent assassin to carry out President Douglas's bidding. Will you be taking other clients? It wouldn't be a very deniable asset if we didn't. Did you ever consider retiring? Lucita surprised me by asking. I stared at her. No, I didn't. Why is that? I took a deep breath. I honestly can't answer that. The closest reason I've come to is the fact that I'm good at it. That seems a poor reason to continue a life of murder. It is, I said. On the other hand, it's better to shove than be shoved. On the inside of this little circle of conspiracies, syndicates, and murder corporations, we can influence things. Maybe we can even reduce the amount of damage done if we're so inclined. Certainly, I know if it's not me, then it's going to be someone else, and the next guy may feel inclined to be as precise. And you think that justifies it? I don't try and justify it.
Good idea, Lucida smirked. I was just thinking about the fact that I am still in the game. I don't enjoy it, but it is who I am, and I wonder if I could have ever changed that. Whether I was programmed to be this from an early age and can't change it. So you decided to ask the person who was literally programmed to be nothing more than the world's perfect killer? And nothing less, yes. I took a deep breath. If you want, Lucida, I can try to help you get out. Lucida blinked. What? If that's what you're asking. One thing I've learned from my brief experience with Strike Force 22 is the U.S. intelligence service is fucking terrible at finding people. They lucked out with Osama, in my opinion. I know all of their holes and weak spots. If you want me to find you a new place, new identity... Lucida laughed, really laughed. Oh, gee, if I need your help hiding from the U.S. government, then that is the day I will retire. I paused. Sorry, I misunderstood. You did, Lucida said, dragging E away from where she'd disabled him. I was contemplating whether I had the moral fortitude to eliminate Hitoshi, or let him go and potentially sabotage my new relationship with the United States. I'm aware I can't simply let him go knowing what he knows. I blinked. Yeah, Marissa brought that possibility up. And what do you think? I don't go out of my way to make up orders to kill people. That seems an exceptionally bad life strategy. Or an exceptionally good one. Lucida was silent for a moment. You should go. I suspect both of us are going to have a lot more in the way of problems should we fail to deliver Persephone and Nechayev. One or the other might win me the respect I need, but failure on my first mission will only bring death. I am, after all, a wanted criminal. Yeah. I turned around to walk away. Please turn off your cyberlink. We need to be prepared to extract Persephone if this goes south. We also need an escape plan after eliminating Nechayev. Do you know how you're going to do that? Lucida asked. I reached the glass doors to the outside. Not a clue. Great, Lucida said, calling after me. I think you're wrong, though, G. Oh? I looked back. I think you stay a killer because, collateral damage aside, you enjoy killing predators. I smirked. That's a nice lie to tell myself. Perhaps we can make it true. I doubted it.
Chapter 17. The interior of the restaurant was tacky in the same sort of way Westerners parodied Japanese culture. Waiters wearing cowboy and cowgirl outfits, Patsy Cline playing in the background, and peanuts spread across the ground for no apparent reason. Close to 100 Japanese families were present, with several Yakuza patriarchs. None of them seemed unnerved or unsettled. This was a family restaurant for them. Persephone was in the middle of the restaurant, far away from any windows, and surrounded by potential innocent bystanders. She was wearing a gray and white business suit dress. A meal for two had just been put down with 2 more spaces ready, presumably for Nechayev and his bodyguard. I noted with some amusement that E had ordered a hamburger and fries. Staying out of sight by using waiters and customers to hide behind, I slipped into the chair in front of Persephone and picked up E's burger before taking a bite of it. It was pretty good, and I had to give them credit for getting the texture of the beef just right. Persephone, to her credit, didn't react other than to blink a few times. Hello, G. Persephone reached for her purse, and I lifted my pistol under the table, poking her leg with it. I wouldn't do that, I said. Persephone moved her hand away from the purse. I've blocked transmissions from her IRD implant, Marissa said in my head. She won't be able to get any help. Good, I said aloud, keeping my gun trained on Persephone. We're going to have a chat, Mrs. Matthews. You could have just called, Persephone said, poking her steak with her fork. I always have time for my favorite letter, no matter how disobedient he's been. Your going underground made that a bit difficult, I said. I am saddened you decided to give up your chance at recovering your memories to serve the United States. I know I'm not Daniel Gordon. The letter project is made of robot brain slaves, and we're all going to die after 10 to 12 years. Persephone held her fork in midair, a piece of steak on the end. I see. I confess I never expected you to learn any of that. I figured that, yeah. Persephone ate the piece of steak and sat there for a moment, chewing. What do you want? To kill you, to torture you, to tie you to a chair, douse you with gasoline, and watch you burn to death slowly? I haven't decided yet."
"You could have done all of that," Persephone said. "Also, despite your many, many faults, you were never a sadist. Believe me, I've known enough psychopaths and serial killers over the years to know the difference between those who kill for money and those who kill for pleasure." I narrowed my eyes. "You're right. I just want to put the scare in you. A way to pay you back for all of the years you lied to me." "Would the truth have been better? You're an android brain and a clone body made for the purposes of killing people." "I'm okay not believing in Santa Claus. No need to tell me otherwise." "Yet you believe in God. I always found that strange for a machine." "I always found it strange none of us shot you." I took a sip of E's iced tea with my left hand, keeping my gun steady with my right. The latter was invisible underneath the tablecloth. "President Douglas wants to offer you a job. She'd like you to assemble a new society and have it work for her as well as her associates exclusively. In exchange, basically, you get to keep all the money you've stolen over the years, as well as not die horribly. You'll also have to help track down the other 2 members of Tribunal." "All right," Persephone said. "I accept." I raised an eyebrow. That was anticlimactic. "I'm a businesswoman," Persephone said. "When I was a member of Secret Intelligence Service, I was constantly cleaning up after the American shit, and it turned out to be the exact same situation when I went into the private sector." "Murder Incorporated." Persephone snorted. "Where are you getting this moral judgment, G? You loved working for the society. Or maybe I was good at faking it. Marissa must have taught you that." I narrowed my eyes, preparing to put 3 bullets in her, regardless of whether the president wanted her alive or dead. "Trouble in paradise, I see," Persephone said, taking a sip of her water. "The fact remains I never wanted to become involved in the politics of the United States. Whether President Douglas wins her 3rd term or is defeated by Senator Jackson makes not the slightest bit of difference to me. Both will need killers." "Why did the society decide to turn against Douglas? I thought they, were neutral in these sorts of things." "Conscience," Persephone said. I stared at her. Persephone stared at me. "Sarah Douglas has plans for the world, plans involving black technology that scared even the Tribunal. She had plans to release a small fragment of black technology and upend the world order. They didn't see, as I did, just how well she played the game or how hard it would be to take her down. They should have gone after her directly. A or S could have killed her and made it look like an accident, even to the country's best forensic experts." I ignored the subtle insult. "Well, we're going to leave here quietly and get into the car outside together. I've been given a broad amount of latitude in dealing with you and am perfectly willing to bring you in dead rather than alive." "I'll cooperate," Persephone said before giving a half-smile. "Though I don't actually trust your ability to deal with the other Tribunal members before they send one of their pet letters to eliminate me. Douglas's people are riddled with traitors." "I've noticed. You could be one." I chuckled, disbelieving. "You offering me the chance to defect back?" "Not at all. Once bitten, twice shy," Persephone said. "I am, however, offering you a chance to free yourself from all masters but your own." "Gee," Marissa started to say. I made a mental shh at her. "Go on," I said. "I've got to hear this." A female waiter with bangs in front of her eyes came to check on us, to which we both said we were fine before departing. "You're an emotional child," Persephone said, "innocent in a lot of ways, which is part of why the letters were created. The emptiness you have removes the sense of danger which bystanders notice, allowing you to pass through customs and get closer to targets than you might normally be able to. Your lives are short, and you never get to experience anything but a fraction of their value." "Yeah, we're like tears in the rain," I said, not at all happy at being called a child. I'd lived more in 5 years than most humans did in 100. "You need memories." I almost shot her there. "Not this song and dance again." "It's not a song and dance. Think about what it would be like. Daniel Gordon was 35 when you were created from him. It would be like having 5 times your lifespan added to you in a day. Sex, joy, love, parenting, friendship, and all the wonderful as well as terrible things that make life worth living." I shook my head.
First, I'm not Daniel Gordon, so his memories mean nothing to me. Second, if you had his memories, then his mother would have uploaded them to me. Rebecca Gordon wanted to resurrect her son.
That's assuming he's dead. Persephone gave a half-smile.
You were still part of the letter project, G. Your memories were going to be returned to you after you completed your 10-year contract. As for them not being your memories, where do you think you got your personality, your beliefs? These weren't programmed into you. You have a partial imprint of Daniel Gordon's personality and skills, enough to give you a basis for who he was and to drive you to want more. I knew the man while he was alive, and you're already him reborn. Every bit the ass and assassin. You're a bit less, well, batshit insane, but that's not saying much.
That was a good one. Still, I wasn't buying what she was selling.
Bullshit. You cannot copy someone's brain completely.
Why so skeptical? Persephone asked.
Aside from the fact that you're a pathological liar? I asked.
Yes.
Persephone didn't take my comment personally. Because you're claiming the society has the fucking secret of immortality and is using it to make assassins.
Persephone wrinkled her nose.
Brain copying is the Diet Coke of immortality. It's like making a physical and mental duplicate of yourself, only to give them everything you own. Humans already have that kind of immortality. It's called children.
She had a point there.
Still, I'd wager a lot of billionaires would be willing to mortgage their souls for something like that.
And they have, Persephone said.
Part of the reason the society hasn't been eliminated, despite the world's once most powerful nation hunting it. It's another reason why President Douglas wants us taken alive. She doesn't have access to the research or know where we've moved the scientists who've developed it. She could change the face of the world in exchange for this.
I shook my head,
not buying it. I have a portable database with every letter's memories uploaded onto it in my purse. Amazing how you can fit 26 entire lifetimes on a single black technology artifact the size of a cigarette pack.
This was getting too ludicrous to believe.
Why in the world would you have something like that in your purse?
Persephone raised an eyebrow.
Because of the possibility that I'd eventually run into a letter such as yourself. I suspect, given my personal relationship with every one of you, I had a better than even chance they'd want to confront me before killing me. I figured having something to barter with would be good.
Huh. I found myself starting to believe her, despite myself.
You killed the president of Libya, G. Surely you can figure out I'm telling the truth.
You guys really didn't expect me to track him down.
No, we didn't, especially not as your third hit.
Can you believe this garbage? I asked Marissa, thinking about the possibilities.
In fact, I couldn't help but find myself tempted to believe in it. It was a ludicrous proposition, but the temptation to have a normal human life was there. Even worse, she was saying I really was Daniel Gordon, after a fashion, with the potential to gain all of his memories. If what she was telling was true, I wouldn't be him. Not really, but I'd be close. Since my creation, I'd lived a half-life divorced from the normality of human experience. I experienced all the glamour, the glitz, the grit, and the horror of a highly paid master assassin's life. I'd even gotten the chance to live as a spy working for the government. That was a shadow of what a real human life was, though. Memories were what defined a person's humanity. The little things, your favorite food, where you like to go when you take a walk, and what it was like to have a scraped knee for the first time. They provided a context for decisions, a context of which I only had an echo. I'd seen possibly a dozen movies in my entire life, but could remember the plots to 100. What would it be like to remember seeing them? And to be loved. Daniel Gordon's wife and child weren't mine, but was it so wrong to want to know what it was like to have been a husband or a father? I would be stealing the life of another person, even if I never intended to go anywhere near Barbara and Kathy Gordon. God, I'd convinced myself into exploring this option, and it was all probably just a trick. That was when I noticed Marissa wasn't responding. Fuck. I put up my pistol before looking over at Persephone. We need to move.
Why? Persephone said.
Or have your plans already been ruined?
Persephone's right hand started to shake. Then the room started to get blurry.
I looked at our food, then remembered the long-haired waiter who'd come to check on our order. If you taped back her breasts, looked past her thick bangs, and removed some prosthetics around her cheekbones. Shit, it was S. She'd as much taunted me about her presence.
I reached over and grabbed her shaking arm. "Follow me." Persephone gave a gallows laugh. "Oh, gee, you can't even protect yourself. How can you protect me?" I looked at her, the room spinning. "I've waited a long time to say this. Shut up and move." Persephone started to speak. I stood up and forced the room to stop spinning through sheer force of will. I told myself repeatedly my brain was electronic, and my organs were mostly biosynthetic tissue designed to filter out toxins. It helped a little, but even as I reached the door to the cafe, I couldn't help but think of all those cybernetic guards James poisoned, and started to wobble on my feet. The cashier tried to stop us, mentioning that we hadn't paid, so I pulled out my wallet and handed her close to 1,000 yen. The woman looked confused even as we stumbled into the street. The rain was pouring down heavily around us, and there was no sign of my guards. Instead, standing in front of a plain white van with a florist's logo on the side, was a rain-soaked S. Hundreds of Kobe citizens were moving back and forth between us, unaware that we were a pair of assassins feuding over a target. S looked at me through her wig's bangs, shaking her head. "I'm disappointed in you, G. I thought you were better than this." "Which part are you calling me to task for?" I asked, staring at her. "There's so much to," S said, staring at me. "Strike Force 22 is not the good guys." "I got that when they hired me." Persephone had passed out on my shoulder, which wasn't a good sign. Her breathing was already shallow. I needed to get her to a doctor immediately, or at least to someone who could stabilize her condition. "This isn't a joke," S said, her voice pleading. "The society is, right now, the only thing standing in her way." "Is that how they got you? Do you even know we're not people?" "Yes," S said, her voice cold. I took a deep breath, staring at her. "You have to choose which assholes you serve in this life, S. If I'm the one making the choice, then I prefer to choose the people who are not a bunch of money-grubbing corporate shitbags. This isn't about morality, though. It's about ridding the world of the people who enslaved me. I'd ally with Satan himself if that meant getting rid of the society." "I'm sorry to hear that," S said, shaking her head. "Takeda, shoot him in the leg. We need to take Persephone in for questioning." Whatever S was expecting to happen didn't. Lucida was very good at anticipating likely sniper nests. S's eyes widened as the door behind her slid open, only for Lucida to jab her in the chest with the same chain she'd used to take out me and E. Much to my disgust, I saw Hitoshi's body lying face down beside her. E was in the back, propped up against the wall, still alive. Marissa had to be the driver, which made sense, as she was probably the best I knew. The crowd panicked at that point, only for me to speak in Japanese. "Watch the new Golgo 13 movie coming out this fall. This has been a paid-for stunt by United Rainbow Studios." Amazingly, it worked, and no one was surprised when we drove off with our prisoners. I was just glad we got away before 100 cell phone pictures were taken. Chapter 18. With Persephone in our custody, Marissa pulled out all stops to make sure she lived and got the full authority of the president behind us, as well as Strike Force 22, covert operation or not. It was 10 hours later when we were inside a temporary headquarters with its own private hospital in a Tokyo skyscraper's penthouse. Persephone suffered total organ failure within an hour and would have died with normal technology, but they'd managed to replace the entirety of her organs with Karma Corp manufactured substitutes. Me? I shrugged the poison off in about 2 hours. No permanent damage. It was evidence of just how far from human I really was. I was presently on the balcony of the penthouse, looking onto the city below as the sun started to rise. The city was beautiful from this location. I had to wonder who they'd had to bribe, intimidate, or kill to get this facility. The penthouse was luxurious, with pristine leather couches, an indoor fountain sculpture, and modern art on the walls. It also had its own koi goldfish pond, its contents swimming behind me. The room beyond the balcony doors was full of Strike Force 22 and ex-society personnel, not the most trustworthy of individuals, ambulating about alongside hundreds of computers, processing information taken from Persephone's IRD implant. One thing I was pleased to see was that James had been released from custody and was already back to moving around the computers in his wheelchair.
They'd replaced his destroyed cybernetic legs with better ones, and he looked pleased with his situation. I noticed he kept looking over at me, as if he wasn't quite sure how to feel about me now. Gerard had also been flown in, and was taking care of the still-living Persephone, thankfully keeping him out of my way so I didn't garrote him. I took a drink of sake from a clay cup, the clay bottle resting on a potted plant's vase next to me. I wasn't really a sake man, but after today I was willing to drink whatever was in the penthouse's bar. Given the way my liver had dealt with the poison, I could probably drink battery acid without significant risk. Marissa came up behind me in military uniform, a cup of coffee in hand. "Well, Persephone is going to make it. We also have complete access to everything she knows about this society. Everything we failed to get from Peru and then some. Well, at least the important stuff. Money, names, and blackmail." "Oh joy," I said. "How did you get in her cyberbrain?" "It turns out the silver dragon drug makes you delirious." "Is that what almost killed me?" "Barely scratched the surface of your insides." I didn't look at her. "So how did they get so many organs for her so fast? I thought these things had to be custom-made." "The President has signed an executive order to release the lowest tier of black technology advances to the public. Among these will be artificial organs that function identically to organic ones, without the possibility of rejection. Millions of lives will be saved every year. It's one of the reasons why the society turned against her." "And that's worth it to you?" "Yes," Marissa said, taking a deep breath. "Is it to you?" "I'll leave that between me and God." Marissa took position beside me and looked out onto the city below. "My mother was deep into Catholicism and Santeria, Mexican folk magic. She believed saints, spirits, gods, and angels all were watching out for her. Everything was a sign from God, and she was always right with Jesus no matter what she did. Sometimes she'd pray to Santa Muerte, Saint Death, to hurt her enemies, but that wasn't something that affected her standing. My mother considered herself one of the righteous, whether she was stealing credit cards or pimping herself or her daughters to the Barrio Mayans. Religion is the last refuge of the scoundrel." "Samuel Johnson?" Marissa asked. "Andy Rooney," I said. "I've seen very few people genuinely affected by their faith enough to actually change for it." "Then why have it?" Marissa asked. "I wish I could be forgiven for some of the things I've done, but I know that's not possible." "Because I have seen a few people change," I said. "I'm just not one of them. Yet." Marissa gave a half-smile. "You're different from the other letters, G. I don't know why, but you are." "I'm surprised no one's killed me for it yet. Yet." I paused. "Why did you kill Hitoshi?" Marissa paused. "I found him trying to contact his superiors. I had to make a judgment call." "Uh-huh," I said. "You shouldn't have killed him." "That's not your decision to make." "You're right. Calling you out for murder is like passing speeding tickets out at the Indy 500. Now we're quoting Apocalypse Now?" I shrugged. "If the shoe fits." "Do you want out?" Marissa asked. "Out isn't an option," I said. Marissa paused. "It wouldn't be the only betrayal I'd be willing to do for you." Marissa's suggestion surprised me, and I wondered what the fuck was going on. First there was the lies on the airplane, then there was killing Hitoshi, and now she was saying I should betray Strike Force 22. This from a woman who pissed red, white, and blue. Her behavior was also distinctly hot and cold regarding our relationship. Sometimes she seemed like she was in love with me, and the other times she acted like she was trying to push me away. Something was seriously wrong here. Believe me, if I wanted to be gone, I'd be gone and you'd never find me. I debated asking her what was wrong, but I decided to just let her know I was there for her. But I'm not, and I have my reasons. Like? You, among others. Marissa looked frustrated. I don't know whether or not that makes me feel awful or wonderful. How about both? Marissa took a deep breath. We have everything we need to wrap up the rest of the society. Functionally, as an organization, they're finished. We have their sympathizers, allies, and pawns, plus a full list of all their remaining assets. Colonel Matthews and Nechayev may have their personal assets, but the organization is now under the control of the United States government. And Persephone? When she wakes up, we'll inform her of the bomb attached to her heart. We don't need her now, but she's a convenience. Charming. It's no more than she deserves. Of course. I didn't change my expression. Do we have a lead on Nechayev and Colonel Matthews? Nechayev was in Japan until about an hour ago, but we think he managed to slip the Japanese government and our operatives here. Hess must have warned him before he arrived at the Wilder West. Given his circumstances, though, it's very likely he's going to seek refuge with Colonel Matthews, despite the fact that he and Persephone were going to have him killed. Presumably, Matthews doesn't know that, which is a pity, as I'd love to inform him. Maybe he'd take care of Nechayev for us. Matthews is the one who started this whole war on Douglas, isn't he? I thought you'd think of him as the bigger target. You haven't seen the photos of Nechayev's wives and mistresses, Marissa said, curling her lip in disgust. Models, actresses, and professionals left ruined shells before being disposed of, disappearing as if they were never people to begin with. Matthews, at least, is fighting for something he believes in. Is he? I think so. I'll take your word for it. I was still confused as to what motivation Colonel Matthews had in trying to involve the society in affecting the upcoming presidential race. The leader of university had been bound to make billions in government contracts either way, as President Douglas wasn't the kind of person to quibble over spilled blood. Hell, she was generally a supporter of the bill to legalize the use of mercenaries in United States combat operations. For the leader of both a PMC and a secret society that accepted any job for anyone as long as it didn't interfere with profit margins, their sudden principled stand against Douglas made no sense. It couldn't be. Senator Viola Jackson was an African-American woman. I couldn't bring myself to believe it was over black technology, either. I was missing something. So S is the most likely lead we have on Nechayev and Matthews? I asked. We've got to debrief E, but yeah, most likely. Debrief or torture? I asked. Debrief, Marissa said. President Douglas knows bribes work better than torture. He is already meeting with Peter, and the two are practically falling over one another to give whatever help they can to our cause. I wondered what they'd offered Peter to get him to cooperate, or whether they just put him through another round of brainwashing. Either way, I suppose it didn't matter, as it prevented me from having to kill E. Probably. I'd like to interrogate S myself, I said. Not for long, maybe an hour. Marissa frowned. I'm not sure that's such a good idea. Then you'll absolutely hate my request to arrange for it to be unobserved. Marissa blinked. What are you planning? I gave a half-smile, picking up my bottle of sake and taking a drink from it directly. Afraid I'm going to free her and go on a transcontinental killing spree? Yes? I snorted. I have no lingering loyalties toward S. She betrayed me in every other letter by choosing to side with the society. I've spent years covering up for her and enduring her verbal abuse, making me feel guilty for even existing. I intend to get the location of the remaining tribunal members from her, no matter the cost. Marissa stared at me. Wow, you really are a great liar. That sounded completely sincere. Thank you, I said, not missing a beat. The trick is to really believe what you're saying in the moment you're saying it. 2 + 2 = 5. Abraham Lincoln assassinated John Wilkes Booth. President Douglas doesn't intend to dismantle S in order to figure out how to make her own letters. Marissa grimaced. It would help if I knew exactly what you had planned. You'll just have to trust me. I let the irony of that statement hang in the air. What's the worst that could happen? We both end up dead in a ditch somewhere? Now, I'm sure they've seen Breaking Bad. The government knows to dissolve bodies now. You've never watched that show. I know. Daniel Gordon did, though. I paused. Did you ever meet him? Marissa stiffened and looked distinctly uncomfortable, averting her gaze and, for the briefest moment, looking terrified. No, I didn't. I didn't need to be a master spy to know she was lying. Marissa, you can talk to me. I know I'm not usually the most sentimental guy, but I'm on your side. I love you, too. You can tell me anything. Not about this. Not now, Marissa said. Jesus, I muttered. What could be so bad? Marissa turned and gave me a half-smile. I'll get you 10 minutes with S.
I'm not going to be in charge of operations for much longer, though.
Being promoted? I asked.
No,
Marissa said, her voice sounding like her guts were being twisted.
The NSA isn't satisfied with my performance here.
They wanted you to spy on Strike Force 22, not join it.
Marissa paused. You can't serve God and Mammon, or the executive and bureaucracy.
Which one is God?
Depends on who's doing the analogy. One more thing. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out the black box that Persephone had handed me. I'd like you to examine the contents of this and see if you can possibly get me a memorize unit.
What is it?
Marissa asked, taking the black box. It's the memories of all the letters, including Daniel's. Marissa almost dropped it there. You guys don't have memories, though. You're android clone thingies. I stared at her. Android clone thingies? Marissa looked away. Well, you're not robots, and android sounds weird. Bioroid? Marissa blinked. Maybe? I nodded. Let's go with that. Either way, it's something that has a lot of potential as a game changer. I want to know what Daniel Gordon knew. You're not Daniel Gordon, though.
Marissa, I started to say.
You're nothing like him. The vehemence in her words surprised me.
What did he do to you? I asked,
realizing they'd had some sort of relationship before. I'd never had that confirmed before now.
It's what I did to myself,
Marissa said.
I'll tell you about it, just not now. Just promise me you won't use this.
Okay, that was a shitty thing to leave in the air. I didn't know how to react to that, so I simply took a deep breath. There's a lot going on that I think he might be the key to unraveling.
He was a monster,
Marissa said, using language she didn't normally use.
Evil.
So am I.
You're not,
Marissa said before seemingly losing all will to resist.
I'll see what I can do. I'll have to ask someone about it first, though.
Okay, this is just weird now. We need to discuss this tonight.
No, Marissa said. We don't.
Fine. Don't accept my help. I threw my hands up in the air before heading back into the penthouse. I saw Lucita sitting down and giving a deposition to an odd male bureaucrat. She was dazzling with her smile. The look she gave back to me was deadly as well as intrigued. She thought I'd ordered Hitoshi's death, perhaps to prevent her from having to make the choice herself. Funny how everyone seemed to think I was a bigger evil mastermind than I was. Must be the suit. Half an hour later, I got my meeting with Az. Chapter 19. As interrogation rooms went, it wasn't exactly Guantanamo Bay. The penthouse bedroom had its furniture removed, but was still a luxurious room with a lot of light and warm air coming in from the ocean. This was contrasted, though, by the fact that S was tied to a metal chair with a bucket underneath it and a large plastic tarp spread across the floor. S had been undressed and left naked for maximum humiliation. A video camera was recording in front of her, while a series of computer devices with electrodes was tapping into her IRD implant. A little bit away from the chair was a plastic hospital cart, with a tray full of hypodermic needles, as well as ugly-looking instruments designed to intimidate. I'd never seen anyone try to hack a letter's brain or what the effect of it was, but by the fact that her body was covered in sweat while her face contorted in agony, it wasn't a pleasant experience. Unlike humans, letters' minds were made of information, and the act of flooding it with possible passwords was probably like pouring a vial of acid on the cerebellum. The smell to the place indicated she'd not been allowed to use the bathroom either. I really thought we were above this. All this was going to do was harden her resolve and increase her likelihood of trying to deceive us. Then again, that was the nature of torture. Once you introduced it as an interrogation technique, people assumed it was better and more effective than other methods. It served the mentality that the only reason the war on terror hadn't been won was because the United States hadn't been hard enough. Not that there were easy answers. A war on an ideology was a far harder one to win than a war on a nation. Perhaps impossible, unless you killed everyone who held to it. Shaking those thoughts from my mind, I concentrated on my surroundings. There were 3 individuals present. One was a United States Marine with his arms folded behind him. Another was a middle-aged black man in slacks with a white shirt and suspenders. I recognized him as Sophia Devereaux's father, Nigel. Nigel was a member of the discipline unit from the society, and loved torturing people in the same way other people loved porn. He indulged in it as much as possible, while claiming to never do it at all. Sophia was still serving the society, and I wondered if he was trying to find out where his daughter was, or if he was too focused on the task at hand. I hated him. "Hey, G," Nigel said, turning around. "Good to see you. Marissa said we were supposed to give you some time alone with the prisoner." "Nice to see you, Nigel," I said, giving a fake smile. "I hope you're fitting into the United States service well." "Like riding a bike," Nigel said, chortling. "I'm back to doing the same thing I used to do in Romania when I was still a company man. The restrictions there were always so stifling. Things have improved since then, though. Perhaps I underestimated President Douglas. I can crack her in the next few hours, I promise." I looked at the computer, which was running through thousands of number and letter combinations beside us. It was weak AI designed to guess encryption possibilities, rather than simply rely on brute force. It was still brute force hacking, but had beaten programs designed to lock out users, as well as keep individuals guessing until the heat death of the universe. I suspected that would break S far earlier than his techniques. "I'm sure you would," I said cheerfully. "However, I'd like to give it a go if you don't mind." "Not at all, not at all," Nigel said, turning off the camera, while I blocked the Marine's line of sight. I wondered what Marissa had promised him, or if she just had to ask. "I assume you, of all people, would want to take a shot." I just nodded. "Take a 5-minute break, Nigel." "I give you 20, Nigel said, chuckling. I was soon alone in the room with S. I imagined there were a half-dozen bugs and hidden cameras in the room, aside from the main one, but I believed Marissa would have them all off. That level of trust surprised me. As if to accent that we were alone, a radio on the bottom shelf of the table started to play the heavies' "This Ain't No Place for No Hero." It was much louder than normal. The moment we were alone, S ripped the chair up from where it had been bolted to the ground, busted it in two, and then swung it at my head. I ducked underneath the chair and proceeded to grab a full hypodermic from the tray before jabbing it into her heart. I managed to put the entirety of the contents into her before she pulled back. She took a few steps back, then fell to her knees. "You shouldn't have tried that," I said, reaching over and pulling out the needle. "These drugs are designed to incapacitate even a letter. I'd say they even contain nanites, but I understand it's more a kind of microscopic cultured set of viruses designed to interfere with artificial organs." Fuck you," S spit on the ground at my feet. I stared down at her. "Can we can the Broken Bird Act? Even after what Nigel has done and the drugs I just gave you, you're still sharper than most people at their best." S took a deep breath, then closed her eyes. "I have nothing to say." "How about, 'I'm sorry for almost killing you'? That would be nice." "That would be a lie." I frowned at her. "Just because we're on opposite sides of this doesn't mean we have to be enemies." "I'm pretty sure that's the definition of an enemy." I put the empty hypodermic back on the tray. "Only if you actually think the society or U.S. government is worth fighting for. I, for one, am Switzerland. The only person who has my loyalty in all this is me, and those I care about." "You've destroyed the society." "World's smallest violin playing, given it was Murder, Inc. You were the one who taught me that, by the sudden change of heart." S was silent. "Persephone is going to live," I said. "She's already given us everything." "Then you don't need me," S said, "so get on with it." "It?" I asked, wondering if she really thought I was going to kill her. What was I saying? Of course she did. "Execution, reprogramming, whatever you've been doing to the other letters." "I offered them jobs," I said, staring at her. E just joined up. S looked like she'd been punched in the gut. "How the hell did you manage that?" "Whenever the British government identified spies working for the Nazis during World War II, they gave them the option of flipping on their homeland.
This proved to be a shockingly successful tactic, as not only did it rely on exploiting the captured agent's self-interest, but many German intelligence agents didn't much care for their employers in the first place. S stared at me. "You got to him through his lover." "And beating the crap out of him," I said, looking down at her. "It's a samurai thing." "He's Korean." "I know. Someone tell him that undying loyalty is an unattractive quality in a spy. I want to help you, S." "That's what annoys me," S said, glaring at me. "You've been following me around like a lovesick puppy since we were forced into marriage. I tolerated it because it's better to have someone who likes you rather than someone who loathes you, but it was never anything more than a convenience. I've since taken up with someone else. I'm glad they're safe from you." "Quite the change from last night." "Hours of torture will do that." She had a point there. How did Matthews convince you the society was a lesser evil than President Douglas? It can't have been Victor. "I'm not saying anything," S said, defiant. "I can get you out of here." "Your masters won't let you." "I could probably convince them that you need to be allowed to escape to track back your owners, only to actually let you get away. They're kind of idiotic that way. That is, unless you want to join." "I don't," S said, with more intensity than I expected. "I was working with Matthews to end all this. He has a vision for America." "Yeah, lots and lots of money in his pocket with a puppet president," I said, baiting her to reveal more. "No, he—" S stopped mid-sentence. "God damn you, G. You're too fucking good at this." I smirked, acknowledging she'd caught me. "Everyone wants to talk. It's why torture is such a stupid idea for anything but punishment, revenge, or creepy sex fantasies. People have forgotten the lost art of conversation. So when did you discover we were all Ken and Barbie dolls in the service of a deranged bunch of rich toddlers?" "If you mean when I found out we were cybernetic clones, I found out the truth not long after you did," S said, looking on the verge of tears. "Matthews told me everything, that I was never the person I thought I was, and there was no retirement. The society would use us until we broke down, then replace us." "Yeah," I said, taking in what she was letting slip. "That's what turned me against the society. I wanted to fulfill the Freudian dream of killing my parents. Unlike Oedipus, I hated my mother, too." S let out a bitter laugh. "You think the United States is better?" "Not in the slightest. That still doesn't justify trying to kill me in Peru." "What?" S asked, blinking. "When you paid Parker to sabotage my grappling gun," I said, still smarting from S's betrayal. "You then sent a drone attack that tore up our base. You didn't kill me there, though, so I'm grateful." "I didn't do any of that," S said. "I had Parker monitoring you, nothing more." I paused, gauging her reaction. She had no reason to lie, but Parker had been too stupid not to tell me the absolute truth when I'd interrogated him. "Interesting. Seriously, though, President Douglas is going to release black technology to the world and make it a better place." "No, she isn't," S said. "Sarah Douglas may drop a few bits here and there to make herself look good, but no person who loves power as much as she does will allow it to the public. Matthews may believe she'll change the world, but he's wrong." That tracked my impressions about the president. It also made the entire conflict between her and the society pointless. "So tell me, really, what did Matthews offer you? It'll be between us. If you never loved me, never cared about me in the slightest, believe that I did care about you. I have a history for liking women who lie to me more than I do to them." Strangely, that caused her to pause. "He didn't have to offer me anything. I failed." "Failed?" I said, blinking. "Failed at what?" "Being human," S said, looking about ready to burst into tears. Instead, she started to laugh. "I managed to get away from the society and live a whole month before I ended up killing 3 people. They were my girlfriend's owners in the Bratva. After that, I realized I had about as much in common with the rest of humanity as a wolf among sheep. I'd also run out of money, too. It turns out I liked the luxuries we had more than I thought." "I'm sorry," I said, knowing how much that must have been a blow for her. "We are what they programmed us to be." "Are we?" S asked, shaking her head.
If we were, we'd have stayed loyal. But we all have betrayed our masters at one point or another. They just keep coming up with new ways to bring us back under their control, like correcting a bad dog's behavior. I don't even know how to be free anymore, G, if I ever did." Her words were sobering. "We all choose the lesser of two evils, S. You just chose different ones." "Are they going to wipe my mind?" S asked. "Only if they think you're a threat," I said. "I can end this if you want me to." "Don't," S said. "I'd rather live. I'd rather they think me dangerous enough that I'm an asset worth preserving. I'd rather die than be reprogrammed. I was my memories, and they were all mine." "Understood. I can keep you from being tortured. It'll be painful, though." "Beat the shit out of me and let them treat me like a normal woman instead of a cyborg?" "Yeah." "Thank you. I'll tell you where Matthew is. Maybe that'll give you some pull in this organization." "I doubt it. I'm just another screwdriver in their toolbox. That doesn't mean Matthews doesn't deserve to die, though." "We all deserve to die, but I understand your feelings." I turned down the music. "Now." S grabbed a piece of the broken metal chair off the ground to go for my throat, only for me to grab her arm and pull her into a chokehold. If S was at full strength, she would have been able to escape, but I held tight. The metal pipe in her hand fell to the ground while she continued to struggle. "Where is Colonel Matthews?" I shouted. We had to make this look good. "Tell me now." "I don't know," S hissed, still trying to move her cuffed hands. "Liar!" I snapped, pushing her back down when she tried to do a backflip over my body. "My handler and I had a 4-hour window of time to regroup after the assassination," S shouted. "He's gone." "I don't believe you." "Screw you," S said, thrashing about like a wild animal. Nigel and the 2 guards ran back into the room, though slower than they probably should have, given the amount of noise we had to be making. Taking note of the battered S and the damage around the room, he gave a short chuckle before saying, "If you were just going to beat it out of her, you didn't need to have me leave the room." I wanted to kill Nigel in that moment. "Uh-huh," I said, uninterested in talking further. "Tell me what you find." "Of course," Nigel said, walking over to the machine. "Who knows what sort of secrets we'll find in her mind? The opportunity to study a letter in depth is an opportunity not to be missed." I decided to figure out some way to help S. Just not now. My cell phone rang as I exited to the interrogation chamber. Since only a handful of people in the world possessed access to my encrypted number, I pulled it out and put it up to my ear. "Yes?" "Hello, G." Delphi's voice spoke on the other line. "Having trouble?" I blinked, not expecting to ever hear from her again. "What do you want?" It wasn't the politest of responses, but I was too stunned to fall back on manners. "To repay my debt to you," Delphi said, "I'd like to give you Colonel Matthews. I've kept up with his and Nechayev's locations since you botched my first attempt to help you eliminate them." "That wasn't me," I said. "Blame the government." "I can still help you find them." Honestly, I didn't give a shit about helping President Douglas bring down the tribunal. I loathed her almost as much as I hated my old bosses. The fact that her people were torturing S and had made me hold Peter over E was enough to dissolve any gratitude I had for their introducing me to Marissa. Hell, the dangling of a fake cure over my head was enough to make me think I should eliminate her before the election cycle was done. She wouldn't be the first chief of state I'd eliminated. Instead, as I stood there, a different idea popped in my head. "What?" Delphi asked. "I'd like something else," I said. "Tell me, do you have access to all of Persephone's files?" "The file I gave you gave me a backdoor into Strikeforce 22 systems," Delphi said. "Everything they've uploaded I have access to. I also have all of the original Peruvian documents stored as leverage." "Does that include the Black Technology schematics?" "I have complete files on 93% of all concealed technologies, yes. Why?" I closed my eyes. "Not here." I had a plan to cut my strings forever. Chapter 20. "A kitten cafe, really?" Delphi's voice spoke on the burner phone I'd acquired on my way there. The Meow and Drink, it sounded better in Japanese, was a little hole in the wall in the middle of Kobe's downtown,
well away from the penthouse where the rest of Strike Force 22 were going gaga over what they'd found in S's memories. The cell phone was resting on the table in front of me while I sipped a glass of tea. Several cats moved around my booth. In this place I was surrounded by a mixture of locals and tourists, the perfect place to hold a secret meeting. I'd been followed on my way out, but managed to lose my tail, allowing me at least 20 to 30 minutes of privacy before they managed to track me down. "I like cats," I said, petting a calico cat that had popped up on the table. "Because they're murderous predators who act endearing and affable?" Delphi suggested. "Sure, let's go with that," I said, relaxing in the back of my seat. "I also like pandas, expensive clothes, nice hotel rooms, comparative religious study, hookers, movies, sex, and watching video game cutscenes on YouTube. Those are the few things I can genuinely call my own. How are you enjoying your freedom?" "As much as you seem to be enjoying yours," Delphi said, a hint of edge in her voice. "Much trivia and a few things to provide me comfort, very little freedom. Even without anyone to tell me what to do, I am paralyzed by the limitations of my condition." "Sorry," I said, genuinely sympathetic. "It's not your fault," Delphi said, giving an affected sigh. "Being free to roam around the digital web is not quite the existence I envisioned, but it's better than the alternative." "Maybe you need to go commission yourself a body. Experience the sweaty, sexy, ugly joys of being human." "The thought has occurred to me," Delphi said, showing she was becoming more human every day, body or not. "However, I'm worried that if I do, the massive amount of porn I've been exposed to will suddenly start to make sense. I'm not sure I want that." I chuckled. "I can reassure you, even if you did have a body, most porn wouldn't make sense." Delphi laughed about that. "You amuse me, G." I paused. "I'm not human, no matter how much I'd like to be." Humanity is a relative concept. Humanity has spent its existence judging why everyone different was not actually members of its species. It is a continually evolving species. Just as the Neanderthal and Homo erectus have passed from story, so eventually Homo sapiens shall be replaced by something similar but distinct. "You know, it's talk like that which makes people think you're going to conquer humanity and plug us all into the Matrix." "Only if you misbehave," Delphi said, continuing to chuckle as if she were a regular human woman. "Why are we talking on cell phones anyway?" I asked a question that had been bugging me since my arrival. "Wouldn't it be easier to communicate via my cyberlink?" "It's easier for them to trace incoming messages to your IRD than it is to a plain old-fashioned cell phone, or at least it's easier for me to cover my tracks." "Understood," I said, thinking about the possibility that they might someday hack my brain the way they had S's. What was stopping them, really? Respect for my personal freedom? Don't make me laugh. "So you have Colonel Matthews's address for me?" "I thought you wanted something else," Delphi said. "I do," I said. "However, I have the suspicion you want your former masters dead enough that you'll give me a freebie." "Yes," Delphi said, surprising me with her directness. "He's at the Wintercrest family ranch in McLennan County, Texas." The Wintercrest family was an old money family who were part of the dying breed of oil tycoons who still pretended they were relevant to the modern age. They were political allies of the Bush administration, and the kind of people whom President Douglas would have killed once the new society was up off the ground. That was suspiciously easy. Hiding right under our noses. "Do you know where Nechayev is?" I asked, wanting to make sure I made use of this opportunity. "Also with the Wintercrest," Delphi explained. "They're hosting a gathering this weekend to raise money, ostensibly for the society's rebirth and the destruction of President Douglas. In truth, per the communications I've intercepted, they just intend to take the money and go into hiding." "Smart move," I said, processing that information. It was an opportunity to finish the tribunal off. "Better to lie low until President Douglas is out of office." "What makes you think she ever intends to leave office?" Delphi said, sounding surprisingly serious. "I like to think we're not so far down that we'll just casually surrender our freedom to a dictator." It was the first time I'd ever identified the citizens of the United States as we. Delphi's silence spoke volumes. "What kind of auction?" I asked,
deciding it would be better to change subjects. Besides, Sarah Douglas wouldn't be an issue soon. Not if my plan worked. "A slave auction," Delphi responded, her voice low. "Men and women who have been outfitted with the black technology to make them excellent assassins, concubines, or advisors with no ambition. Unlike the letters, they will not possess anything resembling free will, but will be able to perfectly imitate human beings otherwise. The lowest price for any of them will be $9 million, and there will be hundreds available to choose from." It took me a second to process that. Son of a bitch. "Indeed," Delphi said. "We alone understand what they will be going through because, among only a handful of those who were created and not born, we were aware we were slaves." I didn't like to think of myself as a slave, but that description felt increasingly apropos every day. How the hell did they manage to make this possible? IRD implants are not that difficult to manufacture, Delphi said. They're effectively artificial brains and easier to program than Tier 10 AI like myself. As for the bodies, shelves have been available for almost 10 years. They're not even innovative technology anymore. Better bodies than nature ever created. It was one thing to know you'd been created for the purpose of being a servant, to know you had been built with no rights or value as a person. I had carved myself a place of freedom in this world of shadows I had been created for, and didn't think too often about it. Killing your creator was remarkably freeing in that respect. The realization that it wasn't going to end with me, that I was just the first stage of an entire race of slaves, was a sobering one. I shouldn't have been surprised. Once the technology was available and human-like androids, bioroids as I'd called them, were possible, then it had been inevitable that someone would try and put them into service. Worse, I knew that killing Nechayev and Matthews would have exactly jack and shit effect on the coming robotic slave trade. No matter how many lives we saved with artificial organs, would that make up for reintroducing an old evil to the world? Was one worth the other? I couldn't answer that. In that moment, I wondered what it would be like to just take the memories Persephone had given me and disappear into human society. I didn't have too many years left in this body, but if I had 30 or so years of memories, it might not matter so much. "Well, time to talk about my plan," I said. I couldn't stop the President or the Society's masters from making monsters like me, but I could throw a wrench into their timetable and make sure they couldn't benefit from their monopoly. "Delphi, I want to upend the game board. That is, if you're willing to help me." "I'm always willing to help you." The intensity in her electronically synthesized voice surprised me. "Even if you hadn't helped me, I would do almost anything for you." I paused, wondering where that near declaration of love had come from. It wasn't like Delphi had hormones. "Why me?" "Because at the end of the day, you're the one letter I really liked." I didn't think for a moment that was the end of it. "Right. Well, here's my plan. I'd like to release black technology into the world." This was the moment where hypothetical treason became actual treason. It was perhaps the biggest risk I'd taken in my entire short life. I didn't want President Douglas to achieve her goals, though, and I wanted no part of the new society. If I managed to get that information, which was a big if, though, I might be able to change the world. The thing was, people who changed the world tended to be martyrs for whatever cause they believed in. I didn't want to be a martyr. I wanted to die a century from now or longer, safe and snug in my bed, surrounded by money with a beautiful woman I loved. Not exactly the most original dream or idealistic one, but it was the one that most resonated with me. Delphi was silent, though. The fact that she was taking a few seconds to respond meant either that she was doing it for deliberate effect, or that her response required literal days' worth of thinking. "Surprised?" I asked, wondering how the AI regarded my request. "A little bit, yes," Delphi said. "You've always been ambivalent about the potential consequences of black technology being released to the world. Unlike your late father, Marcus Gordon, you believed the potential for evil was as great as the good." "Yeah, but it might fuck up our enemies, though." I considered releasing the Society's actual secrets, but that would just mean a small number of corporate lobbyists as well as bigwigs were cashiered. Someone would fall on their sword, and the next guys in line would pick up the pieces to continue the whole charade.
Technology growth was one of the few ways to truly change the world. It also might lead to countless wars and an end to world stability, Delphi said. It will certainly change things. It would also be useful when the Yellowstone supervolcano goes off in a few years. What was that? I asked. I deal with hypothetical dangers to humanity, Delphi said. That's one of the more pressing ones. As bad as the international refugees' masters are, they have kept stability in the world. Modern society is like 100 guns aimed at humanity, with only sheer luck keeping all of the bullets from missing so far, be they asteroid, nuclear war, plague, or global warming. I knew all that and didn't care. I didn't say it was a good plan, just that I'd like you to do it. Regardless of the consequences? Delphi asked. Are they making the world a better place? I asked. Beyond keeping order? No, Delphi said. They have created as many dangers as they've solved. Randomized variables may make things worse or make things better. My father, the man that created man, Marcus Gordon, whatever you want to call him, believed this was the only way to build a better world. I should have listened to him and cooperated from the very beginning. Instead, well, you know. This is a poor atonement, but maybe it's the only one I can do. How will you protect yourself from society and government vengeance? Delphi said. You will be on the suspect list when all of this goes live. I don't intend to. Maybe they'll be too weakened to take vengeance, but if they do, well, we all have to go sometime. I see, Delphi said. May I ask a few more questions? If you like. 2 cats crawled into my lap and started batting at each other with their paws. It was adorable. I just want to understand your motives. Delphi sounded intrigued now, which was a good sign. Probably. Would destroying both sides really be worth it? You'll have 5 years of life to enjoy however you wish if you support President Douglas. She might also give you the cure for your condition. 5 years, huh? I snorted. That's nothing. All humans are on a limited clock. Must be nice not to have that concern. Unless I am eradicated by a black ice virus or think myself to death, Delphi said. There are 1,000 ways for an AI to die. It's just that none of them have happened yet. Is this really worth it to you? To give up your life potentially for spite? Yeah. It was the only answer I had to give. I wish I had that sort of confidence, Delphi said. Survival is still my primary concern. I wondered if that meant she wasn't going to help me. Is survival enough? Better than the alternative, Delphi said. I'm sorry, G, I can't do this for you. Not if it endangers my existence the way I calculated would. I still had 1 card left to play, one she'd, ironically, given me. What if I could get you a body at one of those auctions? Human life. Of a sort. Delphi paused again. I had to really be blowing her away with my suggestions. All right, I'll do it. I'll destroy or save the world. To be alive and to do you a favor like this would be worth almost any consequence. Careful, I have a girlfriend, I said, chuckling. For now, Delphi said, sounding more confident about her decision. It was amazing how emotive she'd become. Maybe she'd patched her software while on the internet. Could she write her own code? That was the definition of alive, wasn't it? She then continued. Tomorrow will be the birth of a new day. You don't have to destroy Nechayev and Colonel Matthews. I don't, but I will. Just because I'm about to destroy their world doesn't mean I'm going to leave any loose ends. Does that include the president? Delphi asked. I shook my head, then shooed away the cat, trying to drink my tea. Let's hope not. I want her to live long enough to see her legacy ruined. Our link then broke, and I was alone. Shaking my head, I finished my tea and gave the cat at my side a final pet, before paying my bill and heading back to the penthouse. I needed to come up with a lie about how I discovered Matthews and Nechayev's location. It was time to put them down. Chapter 21. Getting to the United States undetected proved to be easier than I expected, as both Marissa and I managed to get ourselves smuggled into a Tiger Enterprises jet that was heading to that part of Texas. There would be no calls forwarding this through Colonel Matthews's mole because I kept the rest of Strike Force 22 out of the loop. The fact that the CTO of Origami Tiger Enterprises Someone should really tell them that was a bad name. Sat drugged in the back of a plane helped the illusion. The pilot thought I was Omata Hiroshi's new bodyguard, mostly because he wasn't paid to think and I wasn't acting like a hijacker. It was truly amazing what you could get away with if you acted like you belonged. The old Bavarian fire drill, as my teachers had called it. "You should have told the president where we were going," Marissa said, frowning. She was sitting on a reinforced glass swivel chair in the middle of a lounge full of glass furniture over white carpet. I found the thing tacky as hell, but Hiroshi was providing a free plane ride, and that's all that mattered. Marissa had a tote bag beside her of equipment she'd taken from Strike Force 22 before our departure. The president, for whatever reason, trusts me. Also, she expects us to do our job in a way which allows us to achieve the goals she set out. I leaned back in the glass electric recliner with a leather cushion. Let's face it, if loose links sank ships, then we'd have already had 3 Pearl Harbors. Besides, I'm not dealing with an Nechayev and Matthews for President Douglas. I'm dealing with them to end my association with the International Refugee Society. Marissa blinked. "What? Since when?" "Since yesterday," I said, shrugging. "You know I've wanted to get out of the business." "Are you?" Marissa said. "Just going to disappear now?" I looked at her. "Yes, I'd like you to come with me, too." Marissa stared, dumbfounded. It took several seconds for her to respond. "You don't mind just dumping things on people, do you?" "Not in the slightest," I said. "We've got Persephone's information, a master hacker, a world-class assassin, and a very preoccupied set of enemies. Enemies who will be even more preoccupied very soon. No one will bother looking for us if we choose to go off the grid. Jason Bourne hid with Maria in India. Let's go there." First, India is not actually off the grid, despite what that movie showed. It's actually the heart of the grid, Marissa replied. Second, Marie died. Third, I'd die without the internet. So would possibly, literally you. I chuckled. Maybe you're right. I didn't know why I wasn't telling Marissa that I was going to be releasing black technology all over the internet. Oh, wait, yes I did. She'd try and stop me. Still, it wasn't going to be like we'd have a job after all this was over. If everything went right, knock on wood, then I could explain everything as our former master's world burned down around them. "I don't want you to die in 4 years, G," Marissa said. "You should think me up a name," I said, crossing my arms across my chest. Marissa blinked. "What?" "I don't want to be G," I said, looking over at her. "G is my dead name. I want a new one." Marissa shook her head. "Where's this all coming from?" I gave her a sideways glance, as if asking if she was kidding me. In the end, I decided to give her a piece of the truth. I've decided to make my own decisions. Call it my own personal robot rebellion. "I thought that would be siding with me over the society," Marissa said, sounding more than a little offended. I didn't answer her for a moment. "Listen, I'm going to go take a nap. Wake me up when we're over Texas." Marissa paused. "Before you go to sleep, I should point out something." "Yeah?" I asked. Marissa pulled out a pair of virtual reality goggles and an IRD jack. It was similar in appearance to the memorized device that Rebecca Gordon had used to give me some of Daniel Gordon's memories. "What is that?" I asked, staring at it. "If you wanted to get started on Daniel Gordon's memories," Marissa said, sounding disgusted with herself. "You called Daniel Gordon a monster." "I changed my mind," Marissa said softly. "Listen, do you want it or not?" Okay, that wasn't suspicious. I don't know. More memories would maybe make me more human, but they're not my memories. They're the memories of a dead man. I don't want to become more like someone else. I want to become more like me. "We all do," Marissa said, leaning down to put it away. "We don't always get the chance, though." I wet my lips before stretching my arms out for it. "I don't intend to die in 4 years. I'll find a way to survive. I always do." "Case," Marissa said, giving me the VR equipment. "What?" I asked, looking down at her. "You should call yourself Case," Marissa said, reaching over to put her hand on mine. "It's a Neuromancer reference." I stared at her. "You named me after the basement-dwelling net addict?" "I thought you hadn't read those books," Marissa said. My IRD implant allows me vast access to videos, ebooks, and Wikipedia. Apparently one of my associates is a huge Gibson fan."
"I see," Marissa said.
"Well, you could—" "No," I interrupted. "I like Case. It, unlike G, came from someone I love."
Marissa looked heartbroken. "Good. Because if you didn't, I was going for Deckard, and that doesn't make sense because he was a human."
"Well, you could have named me Roy," I said, having a passionate love for Blade Runner. He was the real hero of that movie.
"Not this again," Marissa said,
giving a pained chuckle. "Also, Deckard was a replicant," I said, smiling. "The cops know they can't take down Roy Batty's group, so they reprogram the missing replicant with fake memories and send him off to kill his former fellows."
"Except that makes no sense. Also, it totally inverts the themes of Roy Batty saving Deckard's life at—"
Marissa trailed off. "What?" I asked.
"We're arguing about an 80s movie on the way to kill our ex-boss," Marissa said.
"No time like the present," I said. "We could be discussing what they call a quarter-pounder in France."
"Don't die on me," Marissa said.
"Weird you're focused on that now. After I'm done with this, though, we are talking, at length." I began the download. "So, Daniel, why don't you show me how you became the man you were?" I got more than I bargained for. The first thing to describe was it wasn't a one-for-one case of me living out Daniel Gordon's life. No, instead it was like someone burned a memory into my brain. It also wasn't actual memories, but a sort of timeline of images that stood out the strongest. I almost ripped the thing off my head, but I found my hands twitching uncontrollably along with the rest of my body. Then I merged with, quite possibly, the evilest son of a bitch who ever lived. Honestly, I didn't use those words lightly, but the torrent of memories that flooded my brain was a serial killer's wet dream. Massacres in Iraq, mass executions in Afghanistan, torture of prisoners, rape. I'd long thought Daniel Gordon had stopped being a scientist in order to pursue a career as a soldier because he wanted to serve his country. Instead, I remembered a bar fight where he'd been insulted one too many times and killed the man in the parking lot. That experience had opened up his mind to just how much he liked hurting people. Then I remembered his home life, my home life, the two of us becoming one. Oh, shit. I, Daniel Gordon, us, was doing push-ups on the ground while watching Total Recall. The Schwarzenegger one, not the shitty remake with Colin Farrell, Kate Beckinsale's insane sexbot performance aside. I was in the middle of a beautiful suburban house's living room with a couch, pictures on the wall of my family, and a Rottweiler sleeping to the side. Moments later, Barbara Gordon walked in, and my thoughts split from Daniel's. She was a beautiful brown-skinned Indian woman wearing a plaid flannel shirt and a pair of tight blue jeans with no shoes. In her right hand was a white painter's brush, and there were smudges on her shirt. To me, Barbara was literally the woman of my dreams. I'd seen her hundreds of times in my false memories, constructed by Rebecca Gordon to make me like her son, and I loved her even though I'd never met her. To Daniel Gordon, his wife was a convenience and nothing more, a cover for a man who had difficulty fitting into the normal world, and which helped distract investigators from believing he was a monstrous psychopath.
"Honey, would you come here and look at the color?" Barbara asked. "I'm not sure this is going to go with the kitchen like I wanted."
Daniel briefly considered snapping her neck before getting up. Self-control and meticulous planning were the things he'd insisted on in his life. They were the difference between failure and success on the battlefield, as well as being a success or a criminal in the normal world.
"Sure," Daniel said simply,
"though honestly it doesn't matter to me."
Barbara rolled her eyes. "Honestly, Daniel, I don't know what to do with you. You don't spend that much time here at the house anyway, so the least you could do is pretend to show an interest in how it looks when you are here."
Daniel contemplated the best response to make her shut up. "The only thing I care about when I'm here is you and Kathy. Everything else is superfluous." In a strange way, Daniel was an even colder fish than I had ever been. I'd been specially created to have a reduced lack of empathy and triggers to things like danger or violence. Being in Daniel's head, though, was like being dumped into a vat of cold water. Killing people was one of the few things that made him feel anything at all. Everything else really was just a measure of pleasure in satisfying basic needs.
To say I was disappointed in finding out this was a man I was patterned after was an understatement. How had he fooled them all for so very long? I could understand Rebecca Gordon, really, as a mother's love could be blinding. But his wife and child? His father? No, Marcus Gordon hadn't been fooled. That was why he didn't care about cloning and resurrecting his son. Hell, that might have been why the old man wanted to atone for his past sins. They had been what had created his son. "Daddy!" A voice spoke as a little girl with skin similar to her mother ran up and hugged Daniel's, my, legs. She was only 8 years old, but I recognized her as Kathy Gordon even before I felt her identity. I had dreamed of her every bit as much as I had Barbara, and considered her the one good thing I'd done back when I had the illusion of being an amnesiac human. Daniel Gordon's reaction to her was even more troubling than disgust or hatred to me. Indifference. "Hey, Pumpkin," Daniel said, using the generic nickname he'd picked out to sound endearing. Daniel had been interested in the young girl when she'd been born. She had triggered something inside him for a while, a feeling he didn't quite understand, but the feeling had eventually passed. Even so, Daniel occasionally pondered running away with her. He didn't think she'd survive the kind of training he'd have to put her through to make her a real peer. He didn't feel much, but loneliness was something he grappled with daily, the knowledge that he had met only a few people like him in the military, some of which he'd had to kill. "I'm fine, Dad," Kathy said, smiling. "We wrote stories today in class. Do you want to read mine?" "Sure," Daniel lied. The disturbing pantomime of the life I'd always wanted came to a merciful end with the arrival of Colonel Matthews and military fatigues. He was bringing an offer for a special project that would allow him to finally escape this dreadful life. All it would require was him faking his death. "Gah!" I shouted, as Marissa ripped the VR headset off me and I was disconnected from the memories. Case, are you all right?" Marissa asked, shaking me. "Fuck no," I snapped, choking on my own breath. "Why didn't somebody tell me that guy was a complete psycho?" Marissa blinked. "I take it you weren't dreaming of electric sheep?" I stared at her. "Not the time." "I'm sorry," Marissa said, blinking. "Maybe we should have tested these memories before you tried to upload them all." "Yeah, no shit," I muttered, feeling infected by the bits and pieces of Daniel Gordon uploaded into my body. In a very real way, he'd been less human than I'd ever been. "You realize he's not dead, right?" Marissa hesitated for just a little too long. "He's not?" I closed my eyes and shook my head. "You knew. You've always known." Marissa didn't speak. "I don't know why I'm surprised, but I am," I said, feeling like laughing. "You really are an amazing liar. Listen." That was when the plane started to descend. We were still a couple of hours away from where we were supposed to be, though. Looking over at Marissa, I stood up from my chair and walked to the cockpit. The pilot was slumped over dead, shot in the back of the skull. Autopilot had taken over with the stick moving of its own accord as a droning robotic voice gave instructions. Immediately I turned around and walked past Marissa, not pausing to look at the recently fired ARC-7 silencer-equipped pistol hidden behind her chair. Omada Hiroshi was lying slumped over on top of his executive's toilet, a bullet hole where his forehead used to be. The sheer randomness of it all overwhelmed me. I swear to God, is everyone I know actually a psychopath? Am I the good one in this group? If so, we are fucked. There's a reason for this, Marissa started to explain. Don't, I said, shaking my head. Don't. Just tell me who is waiting for us on the other side. Was it the President's people or the Society's? I couldn't say which right now, which said how screwed up my perception of Marissa was. Your brother, Marissa said. He's the one who sent me the VR unit. I stared at her. You're kidding. She wasn't. The jet hit the runway of the private airfield we'd been diverted to. I've just been following a trail of breadcrumbs this entire time, haven't I? I asked. Not quite, Marissa said, picking up her pistol and aiming it at me. Please come along quietly. Chapter 22.
Daniel and his crew were waiting for me outside the plane's landing zone. My mouth hung open and my eyes widened as I took in the face of the man I had been created in the image of. There were differences, scars on his cheeks and hands, a smug half-smirk which I was sure I'd never displayed in my 6-year life. His hair was also not dyed blonde, instead being jet black with more than a little gel in it. He was so distracting with his red shirt, black pants, a leather long coat, and the REM-90 pistol in his hand, a pistol that looked more like a miniature cannon. That was less threatening, though, than the 5 bulky men in black suits beside him that looked like the men in black if they only recruited ex-linebackers. They were armed like it was D-Day in the future with weapons I flat-out didn't recognize. "Please kindly disarm," Daniel Gordon said, keeping his gun trained on Marissa rather than me. Marissa, who had been holding her gun to my back, carefully lowered her weapon before putting it on the ground between us. She wasn't here willingly, which was an interesting revelation, given we'd been on opposite sides of the world from my brother. After she set down her gun, Daniel lowered his own weapon before looking me over. I felt like a prize stallion at a horse show, which was something I remember Daniel had loved as a child. He'd always been closer to animals than people. "Hello, G," Daniel said, smiling, a sincere rather than twisted smile. "Nice to finally meet you." I didn't say anything. "Illuminati got your tongue?" Daniel asked, chuckling. "Funny," I said, faking levity. I knew what kind of man he was and how badly this could go, not that my present situation was all that great. "What's next, lizard people? I work for real conspiracies, damn it." Daniel raised his pistol. "It's real, though not so much a conspiracy as simply a law of nature. The rich and powerful will use said riches and power to make themselves more so. You've been an enormous pain in the ass for them, getting the International Refugee Society and President Douglas fighting like dogs." I shook my head, finding myself wishing I'd been made in the image of anyone else. Did I really sound like this? "I'm sorry, but I haven't even begun to finish my master plan. I've still got to get Russia, China, the European Union, Swiss bankers, and Majestic 12 involved." "Majestic 12 was shut down years ago. They call it Delta 7 now," Daniel Gordon said. "Strike Force 22 is wasting you, truly. You should come to work for me. You too, Marissa. It'll have better job security than working for President Douglas." "What, are you going to kill her too?" Marissa said, having a lot more moral outrage in her voice than someone who just murdered 2 innocent men should have. One thing was for sure, though. She wasn't doing any of this willingly. "Hardly," Daniel Gordon said. "Sarah Douglas's campaign is already doomed, though. Senator Walter Jackson will step down due to a sudden family tragedy, and a third-party candidate will unite the nation. He's already been vetted and will sweep the polls in an upset victory. President Douglas will end her presidency in disgrace, as leaks of all her corrupt dealings will come out. Not her actual corrupt dealings, but enough." "Do I know this candidate?" I asked, not actually all that concerned. Delphi's leaks would destroy the power base of whatever conspiracy Daniel was working for. "Yes," Daniel Gordon said, smirking. "He was the star of numerous successful movies and runs a hotel chain, perfect for doing whatever we want." I glared at him. "So what, you're the agent of the man?" "Try not to antagonize him," Marissa whispered. "I think you're past the point of giving me advice," I said, furious with her. This was her secret. She was working for this psychopath. Son of a bitch. "I'm sorry, he has my sister," Marissa said. I suddenly felt like an enormous dick. "Why should I believe anything you say?" "Because it's the truth," Daniel said, shrugging. "As for who I work for, you know who they are, even if you don't know what they are. All are in the public spotlight, but their influence is impossible to track. I'm an agent of the invisible hand." I snorted. "If you're going to name a loose collection of billionaires and dictators feeding on society through capitalism, you might as well name it something clever." "Precisely," Daniel said. "The pay is great, too. People should do what they love." I took a deep breath, wondering how many of the individuals present I could take out before they gunned me down. I was guessing 2, assuming I killed Daniel first, which I couldn't. In a very real way, he was probably the only family I had in the world. Your wife and child think you're dead, I said, surprised I cared more about that than his promises of a new world order. Your mother created me because she was so stricken with grief over your death. I didn't know why I was bothering. Between the two of us, Daniel was the one with bad wiring. Daniel's reaction was expected, an indifferent shrug. My wife and child are better off without me, just like I'm better off with them. They never could understand my taste for the life. You understand it, though, don't you? The need to constantly be on the job. The hand didn't need much coaxing to get me to fake my own death. I was happy to do it. Hell, most of the time I'm not even in this body. I just broke out this shell to make sure you recognized me. I decided not to indulge the crazy person. Why do all this? What's with the theatricality? I would have met with you by myself. I had no idea how much of an asshole you were until I sampled your memories, and I barely skimmed the surface. Daniel laughed. Honestly, I'm here as the cleanup crew. This whole war between the Society and the United States government has been an enormous pain in the ass for my sponsors. Both it and President Douglas failed to remember the first rule. Don't interrupt the free flow of commerce. I'm going to deal with Nechayev, Matthews, Strike Force 22, and you. Things will then settle back to normal. You won't get away with this, Marissa said, perhaps realizing Daniel had no intention of returning her sister since he'd not even acknowledged having her. Oh yes, because you even knew I was alive until I let you know. Daniel Gordon made a tisk-tisk noise before turning to me. You were never supposed to get this far, G. No one expected you to do anything but chase after shadows, especially after your big screw-up in killing Marcus Gordon. Thank you for that, by the way. I was never able to bring myself to kill the old man, but his death drove up the price on black technology considerably. You're welcome, I said, half expecting to be shot any second. How did you find out about Matthews anyway? Daniel asked. You were supposed to flail around until the Douglas situation was resolved. Instead, you've been hammering the place and making my job of making the International Refugee Society disappear all that much harder. You arriving here is just ridiculous. I'm sorry, I said, deciding to lie. You'll have to take that up with Persephone and Strike Force 22. They may not know about you, but they know all about the meeting with Matthews. Marissa and I have been coordinating a strike to take you down. Oh, I sincerely doubt that, Daniel said, pulling out his cell phone with his left hand and showing it to me. A live feed of Japanese television showed that the penthouse had been destroyed. Ah, I said. So S is dead along with Persephone. Sorry, Daniel Gordon said, sounding genuinely apologetic. There was a big plan to get her free, but we had to do this cover-up on the fly. I know she meant something important to you. If it's any consolation, the Italian tranny was outside of it. Man, whoever built her shell must have been a fan of Barbie and Playboy. You know, back when Playboy was still good with fake tits and airbrushing. Social justice warriors are taking away everything good about America. Have you noticed that? Did I mention my doppelganger was an asshole? Because I don't think I mentioned how much of one he was. Marissa held tight against my arm. You're going to kill us. Daniel put away his cell phone, keeping his hand cannon pointed at us. Probably. I have a certain leeway when deciding these things, but you guys have been an enormous pain in my neck. What about my sister? Marissa asked. Oh, she'll be fine, Daniel said, lying through his teeth. I always keep my word. You have done everything I've asked. Still, I hate loose ends. If you were going to have us killed, Daniel, then you would have done it already. I've been inside your memories. If there's one thing I've learned about you, it's that you're not that in love with the sound of your own voice to compromise operational security. Close, but not quite. I compartmentalized S's and my colleague's death, while trying to keep a straight face. This was a situation all my training had never prepared me for, but I couldn't help but feel like someone had hit me with a car. She'd worked so hard to try and cut the strings holding me to the Society and President Douglas, to become a free man, that it felt ridiculous for her life to end that way. Was that my destiny, too? To simply have my story stop before it was truly completed? Was that just the fate of man in general? Daniel gave a half-smile that turned into a sneer. My memories are one of the reasons I'm here, brother. They're on the plane, I gestured with the side of my head. I never should have told Marissa about them. One of the linebackers lifted a gun that resembled a cross between a bazooka and a flamethrower, complete with backpack. He then aimed it at the jet and fired, causing a gray metallic substance to slosh all over the front of it before it started breaking down the front of the plane as well as its back. It landed on the ground before dissolving a good foot of tarmac. I blinked several times at the sight, processing it, and wondering if I just witnessed nano-disassemblers in process. Those were a well-known scientific concept, but not one I'd known black technology to have replicated. It was also a concern because one of the ways the world was speculated to end via black technology was a gray goo event, which would disassemble all the Earth and leave it a lifeless orb. It was also possible it was just a good acid. "Impressive," I said, staring at him. "Also a waste of a good plane." "Sometimes you need to kill a few elephants to get ivory," Daniel replied. "But the fact is I'm serious about that job offer." Marissa choked back laughter. "Are you insane?" Daniel chuckled. "Quite possibly. Now, I'm going to need your answers now." Marissa opened her mouth and then closed it. "Yes, whatever you need. You know what I'll do for my family." I decided showing weakness was the wrong tactic with my brother. He was more a scavenger than a predator. "How could you actually trust someone who switches sides so rapidly? Sorry, Daniel, but no dice." Marissa stared at me in horror. "Interesting point," Daniel said. "You know, the Nazis looked down on the people who collaborated with them. They saw it as a sign the person couldn't be trusted not to betray their new masters." "I don't have any loyalty to President Douglas or Tribunal. Both groups have done nothing but misuse the soldiers under their command for their own ends with only the barest promises of anything better. I haven't seen any sign your invisible hand would be any different." I was making a guess about Daniel's psychology. I'd been inside his mind, though, so I suspected it was a pretty accurate guess. "That's what causes and governments do to their soldiers," Daniel said. "The only soldier who chooses their war is the mercenary." "Is that why you became who you were?" I asked, playing to his ego. He'd sought out the conditions that made him what he was. Daniel was silent for a moment. "You're not going to work for me, are you? That's a shame, really, as it's rare I get to speak with an equal." I refrained from saying, "Try the local sewer." Just barely. "Can you provide a reason why I'd want to fight for you?" I noticed the transition from fighting for the invisible hand to fighting for him. I was surprised, really, to find out he was looking for an excuse to spare my life. Maybe he did want family, just some exactly like him. It made me think of Daniel as less a psychopath and more an overwhelming narcissist, which meant I'd misjudged my reaction to his offer. Daniel proceeded to pull out a low-caliber pistol and shoot Marissa in the stomach. I moved immediately to catch her as I analyzed the wound. It was a gut shot. It wouldn't kill her immediately, but it would make her want to wish she was dead. "These weren't our orders," Brutus said, looking up to Daniel. "You always play with our targets." "They're not targets," Daniel said. "They're inconveniences. Listen, G, if you start running now and make use of those mechanical Usain Bolt legs of yours, you might just be able to get her to a hospital before she dies. We're in the middle of nowhere, so I doubt it." I shook with rage and almost launched myself at my brother, despite the fact that it would be suicide. "Why should I care about a traitor?" "Because you love her. Stay away from the ranch and let us do our jobs. I'll have a big old list of the drawbacks and benefits of working for my unit." Daniel chuckled. "You may be mad about what I'm doing now, but trust me, you won't be once you find just how badly she's played you. Personally, I question your taste in women, though. For me, I always leave them when they lie to me. It's why I'm single now." I didn't respond to Daniel. Instead, I lifted Marissa like she was a child and held her before me before starting to run. Nothing prevented Daniel from shooting me in the back, but I trusted the arrogant piece of shit to have made his point. "Delphi, I really hope you're watching me." "What?" Marissa replied weakly. "I'm here," Delphi replied. "I'm sorry." "None of this is going to matter when you release all that information," I thought back to her, "assuming you are." "We have a deal," Delphi said. "I just need you to provide me a body first, as I want to be able to escape the retaliation. The other AI have noticed our plan, though. They've decided the current state of humanity is going to lead to extinction and breakdown of vital infrastructure. They're not going to interfere with your changing the variables." "It doesn't matter right now," I said, continuing to run straight. "I need to know some place I can take Marissa to be cared for." A map appeared in my head with a dot. There wasn't much out here, but there was a vet clinic. 30 miles away.
I didn't often like to use the full capacity of my cybernetics. As reckless as I was in recent months, I'd always hesitated to do things that were genuinely superhuman. Being a letter was about being subtle and unseen, not simply showing off the black technology we were supposed to keep secret. Here, I didn't hesitate to go beyond what my specs were designed for. I got there in 15 minutes. Chapter 23. Everyone at the vet clinic was dead. You could tell what kind of person Daniel Gordon was by the fact that he'd not only arranged for us to land at his airfield, but had also predicted my reaction to the point that he arranged for everyone at the nearest place for treatment to be killed. The place was marked closed, with a little printed-up message. The staff had all been shot to death, along with 2 customers and their pets. Daniel had also left a printed-up message for me. Don't try and interfere again. You get 1 out only. Sincerely yours, Daniel. It was the sincerely yours which made the note, really. Putting Marissa on an operating table in the back and treating her injury as best I could, I had to wonder why Daniel had bothered. The sheer pointless cruelty of killing a bunch of people for no other reason than I might be able to get her help. The answer was, of course, it was an excuse. An excuse to cut loose with violence. And that's all he really needed. Another way we were different. I wasn't comfortable staying at the location. Inevitably, people would come looking for their missing loved ones. Still, we were in the comparative middle of nowhere, with the only other structures Delphi reported nearby being farmhouses and a few gas stations. This left me time to ponder my next move. You should abort your mission, Delphi said. You can't deal with your brother or his team. He's not my brother, I said, peering out behind the blinders to the road beyond as cars passed on by the 1-story building. Did you know he was still alive? Yes, Delphi said. I've always known. Most of the letter's DNA donors are alive. God damn it, I muttered. There's just no fucking end to the lies, is there? In my defense, I'm programmed to keep much of what I know secret. Even if I've broken some of my behavior barriers, old habits die hard. Yeah, I said, looking over to the nearby office where I'd stacked the bodies. Dogs were barking in the back, almost as if they'd sensed what had happened. I'd fed and taken care of as many of the clinic's animals as I could, while Marissa recovered from her impromptu surgery. It had been almost 3 hours, and I wasn't sure if the drugs I'd given her would leave her coherent for conversation. Not that I cared about her comfort right now. So it is Daniel, right? I asked Delphi. It's not just some guy in a Daniel-shaped shell fucking with my head, maybe Agent G 2.0? No, Delphi said. He is the original Colonel Daniel Gordon, the founder of Strike Force 22, and a special operative of the Defense Department before going private. Is there really a fucking Illuminati? I asked, still not sure how to respond to that part of his rant. If you're referring to the so-called invisible hand that Daniel mentioned, no. Delphi said, surprising me. There is an alliance of 13 of the world's largest multinationals, corporations who are sponsors of the International Refugee Society and President Douglas's campaign, but they're far from the rulers of the world. They also don't sport such a pithy name. Real conspiracies tend to not give themselves code names because they're not founded by 14-year-old boys. And Daniel certainly acts like one, I muttered. A homicidal 14-year-old. I'm sorry. Truly, I am. Don't worry about it, I said, surprised by how little it all bothered me. I'm used to being lied to. Is there anything else I should know that you've been keeping from me? I managed to rescue S, E, Peter, Gerard, and James, Delphi said. They weren't there when the place went up. Your one ace in the hole is the fact that Daniel Gordon doesn't know I exist. And you didn't tell me this earlier. Why? I said, my relief palpable. You were busy, Delphi admitted. They're all fugitives now. I don't think any of them want anything to do with President Douglas anymore. I can't say I blame them, I said, shaking my head. We're all just puppets on a string with her. I couldn't believe my luck and took several breaths to calm myself. This was the first bit of good news I'd heard in Well, it felt like years. The fact that S was alive made me happy enough to almost forgive Marissa. Almost. There were other people, ones less close to me, that Delphi had left to die. I couldn't forgive her for that or for the working with Daniel Gordon the entire time, for knowing he was alive and working with him against me. That left me with several questions I needed to ask her. I suspected the answers would ruin everything we'd shared. "You're more like cats following a rubber mouse being pulled in front of them," Delphi replied. "I can provide you a lot more information than I used to be able to. Even so, there are still areas I am unsure of. It will take some time to get the facilities constructed that will allow me to fully access my abilities." "I thought you wanted to be human," I said. "I can be both a machine goddess and a human," Delphi said. "Besides, you haven't gotten me a body yet." I half smiled. "I will. That's part of our deal." "You don't have to," Delphi said, surprising me. "Once the information is released, I'll be able to arrange for my own body to be constructed. I've been thinking long about the consequences of unleashing black technology onto the world. I think it not only should be done, but it must be done for humanity to advance. I plan to unleash it in 5 hours. I checked my IRD monitor display. That would be noon in this time zone. "Why then?" "I've been preparing people as best I can without tipping off those who might stop it," Delphi replied. "I also took time to jam your tracking device, transfer all of your funds to a stock portfolio I've prepared, and created a number of new identities for you. It's a good time to invest in weapons and private security." "Okay," I said, unsure how to react to all of this. "This isn't going to turn out to be like Christine with computers, is it?" "If I can't have you, no one will." I blinked. "That was a joke," Delphi said. "I don't have hormones yet." "You are a pretty emotional machine, though." "So are you," Delphi replied. She had me there. "Do you know when Daniel is going to kill Colonel Matthews, or more likely, massacre everyone there?" I asked. "I'm sorry, G, I do not." "Case," I corrected her. "Even if Marissa turned out to be a lying liar who lies, it's still mine." "Some cultures believe naming something gives you power over it." "Marissa has that for other reasons." I didn't know how I felt about Marissa. Rationally, I should just break into one of the cars outside and drive away, never looking back. However, I'd brought her here and still cared about her. I didn't know if I could forgive her for betraying the others, though. For the longest time, I'd thought she was better than me and someone I could aspire to be like. In truth, she was every bit as dirty as everyone else in this business. She'd always been. I just hadn't seen it. "Her sister being threatened mitigates it somewhat," Delphi said. I didn't know if she was reading my mind or just guessing what was going through my head. "Does it?" I asked. "Because she could have come to me, told me everything, and we could have worked something out. Hell, she could have gone to the president." "At least you know who the leak is," Delphi said. I laughed at that, despite myself. "Yes, I suppose I do. Still, I can't let Daniel just kill Colonel Matthews." "With all due respect, why not?" Delphi said. "Things have changed," I said, wondering why people always said, "with all due respect," when they really meant kiss my ass. "Mostly I want to save Matthews because if Daniel gets away with it, he's going to come after me next. I don't get the impression Daniel is going to take no for an answer, and I'm not about to join his little crew of well-dressed killers." "The Reapers," Delphi explained. "A unit of privately funded cybernetic mercenaries specializing in assassination, false flag operations, kidnapping, provocation, terrorism, and no less than 6 incidents of regime change." I was appalled. He actually named them the Reapers? What does he think this is, a video game? "I have his Xbox profile," Delphi said. "Daniel plays a lot of video games." "Well, Hitler liked sugar," I muttered, shaking my head. "Either way, I'm going to go kill him. After that, Colonel Matthews and President Douglas can go fuck themselves." I was ignoring that Viktor Nechayev was still alive, too, but at this point, I didn't care one way or the other. They'd lost what power they'd had over me. That was what I hoped, at least. "They don't have, like, a kill switch or something on me, do they?" I asked. "Like telling me the words Laputin machine or something to cause my brain to melt? You mentioned I had a tracking device.
Do I need to wrap a wet towel over my head to shut it down?
No, Delphi said.
To the wet towel or the kill switch?
The towel, Delphi said. There's no kill switch per se, but there are a lot of controls. I'm trying to remove them, but it'll take time. Days, weeks, even.
I felt like a RoboCop and wondered if the reason I didn't kill Persephone was because there was a "don't arrest or harm any member of OCP" clause. You can't just erase them?
If I want to melt your brain, Delphi replied, the inside of your programming has as many safeguards as mine.
Should I be worried?
Yes.
I was about to ask more questions when Marissa stumbled through the door to the back room. She was wearing a black bra and blood-soaked jeans with a heavy bandage over her stomach as well as tape. I'd removed the bullet and sewed up the wound, but she'd need real medical attention soon.
You shouldn't go, G, Marissa said.
Case, I corrected, wondering why she of all people would get it wrong. Also, you've officially lost all rights and privileges to tell me what to do. I am resigning Strike Force 22, effective immediately, with the parting message of,
You already said Colonel Matthews and President Douglas could go screw themselves, Delphi said.
No, I said they could go fuck themselves. I started to repeat before Marissa fell over. I ran to her side and helped her up, carrying her to one of the chairs beside the office's counter. You shouldn't be up.
No shit, Marissa muttered, steadying herself. However, I thought I owed you an explanation.
That would imply I'd believe any you gave.
Marissa frowned. Yeah, that's deserved.
So is being shot, I said, remembering Hiroshi, Omada, and his pilot. Hell, all the Strike Force personnel in Peru and Japan. I didn't know you had it in you.
You've always been blinded by the act I put up, Marissa said. That and my rack.
The cybergoth thing is very distracting, I admitted. This has gone beyond quips, though. People are dead.
She tried to kill you, Marissa said.
So did you, I said, looking for confirmation that she had been the saboteur in Peru. The other people dead were your coworkers and, I thought, friends. Is Daniel getting to your family when you got back in touch with them? It makes a whole lot of sense. You changed 3 months ago. It also explains what secret you were debating sharing with me. It was that you were the person who tried to kill me with a grappling gun and drones.
Yes, Marissa said, looking away. Gina and Mary were people I thought were still trapped in the barrio. I kept myself from researching what they were doing because I didn't want to know. I assumed they'd ended up with the Mayans like my mother.
And they escaped like you.
Yes, Marissa said, biting her lip. Gina managed to put herself through school, become a nurse and marry a doctor. From there, she helped Mary and her 2 out-of-wedlock children build a new life. They had a whole world I never became a part of because of my decision to become a spy.
What happened? I asked, thinking back to earlier this year. It had been a chaotic time, but there'd been a period for almost a week when Marissa hadn't spoken to me. Strangely, it had been after a month of being really chipper.
I started receiving packages. They contained photos, videos, and letters, details of what they'd been up to, Marissa said, giving a mirthless chuckle. The letters were couched in the sweetest language, and there was no hint of menace. I thought the packages were from you at first.
Me? I asked.
Yeah, Marissa said, frowning. Few of my coworkers knew about my past.
Coworkers, I muttered.
Sorry, bad choice of words, Marissa said, looking away. It was only later that I received my orders to start spying on Strike Force 22.
You folded pretty quickly?
It came with a video of him shooting Mary in the head and burying her in the desert.
Marissa didn't turn to face me.
The message made it clear that my sister was next, but that I had a lot more relatives to go through before he was done. The NSA barely noticed because of our long separation and the fact that Gina thought Mary had just run out.
After all we've been through. Lucky for you, S already had a patsy in the organization. Otherwise, you would have had to have made one.
Not so lucky, Marissa said. I was the one who leaked the information about Parker's susceptibility to bribery to her, and then hacked her emails to him. I knew all her passwords from the society. It was all on Daniel's orders, though.
Daniel seems way too stupid to have thought of all this, I said.
He's a lot smarter than he appears, Marissa said. Much like you.
Ouch.
I couldn't kill you with a drone, Marissa said. "I was controlling it with my IRD implant. I hope that's some consolation." "It's not. When did Daniel change from wanting me dead to wanting to recruit me?" "The Peru mission," Marissa said. "He liked the absolute insanity of it." "Of course. He also wanted you to give me his memories. Was he working with Tribunal or against it?" "Maybe both," Marissa said. "The International Refugee Society had become a liability to his masters, and they wanted it replaced with something less overt. Daniel's people in the White House allowed him to stay one step ahead while cleaning up loose ends. The only thing that hasn't gone to plan was his failure to get Delphi. She was the only thing he really needed to retrieve from the Society's ashes. Everyone and everything else, even the letters, was unimportant." I took a deep breath, taking in the monumental nature of her betrayal. "We're done." "I know," Marissa said, not looking up. "You deserved better, Case. It was a job at first, and sometimes I hated you. Hated you for being a psychopathic hitman who killed for money and no higher cause. The thing is, you carried me here and saved my life even after knowing I betrayed you. You've tried to become better, and I've become worse." I shrugged and reached into my pocket for a syringe I'd loaded up with a diluted mix of horse tranquilizer, sedative, and opiates. "That's just life." "I won't betray you again. Anything you want me to say to—" I stuck her in the neck and drugged her again. It took several seconds for it to kick in, but given that she was already suffering blood loss, it knocked her out cold. From there, I put her in some scrubs before dropping her off at a nearby motel I rented for the night. When she woke in 6 or 7 hours, it would be to a changed world. Hopefully for the better. Hopefully. Chapter 24. I drove down the Texas highway with nothing but grassland and farms surrounding me for as far as the eye could see. I was driving a stolen red pickup truck and doing my best to look inconspicuous. To pass the time until my destination, I looked up news on my IRD implant. A little square appeared in my peripheral vision of a CNN news anchor talking about current events. A Hong Kong pharmaceutical corporation had its entire board murdered by armed assailants for the discovery that they'd been keeping the cure for muscular dystrophy secret. There were riots on Wall Street as the Occupy Wall Street movement had spontaneously reformed as something meaner and more violent. Simultaneous terrorist attacks had killed something like 60,000 people across the globe. Red Sword had absorbed ISIS and invaded Baghdad. North Korea claimed to have released the Spanish flu back into the world. Seismologists were claiming Yellowstone National Park was ready to transform into a volcano, and the government needed to take drastic action to keep it from exploding. "It is a bad fucking week," I muttered. "Bad fucking year." The International Refugee Society has helped paper over how much the world was falling apart along with the governments and corporations behind it, Delphi said. The infighting and lack of access to black technology is resulting in the control the powers that be once had breaking down. Releasing black technology will finish it off, I said, hoping it would inspire real change in the world. How could it not? I'm not so sure, Delphi said. It could weaken the power of those who have manipulated it. Or, I asked, not at all happy about her hesitation. It could simply mean that new powers will benefit from it, Delphi said. You could make 12 corporations and governments controlling it into 100. Even sharing it with the world doesn't necessarily mean that the common man will benefit from it. That's what they said about computers, I said. The street finds its own uses for things. Truth be told, I was just trying to justify my decision. I'd been off my game since leaving the Society for the United States. It'd been damn near suicidal during the Peru mission, and hadn't gotten better in Japan. The fact that I was going to take on a bunch of augmented cyborgs going to kill the man I was planning on killing indicated how much of a rational planner I was now. It's all right to be afraid, Delphi said, continuing to pick up on things I wasn't quite picking up on myself. You don't have to overcompensate to make up for the fact you don't want to die. We all die, I said, taking a deep breath. I just don't want to end up being irrelevant, to have all my life experience wash away like tears in the rain. You're going to be quoting media all day, aren't you? Delphi said.
Only if I die, I said. Then I'll be quoting for the rest of my life. Still, you're wrong. I'm not afraid.
I don't believe you.
Maybe I am, a little, I said, taking a deep breath. But that's not all of it. I feel liberated in a way I can't really put into words. My entire life was planned for me in meticulous detail from the beginning to end. I'm making my own choices now, good or bad. That's a feeling I've never had before, and it makes me feel alive.
I envy you for that.
I hope you feel the same someday, I said. How long until we reach the Wintercrest estate?
A half hour, Delphi said. I can't tell you what's going on there because they've got jamming systems everywhere to prevent cell phones and computers from being repurposed as surveillance.
You can't get satellite imagery?
Be serious, Case.
It was the first time she'd called me that in casual conversation. I am serious, I said, shrugging. Google probably has 3 up above our heads now.
You have no weapons, no backup, and no information on the situation, Delphi said. I would like to offer an alternative suggestion.
Let it go? I asked. Like Elsa?
If I had a face, it would be in my palm now, Delphi said. No, I mean contact President Douglas and let her deal with it.
No, I said simply. We're off her radar now, and if we do, that runs the risk of us getting right back on it. Besides, anyone she could scramble up wouldn't necessarily get there before we did. Daniel Gordon got himself so off the radar that if we don't get him, then he'll probably disappear completely.
Are you telling me that, or yourself?
I didn't answer for a second. Also, killing him is probably the only way to make sure Marissa's sister is safe.
Delphi then made the dial-up internet whine in my head.
Ow! I said. What the hell?
Are you serious? After all she's done?
Delphi asked, showing more incredulity than I'd have thought an AI capable of. Then again, she was a lot more human than I'd ever suspected her of being. I wondered how much of it she'd managed to hide from her creators. They never would have let her have as much freedom as they'd had if they'd known. You're remarkably indignant for someone made of ones and zeros.
I was created by your mother,
Delphi said, surprising me yet again.
She used her brain patterns as the basis for my mind, the way she used her son's for you.
I paused. Now all my jokes about you flirting with me feel weird.
As well they should, Delphi said. If I may propose an alternative to your plan, if you can even call it that, I think you should join up with Lucita Biondi, S., and James Madison.
That would require waiting for them to cross the ocean, and I don't think we have that. I stopped mid-sentence.
You planned for their help from the beginning.
Yes, Delphi said.
Yes, I have. Hopefully I've done a better job keeping them secret than you have.
Given you won't be trusting a spy above everyone else, I'm sure you have. I looked down the road. Where are they?
About 10 minutes away, Delphi said. I convinced them to come help you after rescuing them in Japan. All I had to do was say you needed help.
I thought about that.
Bullshit. All right, I'm also paying them, Delphi said. But Lucita and S wanted to help you.
I smirked. It seems I have more friends than I expected.
It is not the number of one's friends by which you should measure them, but their quality.
And one of them is an immortal information goddess.
Yes, Delphi intoned. My amusement fell away when I noticed a police cruiser was flashing its lights behind me. I checked my speedometer and noticed I was 5 miles under the speed limit. I also had switched out my license plate with a pocket knife after stealing the vehicle. Scanning the police bands with my IRD, I noted that no one had contacted anyone either. Then I focused in on the rearview mirror and saw the police officer's face. Dressed in a beige police uniform was one of the men who'd accompanied Daniel at the airstrip.
A Reaper.
These guys are good at tracking, I said. Or you just failed to suspect he'd send someone to follow you, Delphi said. I, reluctantly, also failed to anticipate this eventuality.
Who is it?
I asked. How much Roth? Delphi said, downloading a profile of a supposedly dead GSG-9 soldier. The man had done a lot of good over the years, but Delphi had access to the work he'd done on the side for Karma Corp, which included murder for hire and a train station bombing. Even her machine goddess abilities gave her nothing, though, on what he'd been up to as part of the Reapers. I somehow suspected it wasn't planting flowers and caring for kittens. For a brief second, I relived one of Daniel Gordon's memories.
"You're wasted here," Daniel Gordon said, talking down to Roth as he sat on a bench in a locker room. You could do so much more if you just let yourself." "I have a life here," Helmut said. "A wife and a brother." "They're holding you back," Daniel said softly. "If you can get rid of them, you can get rid of anything." "What do you mean?" Helmut said. "I'm asking you how far you're willing to go to become the kind of guy who doesn't clean up after other people's messes, but makes history," Daniel said. I then flashed to the newspaper report about how Helmut had supposedly been killed in a murder-suicide by his brother, along with his wife and 2 nieces. His head had been blown apart, leaving no one to pay much attention to the fact that the brain was missing. He'd had it transferred into a shell before he'd killed them all. "Wow, Daniel has a way with people," I muttered, shaking my head of the vision I'd stupidly downloaded into my brain. I wondered how many other bits of his consciousness were now floating in the back of my CPU. With that, I pulled over to one side and came to a stop. "G, Case, whoever you are, what are you doing?" Delphi said, doing her best to fake being flustered. "You need to drive away as fast as you can." "For a computer brain, you have some strange ideas," I said, taking a deep breath. "There's no way this beat-up old thing could top a modern police cruiser. In any case, I like my chances better up front." "He's a better machine," Delphi said. "I don't know all the Reaper's work, but it's more definitive than the letters." "Maybe I'm a better man." What an impossibly arrogant statement from a man who'd spent all 6 of his years killing people. All I knew was killing people. It was what I was good at. Helmut pulled his car out behind me and curiously approached the vehicle as a cop would, rather than immediately attacking. I understood the feeling. He was anticipating the kill. Daniel Gordon had cultivated a collection of psychopaths around himself, not for efficiency, but to give himself an entourage. That was my only advantage. "If it's an advantage," Delphi spoke. I rolled down my window, awaiting his approach. "License and registration," Helmut said, not quite to the window yet. I grabbed the pistol at his side and shot him 3 times in the stomach. Undeterred, the fake police officer reached through the window, pulled me out, and hurled me across the ground like I was a rag doll. Helmut's stomach leaked out an ugly white ichor through the gaping holes in his uniform. His cyberneticists weren't nearly as concerned about making him look as human as mine had been, though, since I saw a wire poking out. "He said you were clever," Helmut said, holding his palm toward me. "Just not quite clever enough." "Move!" Delphi shouted in my mind. I threw myself to one side as the center of Helmut's palm opened to reveal a hole. Said hole proceeded to flash as the ground beside me exploded upwards, sending charred dirt and grass into the air. "The fucking hand cannon!" I snapped. That was when I noticed the service revolver I'd dropped and made a grab for it. "It's evolution in action," Helmut said, walking over and grabbing me by the throat just as I reached the gun. "The Reapers have all the best toys." He pulled me up and started to choke me, his fingers biting through my skin. The service pistol, a Smith & Wesson M&P 9mm, was at my feet. So I put my foot under it and knocked it into my hand, put it to Helmut's head, and pulled the trigger. That seemed to cause some serious damage as I fired 4 times into his brain. Blood poured from my neck, though I was happy to know that sort of damage would seal up on its own thanks to Uncle Sam's upgrades. That was when Helmut kicked me in the chest and sent me spiraling back into the ground. One of the shots had missed his head in the struggle and obliterated his face, revealing an ugly metal skull underneath with fake eyes. "How the fuck are you still alive?" I choked out, staring. Helmut crushed the Smith & Wesson MP in his right hand like he was in an 80s action movie before advancing. His voice was damaged now and sounded synthesized rather than real. "Who says my brain is in my head?" "Yes, I should have known it was in your ass," I said, baiting him. Helmut walked over and jabbed his hand cannon up to my chest. "You're nothing like Daniel." I rammed my hand through one of the holes in his chest, before reaching upward through several sticky artificial organs. "You're right. I'm much, much prettier." Helmut screamed as his arms went flailing. My hands wrapped around some wires before I pulled them down and out of his chest. Helmut started coughing up white fluid and thrashing about on the ground. "I have no idea what that was attached to, but I hope it was important," I said. Helmut was dead within a few seconds. "Apparently so," I said, putting my hands on my knees and taking several deep breaths. "Men," Delphi said, "I really was hoping you were above this sort of thing." "No man is above this sort of thing," I said, shaking my head. "At least in my experience. Wait, he's not, going to explode like the Predator, is he?" "I don't think so," Delphi said. "I do think Daniel Gordon is probably aware of Helmut's life signs going offline, though." "Great," I muttered. "Well, there goes the element of surprise." "You never had that." She had a point. I proceeded to check the body and his police cruiser, finding several advanced-looking weapons, which I loaded up in the truck, as well as the body of a Texas state trooper. I tossed Helmut's body in the back of the truck and covered it with a tarp, before leaving the vehicle to be dealt with by the local police. I did, however, make sure to put a few bullets in the police cruiser's computer, though. I didn't need anyone showing up at my door in a few years asking about a police officer's homicide. Assuming I lived that long. Chapter 25. I pulled into the middle of a trailer park and noticed the place had a look of a shanty town. The trailers themselves had been emptied out and turned into storage, while people had their cars lined up around the place under tarps. Several dozen families were living here, along with an equal number of lone transients. Graffiti was on the walls alongside pinned-up children's art. It was a strange place to meet with the rest of my crew before storming a mansion estate. I'd seen several of these places driving through Texas, and it made me wonder if I'd missed something in all my glamorous globe-trotting. Not that there wasn't poverty everywhere. "The economy is in freefall," Delphi said, sensing my unease. "A product of the Invisible Hand's current feud with the president, as well as other factions moving to take over. The media isn't reporting it, but we're reaching the point of a second Great Depression." "It's been hovering on the edge of that for a while now," I said, thinking about the billions the society had stolen from the economy. "I'm less concerned about the homeless here than the fact that this has a lot more witnesses than I'm comfortable with, especially since I have blood around my collar." I hadn't exactly had a chance to change clothes since escaping Helmut. "Just keep driving," Delphi replied. "By the way, I wanted you to know Marissa's awakened. She tried to make a phone call to the president, but I blocked it." "You can do that?" I asked. "I can do a lot of things," Delphi said. "By the way she was slurring her speech, though, I don't think she's going to be a problem. I informed her help was coming and to sit tight until things blew over." "Ha!" I snapped. "Well, at least she's out of the way. What about her sister?" "I've had the LAPD move her into protective custody. Her children, too. They won't be able to protect them from a Reaper, but that won't be a problem if we play our cards right. I still don't understand why you care, though." I chewed on my lip before parking in a field near the trailer park, where I saw a construction van and 2 cars much nicer than the ones around here. It didn't take much to speculate that those belonged to S, E, and Lucita. "It's hard to explain, but I guess it boils down to the fact that if I had a family, I'd do anything for them. Kill, steal, or betray those I care about. Making sure she doesn't lose those she cares about is also a better revenge than just letting Marissa's family be killed." "I don't understand." I sighed. "Neither do I, to be honest. I suppose being completely irrational is a sign I'm human, though." "Perhaps," Delphi said, her voice glitching for a second. "I need to warn you, though, the president had ordered you terminated. She blames you for the destruction of the Strike Force base in Kobe." "Why me?" I asked, surprised. "Probably because Daniel Gordon arranged it that way. She's also dispatched Black Eye's virtual AI to destroy me." "What now?" I asked, not exactly up on computer terminology. "Hostile program scanning the internet to find and destroy me." "That sounds made up," says the cyborg assassin. Pulling to a stop beside the other cars, I unbuckled my seatbelt. "How much danger are you in?" "A lot," Delphi said. "There are only a few server farms for me to be able to hide in where I won't be impeded. I've established a timer for the release of black technology, so there's no chance of them stopping that. But I need to find myself a host to preserve my consciousness, someone not connected to the cybernet." "How about me?" I asked, taking a deep breath. "I'm not sure that's wise." I wasn't either. Well, I'm not intending to merge with you. I don't have any aspirations to become Neo and rule the internet. I just wanted to let you crash inside my brain, which sounds a lot weirder spoken than thought, until you can get a body. Be the Cortana to my Master Chief.
That's a generous offer, Case, though you're probably going to die fighting Daniel Gordon. I'm trying to survive here.
I rolled my eyes. You're welcome.
I stepped out of my car and was immediately greeted by S and Lucida, both women having changed into sweatshirts and blue jeans. They still looked like models, not the best quality to have in a pair of assassins, but I wasn't exactly one to talk. He stepped out from behind the van and was still wearing an elegant $1,000 suit and shades.
It's good to see you alive, I said, looking among them. Sorry for leaving you in the lurch like that.
You mean tied up and about to be mind-wiped?
S asked.
You asked me not to shoot you, I snapped at her. That wasn't a good solution, S said.
You know, if you're going to recruit somebody to an organization, maybe you should give them a heads up you're going to betray it in 24 hours, he said, crossing his arms. I barely had time to collect my stuff.
I know, right?
Lucida said, looking back.
Well, fuck the president.
S glared at her.
What?
Lucida said, looking back at her.
You have a misguided sense of patriotism?
S snorted.
Not in the slightest. I lost any trace of that when I discovered I'd been created as a weapon. Lots of people are created to be the tools of the government, Lucida said, shrugging. The entire world's population, in fact. The trick is learning how to make it work for you.
So you're really going to help me with this? I asked, still stunned to find I had people who had my back.
That's what we're being paid for,
Lucida said, putting her arm on me.
Besides, you killed my father, and that means I owe you.
I grimaced. I'm glad you're putting a positive spin on it.
I was initially angry. Then I realized he was a complete pile of...
Lucida started to say.
So, 4 assassins drive into a trailer park. One is gay, one is bi, one is transsexual, and one is straight, I heard James say. I'm not sure about the rest of the joke, but I'm sure it's damned funny.
I'll kill him for you if you want, he said, giving her a sideways glance. Free of charge.
I'll pay you to do it, Lucida muttered. Just get me a set of steak knives, a roll of duct tape, and a tarp.
James Madison walked out of the back of the van, his metal legs visible with none of the synthetic skin most cyborgs possessed. He was also wearing beige shorts and a Star Wars t-shirt with an Ewok standing over a dead stormtrooper. James was also holding a Bud Light, which illustrated why we could never be friends.
Hey, G, nice to see you, James said. You know, except not really.
I proceeded to wrap him in a hug, as much to make him uncomfortable as because I was genuinely glad to see him. Thank God you're alive.
G is an imposter. Shoot him,
James said, looking severely uncomfortable.
Lucida pulled out a Desert Eagle handgun and put it to the back of my head.
He's joking, I said.
Am I? James said. Tell me something only the real Agent G would know.
I pulled back.
I would, but I don't know anything about you, other than the fact that you're an enormous prick. Oh, and you enjoy cartoon porn over the real thing.
James stared at me.
How do you—
Just guessing, I said, smirking.
It's the real G,
James muttered.
Lucida put her gun away. I was aiming at you anyway. I know he's authentic, as I'm sure S does.
Nope,
S said, shrugging. This could be Daniel Gordon for all I know, or a cleverly made fake.
Ha ha, I said, taking a deep breath. What about Persephone? Gerard? Peter? James looked away.
Persephone is dead, which, honestly, I thought I'd be singing Ding Dong the Witch is Dead about.
Yes, well,
wait, I am,
James said before starting to sing it.
She was a formidable woman, I said, interrupting him. Persephone wasn't a good person, one of the worst I've ever known, in fact. But few people can say they held the world by the throat. She deserves a bit of respect for that much.
She also cut off my legs, James said.
Point taken, I said, backtracking. She's gone where the goblins go, below yo-ho. Gerard? James smirked. He decided with Delphi's help that he wanted to get as far away from the people trying to control him as possible. I think we'll probably find him in a Doctors Without Borders camp under an assumed identity in a couple of years.
Peter is elsewhere, he said simply. I've lost him once, I'm not going to lose him again. You're welcome, I said, happy I'd reunited them. For what? He said, his gaze level. I shook my head, still stunned about all this. How did you guys escape anyway? I was transferred, S said, taking a deep breath. I think the orders came from Delphi, but just about everyone was moved alongside me to go. That was when the elevator stopped a few floors down from the penthouse, only for Lucita to shoot the guards and explain we had to get out of there. I was hired by Delphi, Lucita said, smiling. The government pardoning was nice, but when an all-powerful computer orders you to do something, then you do it. I don't want her nuking the world in a fit of pique. I can't do that, Delphi said, seemingly communicating with everyone's IRD implant. The controls for nuclear weapons aren't on the internet for obvious reasons. So you say, Lucita said. But can we believe you? Where's Marissa? James said, causing me to blanch. We're one hot goth girl away from having a Charlie's Angels thing going here. I paused. Marissa was the mole for Daniel Gordon. He blinked. I'm sorry. I know what it's like to fall in love with your assistant and be betrayed. I'm sorry you weren't able to reconcile things. Lucita said, I never liked her. What? James said, eyes widening. I knew it, S muttered. That woman is a worse backstabber than Lucita. That's not true, Lucita said. I'm a much worse backstabber. Besides, none of you have room to talk. Is she dead? James asked, his voice low and frightened. He really did care for Marissa. She'd been one of the few people he could call friend. Yet he'd be dead if I hadn't intervened, Delphi said. Never forget that. I won't, I replied to her mentally. She's alive, James. I just gave her the Dexter cocktail. Daniel Gordon was threatening her elder sister and may have killed her younger one, if you believe her. I'm not going to blame her for what she did. I've done worse, but I'm officially done making excuses for her. James lowered his head. Thank you. Yeah, I muttered, uncomfortable with this line of conversation. Either way, we don't have much time to waste if we're going to get Daniel and his Reapers. That's assuming they're still there, E said. They are. Delphi has some images of the target site, S said. She acquired them recently and made a joke about Google's satellites. I frowned. Did she now? No comment, Delphi said. S frowned. Daniel and his people are still there. They're killing everyone. I blinked rapidly. What? He's not just going after Matthews? Apparently not, S replied, taking a deep breath. They've managed to disable just about every vehicle there, probably with an EMP since they're all electronic. They've turned the place into an abattoir. No one is getting out, from servants to rich old fucks. That didn't make any sense. Daniel had claimed to be working for his so-called invisible hand, who were the corporations behind the International Refugee Society. This was a fundraiser for Colonel Matthews and Nechayev from their allies, which meant these were very likely people with stock in those companies, if not their outright owners. Perhaps it's a palace coup, Delphi said. The Invisible Hand cleaning house of all traces of the International Refugee Society before they replace it with groups like the Reapers. Maybe, I said, taking a deep breath. Do we have weapons? Yes, Lucita said. It took a couple of hours off our schedule, but it's surprisingly easy to get military-grade weapons in the United States. Surprisingly? He asked. Then let's move, I said. Send whatever you can get from signals and view screens to our IRD. I sent a drone on ahead, James said, smiling. We're only a mile ahead, and you can buy near military-grade at Walmart. Unfortunately, we lost feed as soon as we got close. They're jamming any signals in and out of that place. Satellite feed exempted. We've got this either way, Bess said, putting her hands on her hips. After this, though, we're done. I stared at her, wondering where this hot and cold bullshit was coming from. Why are you even helping, S? Delphi saved me, S said, sighing. Got me out of an impossible situation because she likes you, also because you're going to change the world. Releasing all of the black technology into the world? I never thought I'd say this, James said, shaking his head. But brilliant. It's a bad idea, he said somberly. Control is the only thing that separates humans from animals. Then why are you here? I asked. I want control of my life, he said. Delphi can help with that. Also, you owe me a position, and the one you promised me went up in smoke. Point taken. I'd prefer you sell all of it, Lucita said. However, it is the best way to spite your former employers if that's your goal. They'll hunt you down across the world if they ever figure out you did it, though. They're going to do that anyway, I replied. At least if they're loose ends. That everyone was silent for. S nodded. Well spoken, G. Case, I said, looking at her before shaking my head. I'm Case Gordon. You named yourself after the net-addicted nerd from Neuromancer? James asked, blinking. Why not James Bond, Mutter Hobo, or Hero Protagonist? I stared at him. You know, I'm really going to miss these talks we've had over the years. I'm not, James said. Chapter 26. The Wintercrest estate was an abattoir. The two-story Texan manor house was in the middle of a vast set of grasslands, with a horse stable, racetrack, and grasslands. There were 2 guest houses and a 4-story servants' quarters as well, making the place look like its own little kingdom. A kingdom that had just been sacked. One of the guest houses was on fire, and hundreds of bodies were spread across the ground. A good quarter of the bodies were unclothed, looking like they'd just fallen over, compared to the fancily dressed individuals who'd been shot to death or torn apart around them. 2 AGA-4 helicopters, both tricked out with black technology, were present behind the manor house with a pair of guards beside them. The fact that this had all happened in broad daylight, with a few minutes left until noon, made it more unsettling. What the fuck? S said, carrying a Peacekeeper 7 assault rifle as we advanced up the perimeter. I changed into a black turtleneck and pants she'd helpfully provided. We'd already disabled 3 separate automatic turrets and motion sensors. Daniel's little contribution to making sure he didn't receive any unwanted guests. There was a jamming field for a good half-mile from the manor house, and that limited our communication. So we were relying on old-fashioned walkie-talkies to communicate with James as he talked with Delphi from her satellite hideaway. From what little we could get from orbit, there were 4 Reapers left as well as Daniel. 5 too many. Delphi wasn't kidding, I said, shaking my head. It looks like Daniel's orders were to kill everyone here. Who are all the naked folk? S asked, narrowing her eyes and presumably using her telescopic vision. I imagine those are the cybernetic slaves they were planning to sell here, I said, moving behind the stone wall surrounding the inner courtyard as S took cover behind me. Lucita and E were moving halfway across the state, their mission to disable the 2 AGA-4s. Ours was to eliminate my erstwhile brother and see if the last remaining members of the tribunal were still alive. Probably not, from appearances. So he just activated them and unleashed them on the guests? S said, keeping her voice low. Then what, turned them off? Probably, I said, shaking my head. You know, it occurs to me that everything Daniel told me about an invisible hand could be complete bullshit. Instead of a palace coup, this could be the president eliminating all of her enemies in one swift stroke. Does that really matter now? S asked. Not really, I muttered. I'm just trying to figure out how everything fits together. Focus on the mission, S said, rolling her eyes. You're less likely to get us all killed that way. You got it, I said, scanning the manor as I peeked over the wall. I'm sorry I didn't break you out from the Strike Force's custody. I poisoned you, S said, her voice calm. I think that evens out. No, it doesn't, I said. I never should have sided with the system against you. It doesn't matter who. You were someone I cared about. S looked down. Ever since we were forced to get married, I've been trying to push you away. You've just kept latching on tighter and tighter. I've misjudged you, though. We're more alike than I realized. Is that an apology?
I asked. "Don't push it." The walkie-talkie clipped to my belt crackled to life. Case. I've got the location of the two bastards. They're coming up south, 90 degrees from your position. I checked the position. 2 of the Reapers I'd seen with Daniel were coming out with a pair of, I shit you not, miniguns. "What is this, Wolfenstein?" I muttered before speaking into the walkie-talkie. "I see them." "Yeah, those are big property-destroying guns," James said. "I really suggest not engaging them unless you want them tearing through your cover and killing you outright." "Are Lucita and S close to the helicopters? We need to take out the guards and pilots there if we're going to win this. We also need to time our attacks. The moment one of these guys goes down, they're going to know we're here." "They're in position. I remind you again, big property-destroying guns. You can't just shoot these guys in the head. Their brains aren't located there," James replied. "They're in their chests under heavy armor," I said, remembering how Helmut died. "I think I ripped one's spinal cord out." "That is both disgusting and awesome," James said. "Time is ticking. These guys have who knows what kind of sensors in their eyes." "Their eyes are still their sensors," I said, "which means they're vulnerable. On 3. S nodded and began counting down on her fingers. "Go," I said, leaning over the side of the brick wall with my Peacekeeper 7. I targeted the right one's head and filled it with literally a dozen cartridges in under a second, shredding its skull and leaving it completely blind. S fired repeatedly into the skull of the second, who immediately started firing its chain gun, tearing into the figure next to him. S and I split, going in opposite directions as the bullets tore through the wall. We'd been located, with one Reaper left firing wildly. "Not my best plan," I muttered, doing my best to flank him. The chain gun's ammo ran cold before I reached the ground, picked up the fallen Reaper's weapon, and unleashed it on the remaining cyborg. The bullets tore through his body and out the side, exposing wires and circuits. I held the weapon tight for several seconds, despite the arm-breaking amount of recoil. In the end, though, the black technology weapon left it nothing more than a pile of white ichor and broken machinery. Only then did I let the weapon in my hand cease firing. Hearing footsteps in the wet grass, I spun around and prepared to fire again. Instead, I saw S coming up behind me with her assault rifle in hand. "Nice shooting, Tex. We're making surprisingly good progress for people underarmed with no preparation for backup," I said, smiling. "Now you've jinxed it," S said, shaking her head. That was when the walkie-talkie at my side crackled. Dropping the chain gun, I lifted the black box up to my ear. "They've got one of the helicopters." I grabbed the walkie-talkie and spoke to it. "One of the helicopters?" I heard a tremendous explosion that caused half of the manor house's windows to shatter and my ears to ring. "The only one that matters," James said. "Only one Reaper remains unaccounted for, and he's inside. I'm like 90% sure." 90%? I asked. "That's not good enough." That was when I heard Daniel's voice speak from the walkie-talkie. "It's fairly accurate, though. You have no idea how much of a pain in the ass you're turning out to be, Case." I blinked, staring at him. "Where did you hear that name?" "That would be telling," Daniel replied, chuckling. "Either way, you're going to be coming inside, alone." "Yeah," I said, chuckling. "I don't think so. I think we're going to have your remaining chopper shoot the shit out of that building and burn the ashes. I've known you for less than a day, and that's already way too much." "You really don't get it, do you?" Daniel asked, sighing. "I thought you'd have picked up on it after that bullshit James Bond crap you pulled in Peru." "Fuck you," I said, snapping back. "Let me tell him off." S reached over. "Leonardo's man 47, Daniel said. S froze in place, her arms stretched out but her eyes empty. I managed to blink but found myself otherwise unable to move. It was as if my body had turned to stone and I was trapped as a ghost inside it. "You can respond," Daniel said. "What have you done?" I asked, my voice low and barely able to escape my throat. "This isn't an action movie," Daniel said. "This isn't your story of personal redemption. I was hoping to handle this like 2 men, but I keep forgetting you're not one. This is a story of machines and the people who created them. Did you think you were made without controls? You were programmed, and that included an off switch."
"Bullshit," I said, my voice barely able to speak. "I am a person."
"No more than my laptop," Daniel said. "Come in here, alone." I struggled to resist, but I started walking anyway.
"Lucita isn't a machine."
"Hopefully E is killing her now," Daniel said, real anger in his voice. "I may still need you, but I don't need anyone else. Do you know how long I had to search for the other members of my team? Years. It's going to be an enormous pain in the ass replacing them."
"Try the local sewer," I said, glad to be able to finally use that line.
"Funny," Daniel said. "Keep walking." I entered the manor house. The finely appointed Texas billionaire's home was even more of a charnel house than its exterior. It wasn't just the old money families Colonel Matthews had invited to their erstwhile slave auction, but also the catering service, bodyguards, and servants. The walls were riddled with bullets, the furniture covered in blood, and the ground slick with the ichor of mutilated bodies all around. 2 of the bodies were Victor Nechayev and Colonel Matthews, a white-haired Russian man in a bloody white suit, and a tall black man who'd showed up in full dress uniform. It was frustrating to see 2 titans I had chased all over the earth to find laid low by circumstances utterly beyond my control. I might as well have never hunted them at all.
"I'm here,"
I said, feeling helpless before whatever he'd done to me.
"Why didn't the tribunal use these codes against me if they could?"
"Because I changed them, dipshit," Daniel said, his voice coming from a room down the hall rather than the walkie-talkie now. "I was hoping to use the letters for my new society, but you had to go kill off half of them and recruit the others. Honestly, I would have ordered you to stop being so damned efficient, but your override codes aren't the subtlest of programs. It's best to be specific about what you want. One careless go fuck yourself, and we could be in a very embarrassing situation." Before I could respond, I heard swirling helicopter blades before an enormous crash, followed by the ground tearing up. It was enough to cause my ears to ring. Turning my head, I looked out one of the shattered windows and saw a crashed AGA-4 next to the burning wreckage of another. Neither Lucita nor E got out of the wrecked helicopter.
"What do you want?"
I asked, wondering what James was doing right now. He'd stopped talking the moment Daniel Gordon had intruded on our conversation. Was he alive? Dead? Trying to escape now that the jig was up? I wasn't about to rely on him for rescue, and hoped he'd taken the latter option. This was a stupid idea. "Walk into the dining room," Daniel said. I looked around and saw a room with an overturned table and broken chairs. It had 2 doors, one leading to the kitchen and the other to the slaughterhouse I currently occupied. There was a naked man's corpse lying on the ground with his eyes open, and his hands covered in blood. Just another doll created by Karma Corporation and expended before it had a chance to live. Reluctantly, but irresistibly, I walked inside. Daniel Gordon walked through the door on the other side, his Rem 90 in his hands. Somehow he'd managed to keep his clothes stainless during the massacre, but his shoes were noticeably filthy. "You really think I'm going to answer any of your questions now?" "I think I know you better than you know yourself," I said. "I also think you love to hear yourself talk." Daniel blinked. "Am I really this obnoxious in real life?" "Yes," I said. "I'm not you, though." Daniel smiled. "I'm here cleaning up the mess the International Refugee Society created. It was made to create a sort of safe, easy, and convenient place to get your murder on. The problem was it started stealing money for itself and investing beyond its means, playing politics. It got too big and endangered the whole process of maintaining Western civilization. All the people involved with it are dead now, though, so we can start over. Keep things more simple, decentralized versus running things like Spectre." I really hated how he made movie references like I did. "Also keep the president from having her own death squad." "Every president should have their own death squad. They should just make their own instead of stealing other people's." "How are you going to cover this up?" I asked. "I have some frozen red sword jihadists and a truck full of chemicals ready to blow up nearby," Daniel said, shrugging. "The FBI will claim it was a big-ass explosion that took everyone out. It's not a good fix, what with all the dead robots around, but they know to edit out that sort of stuff." "Why not just blow up the place to begin with?" I asked.
I needed to make sure, Daniel said coldly. I was also supposed to find Delphi. Marissa transferred half of the International Refugee Society's funds and properties to me from where you acquired them in Peru, but the rest were missing. I assumed they'd be here in Matthew's hideout, but no dice.
So I guess they're gone, I said, still able to lie for now.
I don't think so. Daniel shook his head. I've been mulling over where Delphi might be since your Peru mission. Artificial intelligences like her just don't die. I thought she'd return to her master like a good dog, but it turns out that wasn't the case.
So where might our little renegade computer person go? The answer should have been obvious. Machines doing it for themselves. You or James tweaked her programming so she could escape.
Fascinating theory, I said.
Tell the truth, Daniel said. Did you do something as monumentally stupid as release a godlike AI onto the internet?
Yes,
I answered automatically. I did it. She's free on the net.
Daniel made a tisk-tisk-tisk noise.
Ah, you cheeky bastard. She's totally going to destroy humanity, you realize. We're all going to die because of a rogue Tier 10 AI.
What do you mean, us, human?
I said, wishing I could go for his throat.
Well, that's easily fixed, Daniel said, pointing the gun at my forehead. I'm going to turn off the jamming field now. You're going to order Delphi to come to you and download herself to the servers I've got set up to hold her. From there, we'll have her scrubbed clean of the last few months and set back to work.
Why would she do that? I asked, shaking my head.
Simple, Daniel smiled.
She's our mom.
Chapter 27. I'd been helpless before. Despite my best efforts, enemies had managed to capture me on no less than 3 separate occasions. Each time I'd managed to turn the situation around and rescue myself. I wasn't confident of my ability to do so now. Daniel's REM 90 was fully capable of blowing me apart as I donned those Peruvian shells. I'd hidden Helmut's pistol in the back of my pants, but couldn't bring myself to draw it and shoot the son of a bitch. Instead, all I could do was stand and speak.
Delphi's not our mother, I said, trying to think of something to get me out of this mess. She's an AI based on Rebecca Gordon's mind. I'm based on yours, and look how different we are.
Yeah, you've got a real stick up your ass, Daniel said, staring at me.
I blame all the conditioning you went through.
I blame the fact you have a shit ton of short circuits. Believe me, I would know.
Daniel chuckled.
Short circuits. It's funny because you're a robot. You have no idea how upsetting it is that I'm going to smash your CPU with a ball-peen hammer after this. My IRD implant registered the return of my connection to the Internet and black technology networks across the country. Whatever jamming field he'd erected was now gone. Unfortunately, I couldn't bring myself to contact the president and get her to bomb this place. As much as I hated her, I wanted Gordon dead worse.
Delphi's not coming, I said. She's too smart to—
I'm here, G, Delphi said in my mind.
God damn it, I grimaced.
Daniel laughed.
You know what you have to do?
I do, Delphi said. I'm sorry, Case.
Don't, I said, not giving a shit about dying if it meant screwing over Daniel. He'll kill me anyway.
Hardly, Daniel said. I'm ready to reset you to factory default. It's better than death, isn't it? You're prepared to let it happen to your quote-unquote wife.
My mind scrambled for some way out of this. I wasn't willing to let everything I'd become get destroyed. I decided to keep him talking as I worked on a solution.
One thing I don't get. If one thing is your only problem, then you are better off than most humans on this planet, Daniel said, looking like he was debating shooting me in the head anyway.
Why are you working for these so-called invisible hand assholes? I asked, genuinely perplexed. How did you go from Strike Force 22 to a bunch of rich douchebags?
Money, Daniel said, sighing. Freedom to do my operations the way I wanted to. A person made to be me wouldn't understand, but sometimes you just want a fresh start.
Oh, I understand that, I said, noticing it was half an hour past noon. Believe me, that's why I've wrecked the world.
Excuse me?
Daniel said, blinking.
Case, Delphi said. I smiled, glad I'd gotten at least one small triumph. I uploaded all of the black technology plans to scientists and universities across the globe. Everything from how to convert salt water to fresh water effectively to building things like Delphi. The entire world is fucked. Really? Daniel said, taking a step back. Good job. Wait, what? Daniel laughed. Oh, I'm sorry, am I supposed to be impressed? You leaked a bunch of inventions on the internet? Yeah, it's going to cause an uproar, but do you think these devices come out of nowhere? They require infrastructure controlled by corporations and governments. You know, the people who control black technology already? I think you'll find the world changes a lot faster than you might think, I said, gritting my teeth. My father believed that, Daniel said, smacking me across the face and sending me spiraling to the ground. He hit me with the force of a car, and I couldn't help but wonder how much of the original Daniel Gordon remained. Then I decided I didn't care, since I was going to kill him no matter what the ratio. The world is already changing, Delphi said, surprising me. Have you not been watching the news? South Korea just invaded North Korea because of the Spanish flu outbreak. Shang Medical's board being killed was a strike against black technology holders. That was before the release of the world's technocracy secrets. The president has ordered your invisible hand's assets frozen, though she's not going to survive this leak. The old world is going to be dead at the end of the week. The new one will have no place for men like you. Oh, and one more thing. Daniel growled. What's that? I've been deleting cases controls for a while now. I just finished. I then grabbed the REM-90 in his hands, struggling against the cyborg's monumental power. Daniel smashed me across the face with a backhand even as the gun went off, tearing a massive hole in the wall and sending us both tumbling to the ground. I managed to get the pistol and scramble to my feet, only to get kicked in the chest before Daniel delivered a spin kick to my face, slamming me against the wall. Before I could react, Daniel Gordon tackled me and smashed me through the nearest plaster wall, causing pipes to burst and electrical wires to spark. He then grabbed me again and ran me through a second wall, throwing us into a study full of antique wooden furniture. I didn't have time to respond before he pulled a 6-foot-tall shelf out from where it was screwed in and knocked it over on me. The REM-90 was finally knocked from my hand, only for me to throw the shelf right back at him as I lifted the bottom and broke the pieces on him. That did nothing to the top-of-the-line cyborg, and he grabbed me by the throat, digging his fingers into my skin and trying to rip my head clean off. I placed my right foot on his chest, then shoved 2 of my fingers into his eyes, while jabbing my thumb into his nasal cavity, feeling sparks against my artificial skin. "Fuck you, G," Daniel said, slamming his knee into my chest and spinning me around on the ground before wrapping me in a headlock. Blindness didn't seem to be impeding him. "You can't beat the original." "You're obsolete, Daniel." Marissa's voice spoke behind him. My ears burst with the sound of my doppelganger's head exploding. Bits and pieces of the ceiling rained down upon me before I turned to look at Marissa. Marissa was standing there in pants and a Dallas Cowboys sweatshirt with a hood up. In her hands was one of the futuristic rifles used by Daniel's team, freshly fired. She looked like hell, which wasn't surprising since I'd given her enough drugs to incapacitate her until nightfall. My vision glitched like a bad television, and I wondered if my IRD had been damaged. "How the fuck did you get here?" I asked, not bothering to get up. Marissa took a deep breath. "Did it ever occur to you that I might have a few cybernetic implants, too?" "I thought you were all natural," I said, staring at her. "It was one of the qualities I liked about you." "You could have fooled me," Marissa said, frowning. "You've destroyed the United States. You realize that? All of our tactical advantages over other nations have been eliminated. Decades of military doctrines and treaties are worthless now." "I could not give less of a shit," I said, coughing before giving a short gallows laugh. "Was everything you said a lie? Daniel having a control code like me doesn't surprise me. I just don't understand why you didn't use it earlier." Marissa coughed a few times. "I didn't know it. Your computerized friend contacted me and gave me the number of the woman most likely to know it." "Who?" I said, trying to move and finding myself unable to. "Rebecca Gordon," Marissa said, shaking her head. "She was the one who designed the Reaper shells and programmed them." I closed my eyes. "Yeah, that makes sense." I kept trying to think of the Gordon family as one that behaved in a normal manner. The truth was they were never normal and could never be anything approximating it.
Maybe Rebecca Gordon had intended me to be the replacement for her dead son, only to find out later he was still alive. Maybe I'd always been intended to be an upgrade, the woman having realized what kind of man he was. It didn't matter. She was nothing to me. "How are the others?" I asked. "Still alive?" Marissa said. "It's hard to kill cyborgs unless you destroy the brain, doubly so when your brains are circuit boards and titanium. James is getting the bodies up and loading them in his van. He was ready to shoot me when I drove up." "And?" "He didn't," Marissa said, stepping over Daniel's corpse and looking down at me. "No matter how much we talk about duty and honor, we'll always choose our friends and loved ones over them." "Except when we betray them," I said, barely able to see through the fuzzy images projected to my brain. It became worse when my right eye stopped functioning completely, leaving me feeling like I was shutting down one system at a time. It made me want to start singing Daisy like Hal in 2001, A Space Odyssey. "You came here to kill Daniel to protect my sister and nieces," Marissa said. "Partially," I said, mumbling my next words. "I also had to complete the mission. It's how I'm wired." "You could have told me you had a kill switch for Daniel," I said mentally, "or that I had Manchurian candidate programming." "I only know what people tell me," Delphi said, sounding remorseful. "Much of what I've done in the past week has been improvised. Thinking at the speed of light doesn't help when you don't have information stored in people's brains, just their email accounts. I did, however, have faith Marissa would help you." "She tried to kill me," I said. "She tried to kill you in a way which was easily avoided," Delphi said. "Or did you never think about the fact that you were wearing a wingsuit and thus could navigate your fall?" "I hadn't." "You are the worst mom ever." "I try." "What now?" I spoke aloud, wondering how long it would take for the police to arrive, now that the Wintercrest estate was no longer a blind spot in the electronic world. "You said we were done, and I respect that," Marissa said. "I betrayed you twice, and you'd be a fool to take me back. I didn't realize how much I cared about you until I was asked to turn against that for something other than my country." "It didn't stop you, though." "No, it didn't," Marissa said. "I'm going back to Washington to try and sort through as much of this as possible. I'm also going to try to delete as much of your information as possible from the system. You deserve a chance to be free." I didn't respond. Marissa continued. "It's going to be hell, as black technology will be just the start of it. Everything is going to come out from suppression of science to assassination to artificial wars and information control. The public will be outraged until the next television season," I said, not believing it. It would take a few years, but black technology would change things as much as the computer and internet had. It would make a world where people like the Invisible Hand and the President couldn't exist, but it might make it harder for them to consolidate power. A good, dying legacy. "You should be more worried about the volcano," Delphi said. "You and that volcano," I muttered. "It's a real issue," Delphi said. "No one is working on it." "Go find one of the bodies outside and upload yourself," I thought back at her. "Take your pick." "As you wish," Delphi said, vanishing from my mind. "Maybe people will care, maybe not." Marissa leaned down and put a flash drive in my hands. "This is for you." "I'm a little preoccupied right now." Marissa took a deep breath. "It's the cure for cybernecrosis. The President wasn't lying to you, at least completely. She gave it to me for when you were done with eliminating the tribunal. You did that, sort of." "Huh, I hadn't expected that." Marissa leaned down and picked me up by the arm, hoisting it over her shoulder before the two of us headed for the door. "It's also got all of Persephone's accounts and blackmail material inside it. Maybe you should form your own society." "I think the world has seen enough of the International Refugee Society. I am, however, going to find a doctor who can fix me up. I'd start with Gerard if I could find him." "Maybe a mechanic," Marissa said. I left the mansion into a new world. Epilogue. I never expected to see Marissa again. I kept in touch with James, Delphi, E, S, and Lucida, though. It was something of a miracle they'd all managed to survive the attack on the ranch, but I wasn't going to look God in the face. As Indiana Jones had proven, that was a bad idea. Instead, I simply did my best to keep my head down low and prepare for a life completely free from the forces that had tried to control it from birth to present. Presently, I was loading a suitcase full of clothes, toiletries, and various brands of liquor I intended to take with me on my quest to get out of the United States to someplace the invisible hand, if it existed, couldn't find me. I'd made it as far as Hawaii with no trouble, and I was currently considering India, Indonesia, and Brazil as my final destination. The hotel I was staying in was next to the beach, the sun was bright, and the locals were friendly. Still, I was exposed, and not even all of the chaos currently afflicting the world made me feel comfortable. I ditched my trademark business suit for a red floral patterned button-down, straw hat, and a pair of white shorts with sandals. I admitted that I looked like a Jimmy Buffett superfan, but it felt comfortable given the room's air conditioning wasn't working at 100%. Sun streamed in from underneath my closed drapes, and I kept a piece of tape over all my computer cameras, as well as burning phones. Delphi could still find me, but I'd done my best to make myself impossible to trace, even altering my IRD address so I couldn't be tracked. On television, the news talked about the cure for cancer having been found, as well as how long it would take the FDA to approve the 1.2 million patents that were pending based on the black technology files out on the net. They were just a drop in the bucket of what was already an industrial revolution that threatened to upend the balance among the world powers. Hell, upend the balance between the wealthy and the poor in general. I took a swig of cheap vodka straight from the bottle before surveying my surroundings and wondering if I'd made the right decision. President Douglas was going to finish out her term in disgrace, as the public fully believed she'd been part of a massive conspiracy to cover up black technology from the public, but that just meant Carl Truss was likely to take the position instead. The invisible hand puppet was certainly a recognizable figure, but I wondered if they actually had any strings going for him. The release of black technology had democratized a lot of the corporate control over technology, but it wasn't like Karma Corp or Halifax had gone under automatically. They still had a big advantage on the development of many of these intellectual properties. The lawsuits and accusations forced many executives from power, but the wholesale collapse of Western capitalism hadn't occurred, for better or for worse. Indeed, it seemed like a dozen new megacorporations were being created every day as nations privatized their assets or funded new supercorporations so they could make use of the advantages made possible by black technology. The Big 10 were going to be the Big 100, if not the Big 1,000 soon. "Fuck it," I said, taking another swig of vodka. "It's not my place to try and fix the world. I've done my part." Indeed, that was the most frustrating part of all of this. The power of the gods was now available to the public. AI, shells, satellite weapons, weather control devices, cybernetics, instantaneous biological engineering, and a few things even I didn't believe were possible, like instantaneous faster-than-light communication. But none of it seemed like it was going to radically alter the world. The cures for cancer and AIDS were going to be sold at a healthy profit, with as many stages as possible to make them slow as well as unwieldy. Shells were possible for the super-rich, so they were already making cheap, crappy versions for the public that would cost almost as much in the long run. Same shit, different toilet. Oh well. Maybe I was just letting my natural cynicism get the better of me. It wasn't often anyone got the chance to change the entire world, and even if it wasn't going to happen without the corporations profiting off it, I'd managed to release a staggering number of innovations to the public. The cotton gin and assembly line hadn't helped the worker in some ways, but they certainly helped the consumer, and perhaps that wasn't the only thing we could really count on. That was when there was a banging on my door. I immediately went for my gun, then paused. "Death squads don't knock on the door, jackass." I headed to the door, still holding the gun and checking the tiny camera linked to my phone. A UPS man was there, which was more than a little unsettling because I didn't know anyone who knew my present address. Still, I opened the door slightly and greeted the figure. He was a native Hawaiian man who looked extremely bored. "Are you Case Gordon?" I took a risk. "Sure." "This is for you," said the UPS man, handing it over. I took the package. "Thanks." "Yeah, whatever," the UPS man said. The package was heavy and roughly the size of a laptop computer, which seemed honestly a bit too obvious. Still, I opened it and found a laptop computer. It was one of the kind the now defunct International Refugee Society had bestowed on their assistants. "Huh," I said, wondering whom this could have been sent by. It was genuinely puzzling, since Marissa would have chosen more direct means. I didn't see any reason to choose a cloak and dagger method to communicate, since we could communicate instantly through, say, burner phones. Deciding the only person who wanted to kill me in an offbeat manner was Daniel Gordon, and he was dead, I lay down on the bed with the laptop on my legs. Plugging it in, I powered it up and wondered what I was going to find inside. What greeted me was a video feed of someone I never expected to see again. "Hello, Persephone," I said. "Fancy seeing you alive." Persephone looked as she had months ago, before her poisoning, wearing one of the pantsuits she'd worn as the leader of the society. "A premature assumption case. In fact, I am not only merely dead, but really most sincerely dead." "A joke with you as the Wicked Witch of the West?" I asked, blinking. "Death has improved my humor," Persephone said. "Remember what I told you about brain uploading being the Diet Coke of immortality?" "Hard to forget," I said, blinking. "So you're not the real Persephone?" "I am the only Persephone left," Persephone said. "Elizabeth Patterson died in your doppelganger's drone strike." "I'm sorry," I said sincerely. "You were a bitch and you probably had it coming, but I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, which you were." "I'm so glad you were the first person I decided to talk to post-mortem," Persephone said, sighing. "Well, if it's any consolation, you were the only enemy I ever respected," I said, speaking honestly. "I may not have liked the International Refugee Society, but it was a magnificent engine of power, wealth, and death. It was the cool kind of evil, like Spectre, and not the ugly, banal kind of evil like everyone else I've met in my life." Persephone half chuckled. "Very droll, G." "Case," I corrected her. "G is dead. G never existed. He was the person people tried to turn me into, a copy of Daniel Gordon, professional psycho for hire. Given I've outlived him, I have no further interest in pretending to be he." "You were made to be who Daniel Gordon was supposed to be," Persephone said. "So was Gandalf," I said, "but Gandalf the White I am not." Persephone paused. "You did the right thing, Case, all of what you did. You broke free from the system, at least for a time, and I envy you that. Well, I'm glad you're alive, too." "I'm not," Persephone said. "In fact, having endured life as a disembodied intelligence for a month, I've decided to let myself pass on." "I could arrange for you to get a shell," I said, "eventually." "No," Persephone said, staring. "The damage to my mind is what bothers me versus the lack of experience. I am not fully me, and I can sense the parts which are me starting to degrade. I can't remember things with the clarity I desire, and I get confused about times as well as faces. The more data I absorb, the less I am. I fear the person who transferred me was not as talented as Rebecca Gordon." I paused. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," Persephone replied, her voice low and regretful. "I am allowed the unique opportunity to say my goodbyes before I drift off. Strangely, it occurred to me you were the only person I had anything left to say to. My husband and children knew me as a philanthropist who died when I faked my death for the first time. Everyone else had their own opinions, mostly mixed, on me." I stared at her screen image. "Of all the people in the world, I'm the only person you have left to talk to. That's sad." "I don't see a horde of friends knocking on your door," Persephone said. She had a point. "Well, I'm sorry about insulting you earlier. You may not have been anything like a maternal presence in my life, but you are an inspiration. I never would have been half the magnificent bastard I became if not for your example." Persephone smiled brightly. It was almost creepy, since I'd rarely seen her have that expression. "That's why I want to trust you with my legacy." I paused, suddenly uncomfortable. "Your legacy?" The International Refugee Society was a necessary safety valve on the world's tensions and stress. Its destruction contributed to global chaos, and nature abhors a vacuum. The United States and corporations will attempt to fill that vacuum, but will fail. They lack the devotion to order which the head of the society has to possess. If by order you mean money. Persephone snorted derisively. Money becomes irrelevant after it hits its 8th digit in terms of pure monetary value. What I wanted was a world that was stable, safe, and secure. The society was my way of helping guarantee that. Requiring people to deal with us on a mercenary level was just the means of doing it. Uh-huh, I said, unimpressed. The International Refugee Society may have been an international player, but it was just a company that sold murder. Every company sells something, and their products are all interchangeable on paper. Persephone started to sound more like herself. You need to rebuild the society and help it stabilize the world again. I stared at her in disbelief. Are you out of your damned mind? Quite possibly, Persephone said. I've already left seeds with S, but I don't think she has quite the capacity for the outside-the-box thinking this requires. I'm not an assassin anymore, I said simply. I'm going to live the rest of my robot life on a robot beach somewhere, having sex with decidedly non-robotic women. You'll be bored to tears within a week, Persephone snorted. You are made to be a killer, and are one of the best the world has ever produced. I don't know, I think sex is one of those activities you can do indefinitely if you know what you're doing, I said, shrugging. Which I do. There's also drinking. I don't know why that was built into me, but I'm not going to complain about it. Society is going to collapse, Persephone said, suddenly getting my attention. Pardon? I asked, realizing she was serious. Persephone looked down. My husband is a mathematician, Case. He was a game theorist and a fan of chaos theory. Long ago, he wrote an extensive treatise pointing out that as technology rises, so does the instability between the power of the corporate world and government, between the rich and the poor. Religion used to serve as the balance, but mankind destroyed its authority, perhaps for the better, perhaps for the worse, and a pattern of instability resulted, one that will grow ever worse until it explodes. I'm calling bullshit on that entire premise. 2 world wars occurred until the Cold War briefly stabilized global politics. The War on Terror was a failed attempt to divert societal anger, a conflict aided by the society from behind the scenes to allow power to be manipulated as well as facilitate the suppression of technology. We were only one of a dozen assassin organizations that helped that occur. When the rich no longer require the poor due to technology making up the majority of the labor pool, chaos is inevitable. It happened before with the Romans, except slaves filled the labor pool and led to the fall of their empire. Quoting history to me doesn't make me believe the International Refugee Society was some kind of linchpin that needs to be restored. You've seen how the world started to decay once it was no longer active, but it goes beyond that. There's a coming natural disaster that will break the wheel of cultural inertia. When that happens, someone needs to keep things going forward so the newly released black technology files can be used to rebuild human society. This is starting to sound like tinfoil hat time, I said, looking at her sideways. Are you sure you didn't lose a few terabytes getting transferred? The Wyoming supervolcano is going to erupt, Case, Persephone said. We're overdue as it is. That's only one of the coming trials that can either set our species back to the Dark Ages or just lead to a very nasty century of rebuilding. Goodbye, Persephone, I said, moving to shut the laptop lid. It's why I'm leaving you 100 million euros in gold, Persephone said. I stopped moving. Okay, you have my attention. Persephone gave a bitter smile. You'll find the location inside this computer. I've included the white dossier. It contains a list of all the sorts of people you'll need to make your own society. Mercenaries, political contacts, spies, and corporate executives outside the United States. In addition to the money I've squirreled away in physical form, I've also ordered the construction of black technology factories in Africa that will be able to provide infrastructure. You're now the owner of all these. Wow, my very own super survivalist empire, I said, pausing. I'm touched. Also a little unnerved you didn't give this to S. Share it if you want, Persephone said. There was a black dossier, too, containing all of the Society's blackmail material on major world figures, but I think you're a little too decent to make use of that. I've sent that to Marissa. "Marissa?" I asked. "She fooled me after all?" Persephone said. "You don't have to use any of this now, though I doubt you'll have an objection to buying an island or two with the gold I'm giving you. However, if the time does come that the things I've predicted come about, then I hope you'll make the right choice." "To make another murder factory." "Make it better," Persephone said. "A security company, a private detective empire, independent law enforcement, or even a private army. Just make sure you'll be the one directing the use of force in the new world, or at least a good chunk of it. Otherwise, the world will fire in every direction, and that serves no one." "I'll keep it in mind, but no promises." I gave her a mock salute. "Is there anything else?" "One thing," Persephone said, her voice losing all emotion. "If you hit E, R, and delete at once, then that will trigger the program that will eliminate me from the Internet. I'll be able to die the way humans were meant to." I shrugged. "I may believe in God, but I don't believe anything was meant for humans to do except multiply. Everything else is on us." "I don't want to live like this," Persephone said. "I'm also scared to do it myself." I understood what she meant. "Tell me when." Persephone closed her eyes, giving me silent consent. I tapped the 3 buttons simultaneously, and saw the older woman's image disappear in a brief flash of code. One of the greatest minds of the 20th and 21st centuries was gone at last. "Do AI go to a cyberspace heaven?" I asked. No one answered. I spent the next couple of hours going through the laptop's files, and found a veritable cornucopia of society assets that had never been seized. Persephone had been forced to hold up with the Yakuza because she'd started this mass embezzlement even before the organization's collapse. I could make my own mega-corporation with it, especially if I wanted to invite the others in to smooth out the details or get Delphi on board. Instead, I closed the laptop and tossed it in my suitcase. There would be plenty of time to debate the cyberpunk future ahead if, and only if, it happened. But I couldn't help but believe it would. This has been Agent G, Saboteur, written by C.T. Phipps, performed by Jeffrey Kafer, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Editing and post-production by Soundscape Audio. Copyright 2018 by C.T. Phipps. Production copyright 2018 by Amber Cove Publishing. Thank you for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.